Şu an herkes duyuyor mu sesimi? Merhaba, günaydın. Hoş geldiniz öncelikle. Ee, Bizim ilk online konferans denememiz. Serra Şahin, ben İstanbul Bilgi Üniversitesi Sanat ve Kültür Yönetiminden araştırma görevlisiyim. İlk online konferans deneyimimiz olduğu için biraz kusura bakmayın, tahminimizden uzunca bir bekleme içinde olmuş olabilirsiniz. Özür dileriz bunun için. Hani bazı teknik problemler önlensin diye, ortaya çıkmasın diye bunları çözmeye çalışıyorduk. Öncelikle hepiniz tekrardan hoş geldiniz. Bugün Otur konferansımızın ilk günü ve ekip olarak biz de oldukça heyecanlıyız. Şimdi daha fazla bekletmeden açılış konuşmaları için öncelikle İstanbul Bilgi Üniversitesi Kültür Politikası ve Kültürel Diplomasi Üniversite Kürsüsü Başkanı Doçent Doktor Serhan Aday'ı buraya davet ediyorum.
Merhaba, Kültür Politikası ve Kültürel Diplomasi Genç Araştırmacılar Konferansı'na hepiniz hoş geldiniz. İstanbul Bilgi Üniversitesi Kültür Politikası ve Kültürel Diplomasi UNESCO kürsüsü olarak bu toplantıyı sizlerin katılımıyla gerçekleştirebildiğimiz için mutluluğumu paylaşarak başlamak istiyorum. Kültür politikası ve kültürel diplomasi uygulaması çok eskilere gidebilen, akademik bir inceleme alanı olaraksa henüz yarım yüzyılı bulmayan bir tarihe sahip. İstanbul Bilgi Üniversitesi olarak 20 yılı aşkın süredir bu alanda öğretim veriyor. Genç profesyoneller, girişimciler, sanatçılar, araştırmacılar yetiştiriyoruz. Aynı zamanda ulusal ölçekte ve uluslararası çerçevede kamu kurumlarıyla, yerel yönetimlerle sivil toplumla işbirliği içinde araştırma, yayın ve projeler, politika geliştirme çalışmaları gerçekleştiriyoruz. Kültür politikası ve kültürel diplomasi genç araştırmacılar konferansı işte böyle bir arka plandan yola çıkarak düzenlendi. Yüksek lisansını tamamlamış, doktora aşamasında olan genç araştırmacıların bir araya gelerek üzerindeki çalıştıkları konuları, araştırma içeriklerini, metodolojilerini, sorularını paylaşarak kendilerini ve yeryüzünün farklı köşelerindeki arkadaşlarını geliştirmelerini hedefledik. Asıl önemlisi sorularını ve meraklarını etkileşim içinde birbirlerine aktarmalarını istedik. Doktora uzun, engebelerle dolu, dolambaçlı akademik yolculuğun hiç kuşkusuz en önemli aşaması. Aynı zamanda o yolculuğun aşamalarının en heyecanlı olanı, hatta çoğu kez bitmeyecekmiş gibi görüneni. Bugün yapılacak sunumları bu gözle göreceğinize inanıyor ve katkılarınızı, eleştirilerinizi esirgememenizi diliyoruz. En başta bu buluşmayı İstanbul Bilgi Üniversitesi'nde Santral Kampüsümüzde yapmayı planlamıştık. Öyle yapılabilmesi için de çok bekledik. Ne var ki gelecekte 2020 yılıyla yan yana anılacak olan pandemi buna izin vermedi. Dünya ölçeğinde seyahatler kısıtlandı. İnsanlar arasında mesafelenme bir tür zorunluluk haline geldi. İşte bugün hepimiz ekranların karşısındayız. Buluşmayı İstanbul Bilgi Üniversitesi'nde Santral Kampüsümüzde yapmayı planlamıştık. Kısa süre içinde hayatımızdan çıkmayacağı belli olan bu durum, kültür hayatını ve sanatın ifadelerini ve paylaşılmasını da etkiledi ve etkilemeye devam edecek. Kültür politikaları da kuşkusuz bundan etkilenecek. Şimdiye dek kültürün ekonomik ve sosyal etkisi ölçülmeye çalışılırken bundan böyle hijyen ve ekolojik etki de gündeme gelecek. İnsanların kitleler halinde bir arada baş döndürücü bir hız içinde yaşadığı metropoller salgından en çok etkilenen yerler oldu. Kent ölçeğinde kültür politikalarında orta büyüklükte yerleşimlerde alınan tedbirler ve destekler de önümüzdeki dönemde büyüteç altına alınacak. Daha dün kültür politikalarında dijitalin yükselişinin muhtemel sonuçları tartışılırken bir anda dijitalin mutlak mecra oluşu üzerine öngörüler ortalığı kapladı. Pandemi sona erip de mesafeli de olsa insanlar açık alanlarda, sanata ayrılmış mekanlarda buluşmaya başladıklarında bildiğimiz ifade biçimleri yerlerini bugün hayal etmediğimiz yeni temsillere bırakmış olacak. Şimdiye kadar ortak söylemlerimizde sürdürülebilirlik baş köşede yer alıyordu. Şimdiden sonra ayakta kalma öncelik sırasında başa geçecek. O arada sanat ve kültürün geleneksel destek biçimleri dışında vatandaşların, izleyicilerin mütevazı katkılarıyla nasıl destekleneceği, bunun yolları, karşılığı gibi soruların cevaplarının arayışına geçeceğiz. Kültürel diplomasiye gelince, bugüne kadar genel olarak devletler ve onların ajansları eliyle ve çok kullanılan bir deyimle yumuşak gücü elde tutmak ve arttırmak amacıyla geliştirilen strateji ve gerçekleştirilen eylemler toplamı olarak anlaşıldı. Oysa bugün ülkeler ve halklar arasında karşılıklı anlayış, diyalog, ortak üretim olarak algılanmaya başladığını apaçık görüyoruz. Bu da devlet dışı aktörlerin rollerinin figüranlıktan sahnenin en önüne doğru gelmeye başlaması demek. Tüm bunları küresel ölçekte barış başlığı altında toplamak da mümkün. İçinde bulunduğumuz dönemde Birleşmiş Milletler'den bir tür yakarı gibi gelen çağrılara rağmen dünyanın pek çok yerinde silahlar susmadı. İnsanların birbirlerinin hayatına kıyması, virüsün yol açtığı yıkımla adeta yarışıyor. Milyonlarca insanın bulabildikleri en güvenilmez araçlarla evlerini bir daha dönmemek üzere terk ettikleri bir ortamda kültürel diplomasinin sadece ülkelerin sınırları dışında değil, doğrudan kendi topraklarında da bugüne kadar bildiğimizi sandığımızdan farklı bir kültürel diplomasinin gerekliliğini dayatıyor. En yakın örnek Türkiye'nin misafir ettiği sayıları 4 milyonu bulan Suriyeli. Bugün ve yarın yapılacak sunumlarda sözünü ettiğim gelişmelere kısmen değinilecek. Sunum özetlerinin hazırlanmaya başladığı günlerden bugüne dünya bildiğimizi sandığımız halinden bambaşka koşullarda yaşıyor. Bundan 2 yıl sonra gerçekleştirmeyi umduğumuz Genç Araştırmacılar Konferansı'nda sunulacak bildirilerde bu temaların öne çıkacağını tahmin etmek zor değil. Bu konferansın sunumlarının makaleye dönüşmüş halleriyle tüm içeriğini bulabileceğiniz Türkçe ve İngilizce dillerinde hazırlanmış bir kitabı önümüzdeki aylarda çıkarmayı ümit ediyoruz. İzninizle sözlerimi teşekkürlerle bitirmek istiyorum. Öncelikle kendi üniversiteme ve onların yönetimine, gerek UNESCO kürsüsünün kuruluşu ve bugüne kadar yürüttüğü çalışmalar, gerekse Kültür Politikaları ve Yönetimi Araştırma Merkezi, KPY olarak geliştirdiğimiz tüm projelerde bize koşulsuz desteklerini esirgemediği için, sonra Kültür ve Turizm Bakanlığı'na ve en yakın paydaşlarımızdan üniversite kamu diyaloğu konusunda örnek olmamızı sağlayan ve bu projenin hayata geçmesini mümkün kılan onun Telif Hakları Genel Müdürlüğü'ne, projeden haberdar olduklarından itibaren ilgilerini esirgemeyen Türkiye'nin Kültürel Diplomasi Organizasyonu'nu yönlendiren Yunus Emre Enstitüsü ile kürsümüzün kuruluşundan itibaren çalışmalarını çok yakından izleyen ve her başvurduğumuzda desteklerini aldığımız UNESCO Türkiye Milli Komisyonu'na, bu projenin başından itibaren tüm hazırlık ve organizasyon sürecini üstlenen genç öğretim görevlilerimiz ve kültür yönetimi yüksek lisans programı öğrencilerine, nihayet konferansla ilgilenerek yoğun çalışma ortamında katkıda bulunmayı önemseyen tüm konuşmacılara, ki onların yakın bir gelecekte Kültür Politikası yıllık Cultural Policy Yearbook periyodik yayınımızda yazar, editör olarak da katkıda bulunacaklarına inanıyorum. Onlarla birlikte moderatörlük ve tartışmacılık görevlerini üstlenen dünyanın farklı yerlerinde bulunan meslektaşlarıma ve nihayet muhtelif online mecralardan izleyici olarak bugün ve yarın bizlerle olacak olan sizlere İstanbul Bilgi Üniversitesi Kültür Politikası ve Kültürel Diplomasi UNESCO Kürsüsü adına teşekkür ederim. Hoş geldiniz.
Sanal alkış yapıyoruz. Evet. Teşekkürler Öcal Hocam. Serhan Hocam çok teşekkür ederim. Ben demin dediğim gibi thank you Dr. Vickery. Ben demin dediğim gibi ilk online konferansımız olması heyecanıyla çok bir iki duyuruyu atladım. Özür dilerim. Hemen onları yapacağım. Ekip olarak biz kendimizi sadece konuşanlar açık, videoları ve sesleri açık olacak olarak ayarladık. Yani tabii ki siz kendinizi göstermek istiyorsanız bizim için bir onur. Bağlantı kalitesini korumak ve canlı yayını aksatmamak adına böyle bir karar aldık. Çünkü biliyorsunuz bugünlerde internet çok sık kullanılıyor ve bir teknik bir problem yaşamamak istiyoruz. Bir de etkinliğimiz canlı olarak YouTube'dan yayınlanıyor, bunu biliyorsunuz. Bir de bunu aralarda hatırlatacağız. Bir kayıt alınıyor YouTube'dan yayınlandığı için. Bunu da söylemek istiyorum. Şimdi konuşmada sırada İstanbul Bilgi Üniversitesi Rektör Vekili Profesör Doktor Kübra Doğan Yenisey yerine Emre Gören hocamız olacaktı. Fakat teknik bir sorun yaşıyoruz. O yüzden ben UNESCO Türkiye Milli Komisyonu Başkanı Profesör Doktor Öcal Oğuz'a söz vermek istiyorum. Öcal Hocam buyurun, teşekkürler.
Evet, tamam.
Hocam hoş geldiniz.
Teşekkür ederim, sağ olunuz. Efendim, sözlerime İstanbul Bilgi Üniversitesi Kültür Politikaları ve Kültürel Diplomasi UNESCO kürsüsü olarak düzenlemekte olduğunuz Kültür Politikaları ve Kültürel Diplomasi Genç Araştırmacılar Konferansı'na başarılar dileyerek başlamak ve değerli katılımcıları saygıyla selamlamak istiyorum. Bilindiği üzere UNESCO'nun 1991 tarihli 26. Genel Konferansı'nda alınan karara istinaden 1992 yılında hayata geçirilen UNITWIN Ağları UNESCO Kürsüleri Programı, UNESCO amaç, ilke ve idealleri doğrultusunda uluslararası düzeyde üniversiteler arasında işbirliği ve iletişim ağları oluşturmayı hedefliyor. UNESCO'nun sektörler arası bir eğitim ve bilim programı olan UNESCO Kürsüleri ve UNITWIN Ağları, 2020 yılı Mart ayı itibariyle dünya genelinde 114 ülkede 793 kürsü, 23 ülkede de 44 UNITWIN ağı sayısına ulaşmıştır. UNITWIN ağları ve UNESCO kürsüleri pek çok durumda düşünce kuruluşları gibi hizmet etmektedir. Program aracılığıyla dünya genelindeki tüm yükseköğretim ve araştırma kurumlarının UNESCO deneyim, bilgi ve birikiminden faydalanarak toplumlarına katkı vermelerini beklemektedir program. Program zaman içinde dünyada bölgeler arası işbirliğini özendirme, akademi, sivil toplum, yerel topluluklar, araştırmacı ve karar vericiler arasında işbirliği ve katılımı ve kültürel çeşitliliği destekleme, sürdürülebilir kalkınma için bilgi sağlama, yeni öğrenim girişimleri oluşturma, araştırmaya yenilik getirme ve mevcut üniversite programlarını zenginleştirme gibi konularda başarılı sonuçlara ulaşmıştır. Bilindiği üzere UNITWIN ağları ve UNESCO kürsülerinin ulusal düzeydeki çalışmalarında milli komisyonlar önemli rol ve görevler üstlenmektedir. UNESCO Türkiye Milli Komisyonu olarak UNESCO ile üniversiteler arasındaki işbirliğini güçlendirmek, UNESCO farkındalığının bilim çevrelerinde arttırılmasını ve üniversitelerde UNESCO kürsülerinin kurulmasını teşvik etmek için çalışıyoruz. Yükseköğretim Kurulu, üniversiteler, fakülteler, enstitüler, merkezler ve bölümlerle iletişim kanallarını güçlendirerek ve özellikle UNESCO ile temas kurmalarını yararlı gördüğümüz veya güçlü olduğunu değerlendirdiğimiz alan ve programları teşvik edici ve yönlendirici çalışmalar yapmaya devam ediyoruz. Kürsü kurma talebinde bulunan tüm üniversitelere Milli Komisyon olarak danışmanlık hizmeti sağlamaktayız. 2010 yılına kadar ülkemizde yalnızca 3 UNESCO kürsüsü bulunmaktayken 2020 yılı itibariyle bu sayı 13 kürsü ve bir UNITWIN ağı olmak üzere 14'e çıkmıştır. Bunların yanı sıra UNESCO'ya başvurusu yapılmış, değerlendirme komitesi tarafından kurulması olumlu görülmüş, 2 kürsümüz daha kurulma aşamasındadır. Dünya geneline baktığımızda İspanya'da 66, Rusya Federasyonu'nda 63, Fransa'da 36 UNESCO kürsüsünün bulunduğunu görmekteyiz. Uluslararası toplumla bilim alanında daha güçlü diyalogları olan Türkiye'de bu sayının önümüzdeki yıllarda daha da artacağına inanıyoruz. Özellikle kültürü barış ve diyaloğun metaforu olarak görerek çeşitlilik içinde yaşamasını savunan, somut ve somut olmayan kültürel mirası, kültürel endüstrilerin ve sanatın esin kaynağı olarak gören, siz değerli kültür dostlarını bir araya getiren bir bilim platformu olarak kültür ve sanat kürsülerimizin daha etkin ve güçlü olmaları için her türlü desteğe hazır olduğumuzu ifade etmek isterim. Küresel salgın günlerinde pek çok açıdan anlamlı ve değerli bu toplantıyı düzenleyen İstanbul Bilgi Üniversitesi Kültür Politikası ve Kültürel Diplomasi UNESCO Kürsüsü ve onun değerli müdürü Profesör Doktor Serhan'a da başta olmak üzere bu toplantıya emek veren ve katılan herkese teşekkürlerimi sunarım.
Çok teşekkür ederim Öcal Hocam, güzel konuşmanız için. Şimdi Emre Hoca bizimle, rektörümüz adına Emre Hoca bizim için konuşacak, İstanbul Bilgi Üniversitesi adına. Hocam hemen sesinizi açıyorum. Şimdi konuşabiliyor olmanız gerekiyor hocam.
Çok teşekkür ederim. Bir kere geç bağlanmamdan ötürü özür dilerim. Yeni normallik aslında. Dışarıda Nuh tufanı olsa da toplantılara saatinde başlayabiliyoruz. Ama bir kod yanlışı olmuş. Ben olmadık bir toplantıya girmeye çalışıyormuşum saat 9'dan beri. Hepinizden özür diliyorum. İkincisi sevgili rektörüm Profesör Doktor Kübra Doğan Yenisey katılacaktı ve bir açılış konuşması yapacaktı. Ancak babası bir ufak operasyon geçirmek durumunda. O nedenle hepinizden özür diliyor ve toplantının çok başarılı geçmesini umut ediyor. Onun namına ben sizlere bu durumu arz etmiş olayım. Üçüncü bir şey, UNESCO biraz evvel de Sayın Temsilcinin anlattığı gibi herhalde İkinci Dünya Savaşı'ndan sonra kurulan küresel anlamda en başarılı ve en ehemmiyeti haiz kurumlardan biri. Çünkü kültürü ve eğitimi kapsıyor. Yaptığımız her şeyi kültür dersek birbirimizi ne kadar tanırsak o kadar zannediyorum dünyada barışın ve birlikte yaşamanın anlamlı bir şekilde tesis edilebileceğini oluşturabiliriz diye düşünmekle mazurum. Genç bir öğrenci iken Paris'te Sorbonne'da UNESCO'da çalışmayı çok istedim. Ancak o dönem Amadou Mahtar Embo genel sekreteriydi UNESCO'nun ve Afrika ülkelerinden gelen ilk üst düzey uluslararası yöneticiydi. Fakat kurmak istediği paralel diyebileceğim veya alternatif diyebileceğim haber ajansının hayata geçmesi aşamasında Amerika Birleşik Devletleri ve Birleşik Krallık UNESCO'dan çekildiler. Böylelikle bütçenin %30'u da gitti. Benim stajım da berhava oldu. O nedenle kültür alanının mümkün nispette siyasi mülahazalardan asude bir şekilde çalışabilmesi aslında geleceğimiz açısından fevkalade önemli. İstanbul Bilgi Üniversitesi Kültür Politikaları anlamında neredeyse kuruluşundan bu yana aktif. 2018 zannediyorum tarihinden itibaren de UNESCO kürsümüzü kurduk. Bildiğim kadarıyla kültür ve kültür diplomasisi konusunda Türkiye'deki yegane kürsü, diğer kürsüler başka konularda aktif. Dolayısıyla hem bu toplantıyı düzenleyen tüm arkadaşlarıma hem tüm katılımcılara, zannediyorum 9 ülkeden katılımcı var, hem de UNESCO'ya varlığı için çok teşekkür ediyorum. Hepinize de başarılı bir toplantı diliyorum. Sağ olun.
Emre Hocam çok teşekkürler konuşmanız için. Şimdi açılış kısmında son konuşma olarak sözü Yunus Emre Enstitüsü Başkanı Profesör Doktor Şeref Ateş hocamıza bırakıyorum. Hocam hemen sesinizi açıyorum. Duyuyor musunuz hocam? Sesiniz
evet,
şimdi
teşekkür ediyorum. Ben de bana verilen 5 dakika içerisinde kısaca toparlamaya çalışayım. Çünkü açılış konuşması olduğu için kısa yapmak gerekiyor. Çünkü kültürün birçok tanımı var. 850'den fazla tanımı var ve bizim enstitü olarak en çok benimsediğimiz tanım ise bir işi yapış şekli. Dolayısıyla kültürel diplomasi bağlamında da özellikle işte bu dönemde de salgınla birlikte dijital ortamlarda toplantı ve bunların nasıl yürütüleceği dahi aslında kültürel aidiyeti, kültürel farkındalığı da ortaya koyuyor. Bu vesileyle Bilgi Üniversitesi'ne ve Sayın Serhan Ada hocamıza çok teşekkür ediyorum. Salgına rağmen böyle bir toplantıyı gerçekleştirdiği için Türkiye'den ve yurt dışından katılan değerli katılımcıları da saygıyla selamlıyorum. Kültür hakikaten çok önemli. Zaman zaman ayrımını yapmakta da güçlük çekiyoruz. Çünkü kültür ve sanat çoğu zaman karıştırılıyor. Bizce kültür daha ziyade dünyadaki yaşanılan olaylara anlam verir, anlamlandırır. Bilim ise daha çok nasıl sorusunu sorar. Yani sorunu nasıl çözeceğiz, nasıl üstesinden geleceğiz gibi soruların cevaplarını arar. Oysa kültür neden sorusunun cevabını arar ve verir. Bu anlamda da bir taraftan biz hakikaten kültürü barışın aktif ve kalıcı olması için kullanılan bir araç olarak görmekle birlikte kültür zaman zaman kötüye kullanıldığında da çatışmanın ve ayrılığın da sebebi ya da gerekçesi olabiliyor. Onun için de kültür ve kültürel etkinlikleri gözlemlerken, tarif ederken ya da uygularken şuna bakmak gerekiyor. Çünkü kültürel etkinlik ister müzik olsun, yemek kültürü olsun, konuşma, hitabet hepsinin kültürel unsurlar. Fakat bunlar bir çıktıdır. Bu çıktının bir alt basamağında bir program vardır. O programın altında ise bir strateji vardır. O stratejinin temelinde ise bir düşünce ya da felsefe vardır. Dolayısıyla kültürler arası ilişki ve iletişimde temeldeki felsefeyi bilmek gerekir ki bunun stratejisi, sonra programı, sonra da çıktısını anlayabilelim. Çünkü uluslararası ilişkilerde ne yazık ki kültür bir amaç mıdır, araç mıdır sorusu hep gündeme gelir ve çoğu zaman uluslararası ilişkilerde kültürü ya da kültürel diplomasiyi yumuşak güç olarak tanımlamak da bu anlamda böyle bir sakıncayı içinde barındırır. Çünkü yumuşak güç demek asıl gücün, sert gücün bir parçası demektir. Oysa bu anlam bile örtük bir şekilde dahi olsa aslında uluslararası ilişkilerde güce dayalı ilişkinin bir yan unsuru gibi konumlandırır kültürü. Dolayısıyla bunun doğasından çıkartılması da aslında temeldeki o felsefeyi değiştirmek gerekir. Bizim aslında temelde buradan Yunus Emre'ye geçecek olur isek yaklaşık 1000 yıldır bu topraklarda, Anadolu topraklarında hakim olan temel kültür ise işte Ahmet Yesevi, Yunus Emre, Hacı Bektaşi Veli, Mevlana gibi büyük düşünür ve filozofların mayaladığı bir kültürel atmosferdir. Bunun temel özelliği ise bizde çoğu zaman anlamını dahi unuttuğumuz la havle ve la kuvvete dediğimiz bir şey vardır. Yani beni güçten arındır. Aslında Anadolu toprağının temel kültürel özelliği gücü dışlamasıdır, güçten arındırılmasıdır. Bu Mevlana'da da böyledir, Hacı Bektaşi Veli'de de böyledir. Dolayısıyla uluslararası ilişkilerde barışın kalıcı olabilmesi için kültürün yumuşak dahi olsa güçle birlikte anılmaması gerekir. Çünkü kültür gerçekten de güçten arındırılması gerekir. İkincisi gene temel felsefe olarak bu toprakların birlik düşüncesidir. Yani her bir canın ve canlının birbiriyle ilişki ve iletişim halinde olduğu temel düşüncesi vardır. Onun için de bütün canlıların birbiriyle birlikte yaşaması söz konusudur. Ve uluslararası ilişkilere tekabül eden kısmı ile bakıldığında da biz uluslararası ilişkileri rakip değil, refik olarak görürüz. Yani bütün canlılar birbiriyle irtibatlı ise o zaman hayat yolculuğunda birbirine refakat etmeleri gerekir. Rakiplik ise işte yani temelde kapitalizmin ortaya koyduğu rekabet fikri doğal olarak gücü ve tabii ki kültürü de yumuşak güç olarak tanımlar. Ama biz bunları felsefi olarak da reddedip yeni bir felsefe ortaya koymamız gerekiyor ki barış kalıcı bir şekilde uluslararası ilişkilere de hakim olsun. Bu anlamda da ben tabii ki sürem kısa olduğu için bu salgın döneminde de ulusların ve kimliklerin hatta bireylerin yansıttıkları davranışlar da temeldeki o insana, hayata bakışlarını yansıtır diye düşünüyoruz. Biz de Yunus Emre Enstitüsü olarak bu dönemde özellikle Mart ayından itibaren hareketli bir şekilde önce COVID-19 Hub diye bir site kurduk. Burada COVID hastalarına dair her türlü çözüm önerilerini bu sitede barındırdık ve böylelikle insanlığa bir katkı sunmak istedik. İkincisi Covidoskop adında çok güzel bir 4 dilli bir site geliştirdik. Burada 40 ülkeden sanatçıların kendi rızalarıyla Covid döneminde ürettikleri sanat ürünlerini bu sitede bir sanal müze hatta bir arşiv şeklinde topladık. Türkçe, İngilizce, İspanyolca ve Arapça olarak çok harika bir site. Bunu da gezmenizi tavsiye ederim. Üçüncü olarak da biz bu dönemde online Türkçe kurslarını artırdık ve şu anda 124 ülkeye 30'ar kişilik sınıflar halinde 15.000'den fazla öğrenciye ulaştık. Böylelikle de bu dönemde de barışın ve uluslararası ilişkilerin, kültürün bu boyutuyla felsefi olarak yani iki temel felsefe, birincisi can ve can fikrinin uluslararası literatüre girmesini arzu ediyoruz. İkincisi de rakip yerine de refik düşüncesi yani birbirine yoldaştan farklı çünkü yoldaş siyasi bir söylem içerir ama refik tamamen bütün canlıların birbirlerini destekleyip bu yolculuğa birlikte birbirlerine katkı sunmaları anlamına gelmektedir. Bu vesileyle tekrar bu konferansın insanlık arasındaki ilişki ve iletişimin güçlenmesine ve temel felsefenin bütün canlıların mutluluk ve barış içerisinde bir arada yaşamasına vesile olmasını temenni ediyorum. Organize eden Bilgi Üniversitesi'ne ve Sayın Serhan Ada hocamıza çok teşekkür ediyorum. Saygılar sunuyorum.
Şeref Hocam çok teşekkür ederiz. Birinci oturumu açmak üzere konuşmayı devraldım. İsmim Zeynep Yavuz Cezzar. İstanbul Bilgi Üniversitesi Kültür Yönetimi Yüksek Lisans Programı öğrencisi. Aynı zamanda organizasyon komitesindeyim. Şimdi uluslararası ilişkilerin bir aracı olarak kültür konulu ilk oturumumuz ile başlıyoruz. Bir hatırlatma yapıyorum hemen. İngilizce çeviri seçeneğimiz için aşağıda Interpretation başlıklı ikonu tıklayabilirsiniz. Simultane çevirimiz mevcut. Bunu da hatırlatarak öncelikle oturum moderatörümüz Profesör Doktor Ayhan Kaya'yı, ardından da oturum tartışmacımız Dr. Jonathan Vickery'i davet ediyor. Kendilerini kısaca tanıtmalarını rica ediyorum. Çok teşekkürler.
Merhabalar, sanıyorum ben başlıyorum Zeynep. Uluslararası İlişkiler Bölümü öğretim üyesiyim. Aynı zamanda aynı üniversitede, Bilgi Üniversitesi'nde Avrupa Birliği Enstitüsü müdürü olarak görev yapmaktayım. Bu panelde kültürün uluslararası ilişkiler bağlamında etkilerini ele alacağız. 4 konuşmacımız var. Bir de Warwick Üniversitesi'nden değerli arkadaşımız Jonathan Vickery bizimle birlikte olacak. Ben aslında konuşmacılarımızın neredeyse tamamı İngilizce konuşacakları için ben de ahengi bozmamak adına aslında İngilizce konuşmaya bundan sonra devam etmeyi arzu edeceğim. Ama önce sanıyorum Jonathan'a sözü vereceğim. Ondan sonra ben tekrar devralıp paneli sunmaya başlayacağım. Jonathan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's a great honor to be welcomed to this conference as a discussant. I have a long-standing relationship with Bilgi and Professor Serhan Ada, and I'd like to thank Professor Serhan Ada for inviting me, as well as Serhan Sahin for his coordination and management. It's a great pleasure to see and hear the new generation of young scholars in cultural policy research, particularly with a subject as urgent as international relations, and the ways in which culture and cultural policy can offer new forms of participation, dialogue, collaboration, and ways of working together and talking about difficult issues that perhaps are overly complex in the political sphere or even inflammatory. So culture offers us a great sphere of opportunity. And as we see in the relations, the cultural relations between our universities and across Europe, from the UK to Turkey, and just how productive they can be. So I'm very much looking forward to our 4 young speakers this morning, and after that I'll be moderating our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. So let me also start thanking Serhan Ada and UNESCO Chair and the other persons involved in the chair. We are proud of the UNESCO Chair as Istanbul Bilgi University, and Serhan has always been extremely influential, not only in the academia, but also in policy making in Turkey, as well as in the other countries within the framework of UNESCO as well. And now I would like to continue with the speakers. We have 4 speakers, Jamila, Nuat, Gülçin, and Nadezhda. And the rule is here that each speaker will have at most 20 minutes. Try to make it 15 so that you're going to be much more comfortable. And then I will give 10 minutes for question and answer session after each speech. So after the speakers complete their speeches, I'll give the floor to Jonathan from Warwick University. Jonathan, by the way, I'm really happy to have you here from Warwick. It reminds me of my PhD years at Warwick University. I dearly miss the university. Say hi to everyone there, by the way. So we will start with Jamila from University of Groningen, and her speech title is All in This Together, a social network study into international cultural exchange. Jamila, you have 20 minutes. The floor is yours. Thank you. So I guess we can continue with the next speaker. And later we can come back, of course, with Jonathan. I'm sure he will also have questions for each speaker. The second speaker is Noat Alifa from University of Hildesheim. And her speech is titled New Accents on Cultural Policy in Post-Revolutionary Tunisia, a great place, of course, to be. Yeah, the floor is yours, Noat, and you have at most 20 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hello. Nice to meet you all. My name is sorry. Yeah. Hi. My name is Nuhat Khalifa. I am from Tunisia, and the themes of my presentation is the themes of my presentation. I'm sorry. I begin with the share of my screen. I'm sorry. The title of my presentation, as Sir Ayan say, is a new accent and cultural policy in post-revolutionary Tunisia, or more exactly, our production as key agent of change of cultural policy in post-revolutionary Tunisia. I want to begin with the content of this presentation. This presentation is divided into 3 points. The first is the exploded art scene in the post-revolutionary phase. The second is a historical outline of cultural policy. And the third is the cultural policy in post-revolutionary Tunisia. That's mean since 2011. In January 14, 2011, ثورة الياسمين in Arabic, or Jasmine Revolution, or ثورة الكرامة, Revolution for Dignity, is born in Tunisia. And as a result of this revolution, the situation is fundamentally in the state changed. Artistic production is exploded, and this have impact or positive impact in the post-revolutionary culture policy. This idea will be examined through 3 artistic works. The first is the song Rais Lebler II, President of the State II. The second is Je danserai, the dance initiative Je danserai malgré tout, I will dance in spite of everything. And the third is Tsunami. The first point is exploded art scene. Directly after the revolution 2011, a new resilient art scene and aggregate artistic dynamism are emerging. Art shifts in the public spaces and become accessible to all. Many artistic projects are also emerging, realizing, and new themes emerge. New ways also of working and new techniques emerge. In general, art developed freely in Tunisia, in post-revolutionary Tunisia, and is socially and politically committed. Artists also conquer public spaces. Artists appear as agents of change. The second point is the historical outline of culture policy. Since the independence, 2010. In Bourguiba's era and his successor, Ben Ali, culture policy are monopolized and instrumentalized by the state. Culture and the principle of cultural democratization are disregarded and marginalized. Creativity is limited or absent altogether. Cultural diversity is restricted. Cultural policy don't satisfy the expectation, demands, and needs of artists. Cultural workers are marginalized also. Freedom of expression and artistic freedom is restricted. The public spaces is in fact a controlled space. In general, a political art is developed in the in Tunisia, and censorship, corruption, and restraint prevail. The third point is the culture policy in post-revolutionary Tunisian. The culture policy from 2011 to 2014 is incompetent and unsuitable. This period marked by repeated attacks on the artist, such as the attack against the documentary film Ni Allah Ni Maître, another attack against the French-Iranian film Persepolis, and another attack against the member of the Tunisian Theatre Association. Another attack is against the exhibition of art de printemps at the Palace Al-Abdeliya. As a result, freedom here, freedom of expression is threatened, and cultural policies don't meet the expectation of intellectuals and artists. This satisfaction of intellectuals and artists against the Ministry of Culture is increased, and cultural policies seemed inappropriate in a society undergoing profound change in context of economic difficulties, employment, socio-cultural inequalities, terrorist threats, and backward extremism. In this context, art appears as key agent of change. Resistance are prevail in this period. The first example is Rais Bled II, or President of the State II, was developed in 2013 by Rapper General. This song is addressed to the president and expresses the deteriorating situation of the country, the increased suffering of the citizen, and the continuity and increase of the ills, corruption, tyranny, oppression, dictatorship, contempt, injustice, and assassination in post-revolutionary Tunisia. The song of 2013 is a continuity of the most famous anti-government song, Rais Bled II, President of the State I of the Revolution. It was developed at the end of 2010, that's mean direct before the revolution. The song 2013 is in Arabic, and I make the translation into English, the most for this part. President of the state, we are weary of oppression and tyranny. Go and see what's happening in the country. Your people have died and the bread will be dear to us. They trample us with shoes and our hearts are stung. We still suffer from the same suffering. We made a revolution. We thought Tunisia would be blossomed. People have died to make people live today. We thought that dictatorship has expired or has ended. We show this part in the video.
Can you continue or?
Okay. Then the second example is okay. The second example is the dance initiative Je danserai malgré tout in French. سأرقص رغم كل شيء in Arabic, and I will dance in spite of everything. It was created by the non-government association Art Solution at the end of 2011. It was a form of resistance, and this initiative tried to thwart the threats of freedom from militant conservatives, and it was also a protest against the government, which banned public performances. Artistic performances of dance were performed in sensible and very important places. They have symbolic meaning. For example, a performance dances will be performed before the police car and in the Place of La Caspa, where they sit in one and they sit two, and many other political events were doing. This place also near of the Prime Minister's office. Yeah, we show the part from this initiative.
What? You can continue. No?
Okay, another place.
Please.
Okay. Another place is the Avenue for Lahbi Bourguiba, the street of the Revolution, where the group make a performance dances.
Mm-hmm.
And also in Barcelona Place, there are many, very yeah, and the third example is the play Tsunami. The play Tsunami was created by Jalila Bakkar and Fadl al-Shahabi in 2013. The play depicted the situation in Tunisia tries to discover the complexity of a society and to crystallize the challenges and contradictions of the Tunisian revolution. The play is political fiction. It was about Hayat, a young girl of 25 years and daughter of an Islamist politician. She flees when she discovers that she is being married to a cousin without her consent. She discovers the 1001 faces of Tunisian society. She meets Amina. Amina is a former leftist and human rights activist. She sees all the dreams of the social transformation break down. There is a dialectical and affective relationship between them. This allows them to discover the complexity of a society that they see on the road to civil war. These two female characters of the play Tsunami highlighted the challenges and contradictions of the Tunisian revolution by focusing on the place of women and youth. The third point is the impact of the art production and the cultural policy. This developed art scene has a strong positive impact in the post-revolutionary cultural policy. Through this art production, the situation of cultural policy is fundamentally changed and begins a wave of reforms and transformation processes. Since January 2011, 5 ministers has followed at the head of the Ministry of Culture. These ministers were mandated to define and implement a cultural policy based on new situation and to respond to the cultural needs of a people suffering from a cultural deficit and linked to disturbance in this area. In this presentation, I will focus only on 3 reforms, and I am interested also only about public cultural institutions and public cultural activities. The first reform is creation of a new cultural events. The number of the festival and cultural and artistic events was increased from 207 festivals in 2016 to 737 in 2019. The number of the summer festivals also has grown from 17 to 35 during the same period. As an example, the Journée chorégraphique de Carthage or Carthage Dance was a festival was created by the Ministry of Culture in 2018. It aims to highlight Tunisian art, spread choreographic culture in Tunisia, and promote dance training. This festival is created for dancers, and dance with this festival has been recognized as a profession by the state. The second reform is restructuring of festivals. The ministry developed a new vision for major cultural events and a new approach. As example, Journée Théâtrale, das Festival Journée Théâtrale de Carthage. This is a theater festival and takes place every 2 years in Tunis, the capital of Tunisia. This festival is restructured. It became an annual festival since 2015. The festival is decentralized, and there are not only made in the capital, but also in the other regions. The festival took place also in public spaces. It focused on contemporary creation, and many works performed contemporary concerts and conflicts. The festival focused also in the young school and university audiences, and now include official competition and parallel section with international product conferences, master classes, and debates. The third point is strengthening of public cultural institution. As example, here are the House of Culture. There are a public cultural institution, and it was created by the state since the independence. In post-revolutionary Tunisia, the emphasis is placed on these houses of culture, and they appear as essential, effective, and important spaces. They have a direct relationship with society. It aims to support the democratization process, to avoid the stereotypes about them as propagandized by the ruling party, and to improve also cultural activities and cultivate society and make culture accessible to all. And at the last, to enjoy liberation and freedom of expression. The number of the houses of culture has increased from 2015 in 2011, 2035 in 2019. This increase of the new houses of culture is very important for Tunisia. These houses of culture opened in new regions. They didn't have houses of culture before. And the number of the clubs of these houses of culture is also increased. For example, in 2011 is 90640, in 2019 9,514. The increase of their activity improve the cultural activities in the region. To conclude, diversity, the diverse and vast art production, such as the song Grace Lebler, the dance initiative Je danserai malgré tout, and the play Tsunami, affected positive the post-revolutionary cultural policy, which changed and performed. And there are new cultural events created, festival restricted, and public cultural institutions strengthened. And I finish with the question, what are the other reforms? Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you very much. It was really informative and very useful for us to understand what has happened in Tunisia before and after 2011. And it was really interesting to see how the young generations after 2011 used rap, dance, and plays to express their resistance, to express their criticisms. But of course, it is also quite sad to hear that there were all these attacks against the artists. But certainly, arts and culture has become a kind of space in which a resistance from below has emerged in Tunisia. So let me just go to the audience. If there are questions, please go ahead.
I might have one, if I may.
Yes, please, go ahead.
First of all, Nouad, congratulations on Tunisia for being such an active part in the Arab Spring. I come from an area where this happened. My family comes from an area where this happened when I was a little girl. I was 4 or 5 when Algeria was in revolution, and we have the memory still in the country. But to hear that the country blooms as much as Tunisia did is wonderful. I'm wondering, because you're talking about music and about dance, is there also some signs of this public sphere of answer of culture against revolution in other disciplines of culture? Do you know that?
Yes. Your question, yeah, you can repeat this.
Yeah, sorry. Do you know any other disciplines of culture, like apart from the performing arts, such as visual arts or film or other examples that are showing the same movement?
Yeah, there are many here in Tunisia, and I have a choice only these 3 examples. For example, art exploded in public spaces, and there are many festivals in public spaces, not only theater, but also music, also such as the project Dream City. This project is international, and this project is since 2007 realized in Tunis and also in Marseille, yeah. That's all. That's all.
Very cool. Thank you. I'm going to look up this festival.
Thank you very much, Nuhat, Jamila. Any other question, remark for Nuhat? Okay. Well, it's interesting, Nuhat. You're communicating with us from the land of Hannibal, Carthage. You know, and as we all know, he died in Nicosia, here in Izmit, near Bursa, Istanbul. So yeah, Carthage is a great place to be, and of course, this cultural heritage connects this geography together way back thousands of years ago. It is not something actually new. So there have always been strong cultural connections in the past, especially in this geography in the Mediterranean. So now we have the third speakers, Gülçin Balat, but I think she couldn't connect because you know, sometimes if you cannot connect, it becomes really frustrating. That is what I have been informed. So I think Gülçin, as far as I can see, Serhan, she cannot be with us, right? If that
Evet
is
hocam.
the case, yeah, if that is the
Bağlantı
case,
problemini çözemedik.
Yeah, it's a
Kendisine
pity.
de ulaşmaya çalışıyoruz.
From Hacettepe University. Yeah, if you can reach, then we can have her as the last speaker. So in this case, I will give the floor to Nadezhda Ponomarenko from University of London, and her speech is titled International Cultural Relations, Impact and Evaluation. So the floor is yours, Nadezhda. You have 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Yes, hi, thank you very much. Just let me prepare the presentation. Just 1 second, I'll share my screen. Here it is. Hope you can see it.
Yes.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you. So yeah, my name is Nadia Ponomarenko. I did this, my today's presentation is based on my master's research that I did during my master's course on cultural diplomacy, policy and relations in Goldsmiths, University of London. But now I'm based in Moscow, Russia, and I work in the Fund of Cultural Projects Thursday. And I will be happy if anyone is interested in cooperation with Russia. I'm open for all the suggestions. And if you need some materials for your research, please drop me a line. I'll be happy to help. So today I'll be speaking about international cultural relations, impact and evaluation. Well, why this topic? Well, through my master's course in Goldsmiths, I became very interested in the topic of impact of international cultural relations. I started wondering how different international actors measure their impact. During our visits to different international cultural institutes, I talked to the practitioners whom I met during my internships in UNIC London, and I heard so much about the importance of the evaluation, so I decided to research it. I wanted to find an answer to a very personal question, to be honest. What should I answer people who claim that culture doesn't matter and doesn't have any significant influence on international cultural relations? How to convince people who think, yeah, that culture doesn't actually matter? Well, I believe, and I hope all of you believe, as you gathered here today, that international cultural relations occupy a significant place in the world of global politics. And with this growth in significance of international cultural relations, new challenges appear. As cultural projects are sponsored from public money, culture competes with other areas of society for public funds, and it is faced with the challenge of demonstrating its value to society. There is an urgent need to prove that all these cultural activities abroad aren't a waste of money and they actually bring benefits. It's no longer good enough to try hard and hope for the best. Organizations, executive boards, funders, individuals they demand the proof of impact. Understanding the type and amount of impact will help to figure out which strategies work and what is needed to change to help their communities to thrive. So in order to justify their money for taxpayers, or in case of international cultural organizations, for investors and stakeholders, all this action of cultural institutions undergo a close scrutiny for this purpose. Cultural professionals as well as politicians should clearly understand which cultural activities have a positive impact on our society and which of them contribute to our goals of today. As I'm interested in the impact of different cultural activities and strategies, I had to circumscribe the scope of my research and focus only on a few actors. Next slide. Yeah. So I decided to choose 3 different organizations with different priorities and different scope of actions. So first of all, I analyzed UNESCO, as it is undoubtedly the most renowned cultural organization, which has a huge impact on the world of today. Secondly, I focus on the British Council. Although its actions and priorities can be, are global, the British Council is still just still works for the benefit of the United Kingdom. However, here I must explain why I chose the British Council and not other international cultural institutes. Well, first of all, the British Council, as I think, is rather transparent, and you can easily find different reports in the different sources, and also because I was based in London and I had the chance to talk to different practitioners from the British Council. And thirdly, the Prince Claus Fund. I'm sure everyone knows UNESCO and the British Council, but the Prince Claus Fund is also very interesting, independent international cultural organization sponsored by the Dutch government, but which doesn't have the goal to promote Dutch culture abroad. It's a non-governmental organization. It was created in order to contribute to culture and development worldwide. So hence I analyzed the evaluation of international cultural relations on different levels: global, national, and, well, I can say maybe private in case of the Prince Claus Fund. Okay. Also, another important issue I want to highlight, because I'm not sure if everyone here knows, is the theory of change. The theory of change is actually a representation of how an intervention, project, program, policy, strategy of an organization is expected to lead to desired results. It illustrates the pathway of change type the intervention, from inputs to outputs, outcomes, and impact to the key assumptions used to explain the change process, which is actually, this is UNESCO's definition of the theory of change. Okay, so yeah, actually the theory of change is used by all of the organizations that I'm going to talk about today, but this is not the only one technique for the evaluation. There is also project logic that I won't be talking about today, and, well, other different techniques that are used by different evaluators. But I believe that theory of change is vital to program success for a number of reasons. Well, programs need to be grounded in good theory. Therefore, by developing theory of change based on good theory, practitioners can be better assured that their program are delivering the right activities for their desired outcomes. And by creating the theory of change program, it is easier to sustain, bring to scale, and evaluate. So, well, in my personal opinion, it's a very convenient technique and method for evaluation. I think I'm going to start with UNESCO. Yes, and I'll talk a bit about UNESCO's evaluation system. In general, I will describe it, and then I'll just focus on some drawbacks of the evaluation. So every year, as we all know, UNESCO launches different educational, cultural programs which affect people all over the world. To assess efficiency of each program and overall impact of the organization activities, UNESCO uses a multi-level evaluation system. Well, because the organization is big and it won't be enough if there was only one evaluation department. In 2014, a new UNESCO's evaluation policy was adopted. As 2015 was the year of the evaluation, everyone was celebrating the evaluation policy, the evaluation communities, and the process of evaluation in general. So UNESCO's evaluation policy 2014-2020 provides a normative framework for ensuring a stronger and more integrated system within UNESCO. Also, it is important to highlight that the evaluation system consists of two distinct yet very complementary types of evaluation. First of all is corporate evaluations managed by the Internal Oversight Services Evaluation Officer, and decentralized evaluation managed by UNESCO program sectors at headquarters and in fields office. Next slide. Yeah, so in general, on the basis of all the information on the UN evaluation services, I distinguished 3 levels of evaluation in UNESCO. First of all is internal evaluation of the programs that UNESCO itself does. Second of all is internal evaluation by the organization's programs and actions in general by the UN evaluation services. And third level is external evaluation of UNESCO's actions, program implementation, and impact. So UNESCO hires external evaluators. Therefore, we can conclude that UNESCO's evaluation system is multi-leveled and complicated. So the evaluation can be conducted on different levels. With this complicated system, it is difficult to maintain a coherent cooperation among all the departments. However, at the same time, all the actions of the organization undergo a thorough scrutiny. Here, I just want to highlight some drawbacks of the UNESCO's evaluation system, which I think are very important for the organization development. Well, first of all, in UNESCO, decentralized evaluation system is less developed than the corporate one. I won't be going into the detail, but in 2015, there was evaluation that found out that only 52% of the decentralized evaluation reports comply with the minimum quality standards. Second of all, budget for the evaluation is not sufficient, and the available resources for 2016 allowed only the completion of only 80% of the evaluation. Thirdly, the corporate and decentralized evaluations within UNESCO consisted mostly qualitative program evaluations, not quantitative. Fourth of all, the organization continues to spend too much effort on micro-activity assessment and reporting at the cost of adequate strategic reflection and assessment at the higher programmatic level. And fifth, it is, I think, very obvious that it is impossible to evaluate the general impact of the whole organization. Also, I was very happy because on my course in Goldsmith, another student her name was Sarah White, and she was working as an external evaluator for UNESCO, and I had a great chance to talk to her, and she shared her experience working as an external evaluator for UNESCO. And she shared her experience with me. So while working as an external evaluator in UNESCO, Sarah faced the problem of the lack of statistics and credible sources of data, because UNESCO uses data provided by different NGOs, but each NGO has its own reasons for conducting research. Therefore, no data is neutral. So no evaluation is neutral, and the results can't be called unexpected. So unfortunately, some reports are never meant to be a real evaluation. They're just supposed to be a search for a positive impact for the organization. Okay, let's go to the British Council. The British Council is the UK's international organization for cultural relations, as I have already said, and it has a lot of programs all over the world in more than 100 countries. To evaluate the impact and the results of the work, the British Council has placed a new framework in the center of planning and reporting, which is focused on 8 results areas. It's arts, English, higher education and science, skills and enterprise, young people, civil society, testing and assessment, and women and girls. Impact is measured across these 8 results areas. So, first of all, it is important to highlight that British Council has one of the best evaluation system in the public diplomacy sphere. This statement is based on the 2018 research conducted by the US Commission on Public Diplomacy. The British Council's evaluation methodology is consistent, indicators and schemes are standardized, and the evaluation targets short-term as well as long-term impact. Also, the British Council hires external evaluators who conduct independent research, such as Tom Fleming Consultancy or BOP Consultancy, but which are all located in the UK. It is also important to mention. The British Council doesn't have a separate evaluation department right now, but they are thinking of creating it. I don't know, maybe it is already has been created like 6 months ago or so, but I haven't heard about it, unfortunately. Also, in British Council, quantitative research dominates over quality research for the same reason as in UNESCO, as it is more, it can demonstrate it as more demonstrative and requires less resources. Next slide. Also, it is very interesting to mention that the British Council utilized a 360-degree integrated approach to the strategy around soft power based around 3 metrics: return on influence, return on relationship, and return on investment. Why return on investment is very interesting? Well, last year, the British Council published a research that found out that promoting a nation's culture and political ideals on the global stage brings significant economic benefits. Researchers have found that a state's soft power has statistically significant impact on foreign direct investments, overseas student recruitment, tourism, and international influence. Therefore, in addition to the cultural and humanitarian goals that all the British Council programs pursue, strategic, political, and economic impact for the UK should also be evaluated by the British Council employees. Okay, we're moving on to the Prince Claus Fund. The Prince Claus Fund was established in 1996, and the fund is supported by the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It also collaborates with the other different cultural institutions and creates joint calls for proposals. The main fund's belief is that culture is the basic need, which I like very much. I think it's a great motto. The culture is the basic need. So the fund supports cultural exchanges, awarded excellent artists and cultural organization, and rescued cultural sites and artifacts threatened with destructions. Of course, the scope of fund's activities can't be compared to the British Council or UNESCO, but nevertheless, the fund has its own monitoring and evaluation team, which assesses its work and impact. When I was working with the Prince Claus Fund for my research, they were very open and they sent me all the materials I needed for my research that were not published, that were only for internal use. So thank you very much for them. So I could continue my research without any problems. So in 2017, a new monitoring and evaluation plan was developed that was consistent with the fund's theory of change. The plan monitors each project in terms of its activities and outputs and evaluates a group of projects over several years to assess whether the expected results have been achieved over long term and whether outputs have led to desired outcomes. Okay, this is just a very interesting table that was taken from the fund's monitoring and evaluation plans. but we won't stop here because I know I'm running out of time. My brief findings from analyzing Prince Claus Funds monitoring and evaluation. Qualitative research dominates over quantitative. Reporting forms are submitted by the partners are the first source of information for evaluation of the fund's work. So also all the, like in UNESCO, they collect their data from NGOs. So the fund practically does the same. Also, fund uses a mixture of internal and external evaluation and involve both project and collaborating partners in these evaluations. Okay, moving further. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yep, I'm back. So overall conclusions. Well, I was not really talking a lot about how the organizations use the theory of change, but all of them use the theory of change in planning, implementing, and evaluating their projects, which means that this technique is brings the most benefits for the organizations. But I know that external evaluators don't use theory of change often, because for them, for external evaluators, it's not really that convenient, and they consider the theory of change to be more institutional method. Also, all the organizations use internal and external evaluation services. And most of the, and another thing that I think is very important and interesting, that most of the experts agree on the fact that the 5% of the budget allocated for the evaluation is justified. But it is very interesting to talk about it because all the organizations still struggle with gathering this sum of money for the evaluation, which is very unfortunate because we all know how that evaluation is essential for organizations to improve their programs. Still, in all the organization, understanding of what constitutes a success is underdeveloped. They basically don't always know what they want to achieve. And also very interesting that gender equality is the top priority for all the organization. It is very interesting, I think, why gender equality is like the main focus for all the organization from different countries right now. I think it was another research. Yeah, some more conclusions. I'll go through them very quickly. So UNESCO is more focused on the internal scrutiny and on the evaluation of the program implementation, not on the results. Whereas the British Council and the Prince Claus funds are more interested in the impact assessment, which is also very interesting. UNESCO's evaluation system is more complicated, multi-layered, and its procedures aren't fully transparent. And sometimes it's very difficult to find UNESCO's reports because there are a lot of them and some of them are not open for the general public. The British Council uses mostly quantitative methods of evaluation and do not always follow the theory of change. Also, the Prince Claus Funds monitoring and evaluation system is absolutely transparent. That's what I found out. If you text them, if you write them an email and ask them something, they will always answer. And their reports always coherent with goals and priorities, and they're ready for unexpected outcomes, which is especially important for the in-depth impact evaluation, though whereas UNESCO and the British Council are not always ready to receive the results that are completely unexpected for them. And like the last thought for today, and I'll stop talking, I promise, that the aspiration for long-term impact that contributes to the goals of an organization and correlates with its priorities resides in the center of every program or project. Evaluation is a necessary tool for the organizations in search of the proof of that impact, because every organization, fund or program needs a clear justification to function, a raison d'être, yes, to function for the prosperity of the international community. And one last thought is that evaluation shouldn't be conducted only for the sake of the evaluation. Evaluation only should be conducted for the sake of the good, for the sake of development, and for the sake of development of international cultural relations. Thank you very much. This is all.
Nadia, thank you very much for your intervention and a very comprehensive summary of 3 institutions. And I guess the size is very important here. As far as I can see, you are quite fond of Prince Claus Foundation, and they are quite receptive, and the way they evaluate their activities is rather qualitative rather than being quantitative. This is probably one of the problems that we are facing currently when we are, interpreting or evaluating the results of activities that we are conducting. We rather quantify. We look at the number of audience. We look at the how many people, but it's probably more important to see what has become what has brought in terms of change, in terms of as you have very well explained through the theory of change, what has really changed in the meantime. So now I'll open the floor for questions and answers or remarks. Please, if you have any questions, you can ask Nadia. Yeah, Ege, I think, yeah.
Hello, thank you very much. Thank you, Nadia, for the presentation. You were talking about transparency and regarding UNESCO being a United Nations agency. Do you think it's possible that they could be transparent, or do you think there's a conflict of interest between being an intergovernmental organization and being fully transparent? What do you think?
Amazing question. Thank you very much. Actually, we debated this question with this external evaluator for UNESCO, Sarah White. We were talking a lot about it, and she thinks as the UNESCO exists on public funds, so basically people of the world sponsors UNESCO, it should be open, their evaluation should be open for all the people to see what are they actually can hide. It's a cultural organization that should be fully transparent. But of course, I understand political goals, political motivations under all of it, and maybe they don't just, they think that some people are not ready to know what is happening under the behind the closed doors. So I don't know. I can't say that I have a certain opinion on that point, but I think it will be an absolutely amazing topic to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nadia. Anyone else for remarks, questions to Nadia? Yeah, I think there is no one else. Since our last speaker, Gülçin, couldn't make it, now I'll give the floor to Jonathan. Jonathan, if you don't mind, you can use your time as efficiently as you can. The floor is yours. You can also, if you like, ask questions to the speakers. So we have some time. Thank you.
That's great. Well, thank you to our speakers. Those were fascinating subjects and fascinating studies. As this is a postgraduate conference, I'd like to congratulate you. Your presentations were clear, they were structured well, they demonstrated an understanding of theory and method and the relation between theory and method. And most of all, they came up with conclusions that pointed a way forward. I mean, at the moment, we really need to think about the meaning of development. That is, what does constructive change mean? It's very easy to look around the world and see what's wrong. It's much less easy to come up with frameworks of thought which we can share and debate and which can provoke systematic ways of change. And I can see in each of these presentations there's a potential for doing that. So I think we will start before I open it. We have quite a bit of time. So before I open it to anyone's contribution or suggestions, I will just ask each of the speakers in turn for a bit more detail, starting with Jamila and your social networks. Now, the social network analysis of culture is a fascinating and can be quite a complex methodological challenge. So I love the way in which you were understanding culture as a what some sociologists would call an organizational field. That is not just people, but relation between certain kinds of structured actors and agents, and how they very much structure the field of cultural production, of not just what culture is, but how it's produced, but also how you include stakeholders who are perhaps not involved in production at all, but their presence within the field is very important, such as funders or certain kinds of political agencies. And so this offers a lot of potential, as you say, for broadening a cultural study to include other disciplinary knowledges, say of organization studies or of political science or some forms of sociology, which give a much more complex picture and understanding of the uses of culture. But let's talk about your method first of all. So how did you began with those wonderful pictures of the social networks, the actual networks, and I'm wondering very briefly of use to other students, what was your specific method? I mean, there are a number of different social network methods. What was your specific method in approaching culture?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and thank you for noticing that I did my bachelor in sociology. I started out as a criminologist, so this was where I started connected to social network analysis, which is the method that I used. And there's actually two programs which you can use. One is UCINet, which is a little bit more user-friendly, and the other one is R. R sounds really scary, but R now has this better interface, which is very usable. And I did all the coding myself. I remember sitting in an airplane and just typing in zeros and ones, 0, no relationship, 1, yes, relationship. But I share the dream that Nadia has about studying making clear the impact that culture has on a society. And I really think that this is one of the methods that you can use. So I did. And I used social network analysis and used social network theory. I read a little bit of Latour, which is a network scholar who was a big inspiration because he uses objects and he claims that objects can have relationships, which is completely wild from a sociologist's point of view, but very logical from culture. And I was like, all right, so if objects can have social relations, and in organizational theory, organizations have social relations, then why not can an organization have a social relationship with an individual actor? Or can a location like a museum have a relationship with, and that's what I did. Yeah, thank you.
That's very good. Thank you. Following from that, and what I liked about your social networking was it's not just an exercise in mapping. There's not just a way of representing culture spatially, but it's a way of understanding what you called the social capital and the control of social capital, and assessing the collaborations and the dynamics of relations between organizations or activities or projects between the Netherlands and Turkey. Now, my question for you then is, within this social capital, whether there are complex relations of power that are much more difficult to research for you as the researcher, because, you know, big organizations or institutions, particularly historical institutions, can have all kinds of embedded and quite invisible forms of social capital and have the kind of weight of the state behind them, which is sometimes not apparent when you work with them. So I'm wondering for you as a researcher then, how do you understand the complexity of social capital within your social network?
Yeah, this was the most difficult challenge that I had, actually, because social network analysis is a very good method for mapping. But then if you want to go deeper into the fabric, you come with very difficult social concepts, which are hard to define, like social capital. And then you have to make it measurable, which thankfully has been done. They have very easy methods of measuring social. There's just a list of possibilities where you can pick from, and I tried a few, and some yielded the results, like the I measured the amount of relationships and then I averaged it out. I on the top of my head. But it's an interesting challenge. And what I also found interesting and very challenging is what you say as well, the large organizations where they have organizational relations, but also there's individuals in the organization that have relations, and the organizations have goals, which Nadia also explained, for instance, with the UNESCO, British Council, and the policymakers in my study as well. Yeah, I did a discourse analysis on their policy documents of the Turkish Cultural Institute, of the Turkish Cultural Policy, of the Dutch Cultural Institute, of the Dutch Cultural Policy. And I just read into it, and I read into what they wanted, and I added this qualitative chapter to my thesis next to the quantitative. And I think that that's the balance that you need to look for. You need to tell the whole story. And I use the networks usually just as a guideline for my story. I can point almost, well, in this big network, 200 is more difficult, but I did also a smaller network, which had 50 actors, and I can point to every node and tell you every personal story and their organization and their goals. And the only way I remember is because I know their relationship and I know their position. And I found out why they were connected to another one and what project they did. And again, painstaking, time-consuming, but very fun job.
Yes, wonderful. And you ended with quite a strong viewpoint, which I thought was quite important. And that's concerning the shift we have witnessed in recent years from using culture instrumentally as just another way of obtaining foreign policy objectives, and which sometimes entails a country achieving some kind of hegemony or power over another country, or at least the power of influence. And we're moving towards rather forms of collaboration, forms of working through dialogue, and you would say a more organic or mutual understanding of cultural relations. And within international relations theory, I suppose we could see a recent history moving from traditional forms of realism about the battle of power between nation states, and new forms of emancipatory models of productive mutual relations between countries, and how culture is a relatively politically neutral space to be able to do that. But my question is firstly, how politically neutral can culture be? For example, our last presentation was a great study on evaluation, but it cited the British Council. Now, in my work with the British Council, they are under a very strong obligation, not just to assist with development, but also to promote what we call British values. And British values can be formulated in quite a crude way as a certain set of political principles, usually articulating what we would see as liberal democracy. Now, of course, I would agree, but at the same time, articulated in the way it is, it can be a form of manipulation, can assert the superiority of a political system which has huge problems and contradictions. And so I'm wondering about, what kind of, within the collaborative relationships, how could we really overcome these political obligations to promote our own values and assert our own political values?
Yeah, thank you. This is exactly the point. And I studied, I think, 14 or 15 cultural policies during my thesis. And I looked at simply how much they name collaboration and how much they name that instrumental use of culture to assert their values abroad. And it's about 50-50. But the good thing is that there's a little bit more on the side of collaboration. There's a little bit more. And what you see is that the execution then comes the next step. So you see that now collaboration rather than instrumental use of culture and bringing democracy, totally American style, to other countries. That's on paper, that's not the goal anymore. It's slowly starting to let go of the goal. It's becoming second to the goal of collaboration. And now the case, I think, is to get that in practice. And what's very funny is that in practice, if you look at the individual artist relations, they're already doing that. They simply don't really care about political goals. They just want to exchange their art with an inspiring artist, which is something that I find almost as, this is what you do it for, and this is what you work for, and this is what you're looking for it. But then if you hear it, and if you hear examples of artists that they go for, though the government has political goals, but I just really wanted to go there and show my art, and I saw other beautiful art, and it was really fun, and I learned something, and I think in another country they learned something too, and then I am not that grim anymore. But it's a slow and steady change, I think, in the direction of communication, and we're trying, and I think that that's the most important part.
Yes, one really innovative point comes out of this. Perhaps we can pursue modeling of international cultural relations, not so much on diplomacy objectives within foreign policy, but within cultural production itself, within the ways in which artists and writers and musicians have always formed international relationships through their art or through their practice. And that involves professional, organizational, institutional, educational, and also intellectual relations. So that's one really great innovation that perhaps comes out of discussing this with you. But I think it's important now that from that discussion, we now open this up to anyone else who wishes to either ask a question or contribute.
Can I have a comment on this, please?
Yes, of course.
Yes. Jamila, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing this wrong. Thank you very much for your presentation again. And it was very interesting for me in terms of building networks. But now my organization, Russia, is trying to build the network first inside Russia between different cultural institutions like museums, cultural centers, and others in Russia. And we understand that it is a challenge. It won't be as easy as we thought it would be. And then the next step for us will be building network with other organizations across the globe, like independent cultural institutions. And I would be happy if you could share your research with me, if it is okay, because it is very interesting for me. On the I'm interested in the methods and methodologies and techniques of building the network, how we can do it the best way, the most efficient way. Have you researched into it?
I haven't, but I learned something from my conversations with the actors in the network. And what I think is very interesting is that for the Cultural Institute that I did the research for, which is Dutch culture, they hire people based on their big, large network of local actors, local artists, local cultural know-how at local cultural organizations, and second, a little bit of a cultural background in the country that they connect with. Because in the Netherlands, we connect to certain countries. We have a list of priority countries that we connect with. Again, I find this very hard to make a list, but you have to pick somewhere. And I think that what you're doing now, if I hear it shortly in Russia, is the way to go. Connect to the museums, talk to them, and then usually they bring their own international network, which you can then again use, and you can ask them, who are you working with before? And I think the biggest challenge that I'm sitting now is, how do you keep this fair and keep this innovating? How do you get the new actors into this established network that's usually already there? Because once you're tapping into this and once you get yourself out there as an organization, Dutch Culture has been doing that for about 25 years on the top of my head, and now they're very big. They know a lot of people in the international field. But now it's how do you keep it young? How do you get new people in who are maybe not known by the big museum, by the big organization, by the established order? And second of all, how do you get contact on the ground? How do you get especially the new people, the new artists into the door who are not living in the Netherlands? Because in the Netherlands, we have talent development programs and everybody knows them and you can just call them and they will probably have a big list. But how will you find a new, young, interesting artist in another country? And the fun part is that usually the organizations that you work with know them already. And they have someone who's been there once and who knows someone else, and this is how you grow. But this is what I heard from the actors, and this is what I experienced myself working in international relations.
Jamila, it's a great comment. I think it's absolutely amazing, because now what we are facing, the situation is a bit of a vice versa, because we are trying to get into already established networks that do not want to let a new organization in. They're a bit suspicious about it. It's a new actor. We don't know you very well. We know each other. Why should we include another one? So sometimes it is very challenging to get behind these closed doors, unless they like run out of money and then they want a new partner. So that's very interesting. Thank you for that.
That's exactly how that works. Yes. Horrible.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Great situation you have there. Further comments, please.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Taiwo. Thanks for the presentation, Jamila and Nadia and the third person. I just wanted to ask a question quickly. I kind of love the angle of qualitative and quantitative in terms of evaluation. And my question goes to Jamila. You're talking about collaboration and relationship. One is what kind of ecosystem did you pull together to be able to in really looking at our social capital? And the second thing is, how did you deal with the nuances of the qualitative? Because when it comes to collaboration, building relationships, all of those things have a lot of complexities. So I'm really interested in how you kind of pull that together to come up with that quantitative measuring in your piece. Thanks.
I actually started with thank you for the question, Taiwo. I actually started with the quantitative ecosystem. So Dutch Culture, the organization that I work for, I picked it out especially for this reason. They have been collecting data on international cultural exchange since 1994. And they have an immense data set. Every time a Dutch artist goes abroad, their data set does ping. And those numbers is where I started. And then I could only do a very small part of contemporary pings. But then I simply Googled every organization, their website. And I looked at their website, I looked at their goals, I looked at who's involved. And those were the nuances that I tried to bring into my qualitative study. And I got some basic characteristics of their sites and of their organizations. For instance, are they publicly or privately funded? Are they a collective of individuals? Are they located in the Netherlands, in Turkey, or both countries? Are they an international team? Do they reappear in the data set? Do they do more projects like this? And I think that I just got the tip of the iceberg. I could only also explain in my thesis and for the paper that I'm writing for this conference also only the tip of the iceberg. You also have a big problem of confidentiality. You cannot name the artist unless you have their specific permission. And yeah, but I was lucky that there was a very old and very big data set to start from. And this is something that that was a really hard thing to find also. It took about 3 to 4 months during my master's to only find an organization that had this data set. And this is why I'm always very much pro quantitative research, not because it would result into a lot of information that we can do something with, because that comes from the qualitative data, but it gives you a starting point and it gives you a history and it gives you maybe an overview where you can go like, all right, I need these people on the table, I need these people to have a conversation, and then I'll find out what happened. I hope I answered your question. I'm not sure, but it's very, I see you nodding, so I think I did.
Yes, thank you, Tyrone. Thank you very much. Any further questions or comments, please? Well, perhaps we can end this segment of the discussion by just asking you probably a complicated question. Perhaps you can't answer it, but it's that you did state that a more collaborative framework or model for international cultural relations, a more equal framework, really needs a new approach to cultural policymaking. I'm wondering what you mean by that, or who. See, in international cultural relations or traditional cultural diplomacy has always had a problem whereby it's been slightly once removed from national cultural policymaking. I know from research I've done, people are, as you say, quite locally focused in the arts and cultural organizations. They're very concerned with their own place and space and projects and their own agendas, and they tend not to think too much about foreign policy or the role of culture in foreign policy, and foreign policy makers tend to have their own quite distinct understandings of what culture are and how it can be used in policy. So national cultural policymaking and local cultural policymaking in the UK, for example, doesn't have much to do at all with foreign policy. In fact, most people don't even think too much about it. So what do you mean by that then? A new approach to cultural policy making? Who would those people be and what kind of policies?
Yeah, I think this is the question. This is where the research now ends, and this is the question what they're asking themselves: how can you as a policymaker get this supportive role? I heard a lot of solutions in the Netherlands. For instance, our international cultural policy is part of our national cultural policy, so they are like they work together quite extensively. The Minister of Culture is the I don't know, they're not the boss, but they are one of the main ministry partners together. What happened was the Minister of Culture and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, they had separately did things internationally, and then they were shared under Dutch culture. So Dutch culture was their middleman, their translative space where you translate national cultural policy into foreign exchange. So this triangle, I think, is very effective. And another thing that I really like, and this is very personal also to me, is just that if you work as a policymaker, you should know something about the practice of an artist. So I love the fact that I was with the local municipality here, and that the person who's responsible for cultural entrepreneurship, for instance, is a cultural entrepreneur. So they work 2-3 days for policy, and then 1 or 2 days at their own artistic individual practice, which I think gives you some perspective and some feet on the ground, which I think is something that's maybe important. But again, this is the question, and this is the question where you're slowly starting to think of, now that you have these studies, now that collaboration is fully on the table, fully visible, equality and time are getting recognized more and more and more. Now this is the question, and yeah, I know the British Council has a very unique position as well, as like it's semi-related, I think, to your Ministry of Culture or your Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but it is an arm's length or independent organization, and it gives it also some freedom. I think the arm's length way is a way to go, and especially approach the international like the foreign exchange office and the foreign exchange policymakers, as well as the cultural policymakers, and keep on remembering who you're working for and who you're working with and how their situation is.
Yes, that's a good point. We'll come back to that point in discussing the final paper on evaluation, because the British Council comes up there, and the arm's length model is quite paradoxical. It's in one sense preserving independence, in another sense they spend a lot of their time just chasing the funding from their stakeholders because they are independent. So thank you so much for this, Jamila. And perhaps we can move on now to Nuad. Are you there, Nuad? If I could ask you a few questions and then open it out to discussion. Can I see Nuad? Let me shift my register and see if she's there. Ah, there you are.
Just a second, Dr. Vikir. I think we have an audio problem. I'm trying to solve it.
Right. Okay, that's fine. Well, let me just give my my own overview of Nuad's research in what value I think it is, and hopefully she will appear. It looked like she was in Tunisia. Is that right? Was she in Tunisia?
She's in Tunisia right now.
Yes, yes, right. Wonderful. So the subject of the subject of the art scene, what she called the art scene in post-revolutionary Tunisia, or in Tunisia after the Arab Spring and the cultural shifts there, particularly in terms of the role of artists and the notion that art can act as what we now call an agent of change, or a change agent. And I suppose this is one of the most important contemporary questions of our time for cultural policymakers, whether an investment within the arts can generate forms of value which are not merely artistic value for the limited constituency of usually educated people who appreciate arts, but that there's a more expansive field of value which can push out into society, bringing positive change. And Nuad discussed the way in which since 2011 that artists have emerged and proliferated, and with some support from the government, even though there's been considerable political change within the Ministry of Culture, and many ministers have come and gone, and there is a certain degree of chaos. Nonetheless, there is a trajectory, a developmental trajectory, which means that what she identified as the symbolic power of art to speak change is being strengthened, and being strengthened at the level of policy and institutions. The way that new forms of artistic agency are emerging, such as artists are doing, new and different things, being seen by a broader public, but also demonstrating new ways of working, new forms of production and managing production, and extending into public space and changing the character of public space and expanding public space. And so she briefly discussed that with particular reference to events and festivals, which have since 2011 proliferated from around 207, her figures were, to 773 in 2009. So there's almost a tripling of artistic or cultural events, but also what she called a restructuring of major festivals, particularly national festivals. And I wish to sort of ask her a question about what that restructuring really involves. But lastly, an increase in the maison de culture and the houses of culture. And I also want to ask her about that. Obviously, well, I think a kind of legacy of the French, the André Malraux sort of maison de culture. I'd like to ask her what they are within Tunisia, and is that a kind of colonial inheritance from the French, as my knowledge of Tunisia is limited. So I would rather look forward to asking her questions on that. And lastly, questions of models of what it is to be an artist. It's something we can overlook, but we talk about arts and artists with a whole inheritance of concepts and assumptions on what they are and what it is to be an artist, and how becoming an artist is a viable professional choice, is a vocational pathway, is something a student can decide to do. And we can take that for granted, but in many countries that's either not available or not to be taken for granted, because those traditions of what it is to become an artist, those traditions are quite culturally specific and have historical origins. And I'm wondering about the emergence of new models of being an artist in Tunisia, and whether it represents a broader internationalization of culture or even Americanization. I mean, the first example she gave was of a rapper. And I'm thinking, right, how did rap emerge in Tunisia and where did it come from? Is it a cultural import? And what impact is it having on young people who are perhaps considering a vocation as a musician or artist or producer, and how it opens up a new space of possibility for them, or whether there's actually severe social or political disapproval of the genre of rap and what it represents. And I know, such as, for example, in China and South Korea, the rap sort of subculture is quite huge, but they face a serious social disapproval because of its direct association with New York gangster rap. So I would like to ask her a bit more about the model of artists and where they are being derived, and whether it represents an internationalization or Europeanization or Americanization, or if one can detect the sources of these new cultural forms. And I take it no, she's still not here, but sorry, Siran.
We are chatting with her. She's also a classmate for me, let's say from the PhD studies. So we are exchanging WhatsApp messages. She's having some technical difficulties with the internet. So if she's able to do that, she will respond as a written comment.
Okay, that would be great. And it would also be great to have anyone else's views on Nuad's paper, or all the ideas I've just talked about in Nuad's paper.
Yes.
Yes, it's Taiwo.
Taiwo.
I'm really curious about how people really thinking. I'm an artist and really thinking from a pragmatic standpoint, the critical implication of being an artist in an environment, in a socio-cultural context of Tunisia. And so that's one. The second thing is there's the whole idea of playing dangerously and what that means within the context of your practice and within the context of working in other cultural forms. The third thing is I'm kind of curious to know the mobility of that practice itself because of the whole, political ethos in the country, and how does that really drive, the mobility of the art and the artist, or does he impede it? And this is some of the critical angles that I'm just reflecting on, that I would really want to ask some of those questions or reflections, maybe.
Thank you. Yes, very critical issue, the question of mobility, which applies to the artistic genres and practices and models of practices, as well as people, as well as artists and various individuals. So thank you for that comment. I hope Nuad can come back to us shortly and give her response to that. But would anyone else like to pick up on that? So Seran, I'll move on to the paper 3, and then we can come back to we'll come back to Nuad. Yes. So the third paper from Nadia is a fascinating subject. I have conducted a number of official evaluations myself for different organizations, once a city, and it's one of the most urgent questions for cultural policymakers. And it's based on a lot of conceptual assumptions about the nature of value. And these can get overlooked because quite often evaluation can be used simply as a corporate or organizational tool for strategic development. That is, identifying areas in which work is completed and completed well with certain people and so on, and helps an organization sort of extend and develop and progress. But evaluation can also be a part of stakeholder diplomacy. Many organizations, particularly cultural organizations, can get caught up with writing evaluative reports simply to be used as advocacy, if you like, convincing their stakeholders and convincing government or anyone with money to continue to fund them or to start to fund them. So there's a kind of stakeholder diplomacy or advocacy function of evaluation, which many arts organizations, which tend to be cash hungry, tend to engage with. Then there's the project management level, if you like, or the field development level of evaluation, where local people are conducting assessments of what's happening on the ground, how a project is working, quite often within a standardized project management framework, just simply to see what's happening and whether the objectives of a project have been met, and whether those objectives and the outcomes from those objectives align with the aims of the organization or the sponsor or the funder or whatever. And I think Nadia brought out these different levels of organization, levels of evaluation by looking at 3 different types of organization, and the scale and size of those organizations, obviously very, very different. And I want to ask you, Nadia, do you think that size, for example, we go from UNESCO, which is quite big, to the British Council, which is probably about a quarter of the size of UNESCO, down to the Prince Claus Fund. I don't know how large they are, but I would assume they're probably not as large as the British Council. So we have 3 different registers, 3 different sizes. And three different scales of evaluation on what they need to evaluate and how they do it, how much resource they contribute to the process of evaluation. Now, would you say to me that size and scale is significant here in the effectiveness of evaluation and how it works?
Yes, thank you for your question, Jonathan. Of course, the size of the organization matters a lot. Yes, I am comparing the UNESCO with the Prince Claus Fund and the British Council, but to be fair, it is very difficult because, yeah, of course, the Prince Claus Fund, they are small. And it is easier for them to conduct the evaluation. It is easier for them to scrutinize everything, to look into details, to look into each program and say, okay, we'll change this next time, we'll change that next time. And of course, for UNESCO, it is very difficult to understand what exactly the evaluation system of UNESCO is. There's so many levels. It's not only three that I mentioned in my presentation. There are many more others. There is the UN, there is external evaluators, there is like program evaluators within the project. There are evaluators like from different NGOs. So of course, it matters. And I understand the problems with this. With making the evaluation transparent, because obviously UNESCO can publish like 300, 400, 10,000 reports on every program, but no one actually will sit there and look through every report to look for the drawbacks and think, okay, we'll take these good strategies from this program and these good strategies from that program, and then we can combine them and we can have a perfect program with the largest impact. Of course, it matters, and we should understand that. And I understood that when I was conducting my research.
Yes, I find UNESCO quite fascinating because they have quite radical intellectual origins, but throughout the 1980s became progressively sucked into the development agenda of the broader UN and are now very, very involved in development, or have to pretty much justify everything they do within the Sustainable Development Goals and various development aims, such as Africa and gender equality and various other aims, which is quite different to what UNESCO started as an organization fascinated with, scientific and intellectual development, and usually populated by intellectuals from Britain and France and other places. But I'm interested in your representation of UNESCO and your point that because of the way that evaluation operates at different registers, at the top, a very corporate register looking at the organization, at the bottom of the various projects, of which there are countless small projects, it's impossible to evaluate UNESCO itself, or actually, go from the corporate assessment of the organization based in Paris right down to the many, many field work projects that are carried out under the UNESCO badge, promoting local development or artistic development or creative economy development, and really put that together and see, right, how effective UNESCO is and whether we can measure that or define that. Do you think there's a sort of paradox there that we just can't do that with an organization like UNESCO?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, I actually believe that it is impossible. It is really, really impossible to evaluate the impact of the whole organization in general, because it differs from the country to country, from the program to program. Personally, living in Russia now, I can't see the impact of UNESCO programs here in Russia. They're just not transparent. And being a cultural manager in Russia and not knowing what UNESCO actually does here is just, weird, I believe. Maybe it's not, but I think it's strange. But also we always hear about UNESCO on the international level, about when there is a conflict and UNESCO tries to save the heritage. This is, of course, the organization we think about that will help in these situations. But I think it's just all, we return to the first question you asked, the scale and the size of the organization. It's just impossible to understand which impact it has in different regions, in different countries, just because it is global. It impact varies from country to country, from the program to program.
Do you see that in each of these organizations, UNESCO, British Council and Prince Claus, they have a different understanding of what international cultural relations really are?
Yes, of course, yes. I think we started discussing this issue with Jamila when you asked her about what is cultural diplomacy and how it should be, what is international cultural relations. And of course, as you said, for the British Council, it is important to promote their interests, and for them, international cultural relations, they see it from the political perspective, first of all, and UNESCO sees it from the, I believe, not really, can't say for the whole UNESCO, but they have this global perspective. They have, they look at the whole world, we can say. And the Prince Claus Fund, it has its own objectives. It has its own programs that are important for them, their programs, this is why they have different metrics for evaluation. So we can compare metrics for evaluation at the Prince Claus Fund and at the British Council. For the British Council, as I mentioned today, arts, skills, enterprise, English, which is important. For them, the language is one of the important metrics for the evaluation of their program, and others. And for the Prince Claus Fund, for example, it's alternative narratives that matter, and they evaluate if they could achieve the development and of the network. So of course, it also differs from organization to organization. It just they evaluate their programs according to their mission, vision, and their goals. And as simple as that. Mm-hmm.
If I might add that this is also very much part of the Dutch international and national cultural policy. Prince Claus is one of our independent funds, and we have a lot of public funds which are dependent on the government. But Prince Claus is also partially funded by our government. And what's interesting is that you have this threefold in Dutch international cultural relations, where we look at, first of all, at keeping our economic partners, which for instance is Turkey is a part of. Turkey and the Netherlands have been having 405 years of international relations in general. And the second goal is more on the artist community, which is, I think, also something you see in the Prince Claus Fund. And then the third goal is also, again, Turkey is part of this, is to bring democracy by letting alternative narratives be heard. So bringing funding to, for instance, the artists that, and now, of course, obviously, I forgot her name, Nuhat. Nuhat is talking about those artists. If they require funding, they can actually get funding from Dutch organizations. And I think that also the Prince Claus Fund is, well, have you been to the Prince Claus Fund? Because it's one street of all the cultural institutes Like it's a waterway, and then one end of the street and the other end of the street, and the Dutch Cultural Institute is there, the Goethe Institute is there, the Prince Claus Fund is there. So everybody who was involved in international exchange is just one street in Amsterdam. And they actually just have lunch together, and they talk together about these goals, and they really exchange, and they have a lot of overlap in what they want to do and what they do and what they think is important, which is what I wanted to add.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Jamila.
Thank you.
Yeah, I actually understand that, of course, the Prince Claus Fund is affected by the governmental like priorities, but it would be strange if it didn't, you know. This is how I see it.
So one last issue then for me is that in conducting an evaluation, and I've experienced this myself in conducting an evaluation on behalf of arts organizations or a public agency like a mayor's office of a city, there is quite a considerable pressure that the measurement of achievements, that is, an evaluation wants to kind of somehow measure the achievements or the outputs or the objectives or what has been done, is heavily edited by the need for legitimacy. That is, that what is presented is compatible with the original aims and values of the organization and funders. And I know that going through a process of evaluation and having a lot of my perceptions and interpretations edited out because they were not compatible with really the organization's need for legitimacy to present themselves in a way that is convincing and effective, and the way evaluation, as I said before, is used as an instrument in diplomacy or advocacy or representing one's value and achievement. So did you notice in looking at both UNESCO and British Council and Prince Claus whether they had different ways of managing the duality of evaluation, that the legitimacy side and the representing achievements? Did you notice whether there was much more pressure in UNESCO to represent the achievements through the value, or perhaps you can expand?
Okay, yes, I understand your question, though I think it's a very complicated one.
Yes.
Yes. Well, to be honest, unfortunately, I haven't worked as an evaluator, well, because I don't have as much experience as you, for example, but I spoke to different evaluators. I spoke to people who work in the organizations, and of course the external evaluators, they all say what you say. They say just, yes, we feel the pressure, we feel that the data we are provided with, it is not like absolutely legit. We understand that sometimes our research was was not what they wanted to hear from us. It was not, the research was not proving that they achieved what they wanted to achieve. But that's what I heard from the evaluators that work for UNESCO and for the British Council, to be honest. Yes, and I know that in the British Council, they have a lot of pressure to evaluate the program and to understand that all the goals of the organizations were achieved through this program. Though I haven't heard the same from the Prince Claus Fund evaluators, but maybe it's just like but maybe just only one perspective on this point. But that's what I can say for sure from my research and from my experience experience that
it looks like you've frozen up there, Nadia. But yes, if I can conclude. Yes.
That's the result of my research. But I understand that research only on evaluating. Is it okay now?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I finished.
Thank you. That was a good comment, enlightening comment. But there is, I think, a lot more research to be done on the internal political dynamics of say, interpretation and criticism or reflective judgment on an organization or a project, and how that is represented or used within or by the organization within the field of stakeholders and power and political values. And questions of representation, questions of truth. You know, what is the truth? What really does happen? And because we're all assuming that culture is an unequivocally good thing, and it's good for the world. And we tend not to see or want to admit how culture can be a sphere of conflict. It can provoke conflict. It can be a sphere of contestation, and it's full of representations. And within that sphere of representations, some people or some groups or some values or some traditions can be represented in a very disparaging way or a contorted way or an untruthful way. So I think we need to remain aware of the conflicts of power inherent within any kind of cultural enterprise, and evaluation is one such cultural enterprise. Well, perhaps I can draw this discussion to a close. We have another 10 minutes before this final discussion of the very first segment of this conference comes to a close and the lunch commences, but there is some time if anyone else would like to contribute. Yes, Tayo.
Yes, thanks, Jonathan. I think I just want to dwell a little bit on your last comment. Because I think it's when we mention some of these international organizations and their work, especially in the global South, it's a different intentions and a different inclination that comes to my mind. Whether British Council, whether in the US or Department of State or Prince Clouds and all that, I think that our heritage and the history of the past that we connect to these organizations, it's different. And so when we're talking about evaluating them, I think it's very critical to really go to that idea of really decolonizing and say, and start asking critical questions in terms of power. How are they perpetuating or reperpetuating neocolonial practices? Or to what extent do they hold grasps of power, and using the lens of culture as a way to do that? To what extent are they rethinking or thinking about collaboration? But at the end of the day, which goes back to the idea of truth, which in principle, this is what we say we're doing, but in reality, it's the other way around. So I think those are very critical lens that I think that I would, I know that perhaps this might not be within the purview of Nadia's presentation and of course Jamila's presentation, but I think those are, so that's one. The second thing is really the ethics of their practice and the ethics of what you're doing, especially when it comes to funding and when it comes to cultural, practices. How ethical within the context of culture preservation, within the context of, whose voice is being heard, whose story is being told, who is telling the story. I think these are very critical things that are very important. And finally, so that I don't take the time, I would want to ask Nadia, who did fund this research? And because I'm really interested in your conclusion by really zoning onto Prince Cloud. What's your own connection to it? What's your objectivity or subjectivity in all of that decision process?
Okay, I can answer right now. So I did just if I understood correctly, you asked about my personal research. It was not funded by anyone. I did it when I was doing my master's at Goldsmiths, and I was just thinking which organization I should choose as a third, because I was really sure about UNESCO and the British Council. For me, they were like these large players that I wanted to research. But then I was thinking about the third organization, and to be honest, firstly I was thinking of analyzing the consultancy. I was thinking of analyzing the work of Tom Fleming Consultancy, and I'm sure Jonathan knows Tom or somehow communicated with him. And I talked to Tom also. But then I just decided that I want to research a small NGO, and I just like searched for different ones, and then I found the Prince Claus Fund one, and I thought, this might be interesting. And I like looked at the documents, and I thought, yeah, this is the organization I want to research, because I haven't heard about them before. So, and I started talking to them, I started researching into them. Yeah, I know, you feel that I'm quite positive about the evaluation methods and techniques. But to be honest, I just could compare, I could feel their communication, their urge to, that they were actually happy to talk to me, to help me. And they said, oh, please send us like your research, your master thesis, we'll be so happy, we're so happy to help you. So that's why I had this like positive image of their fund. Maybe I'm wrong, but it is based on my research, and I'm completely open about it.
Thank you, Nadia. If I can I comment on this as well? Because I also researched this this neo-colonial vibe that the big cultural institutes have in different countries, and I know a little bit of the literature that's done on this, and it's actually something very difficult, because I read this and I was like, I was always very curious on what's really happening. I'm like, all right, this is what's happening in policy documents. Is this what we see, and we know this heritage. We know that they're trying to decolonize very little, but they are trying. And then I just wanted to know what's happening between the artists, which is my main point of interest. And in the artist's point of view, it's not that bad, and they're really communicating and exchanging. And then second, I really want to second Nadia's story about the Prince Claus Fund, and also the organization that I worked for, and that partially funded the policy advice that I written for them. They asked me to critique them on this. This is the Dutch practice, but this is really the question that you can. They really do ask you to be critical of these points and how they can improve and how they can do better. And they're really open and wanting to, and actually waiting for you to tell them that they're wrong, or that they could do something better. That maybe they should tell another story, that maybe they should look more critically at their funding, that maybe they should look more critical at being a neo-colonial organization. This is an experience that I had as well on the Herengracht in Amsterdam, which made me actually also very, very happy and very positive. Like everything is open and everybody is about improving their practice.
Excellent. Well, that's very encouraging. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Does anyone else would like to make a final remark? We have a few more minutes where we need to close for lunch. Professor Serhan, if you could put your...
Okay.
Yes.
I'll try it. I'll have three small remarks to do. The first is regarding Jamila's cultural cluster in Amsterdam, which looks to be worth for study, for a real field study. The second is about Nuhat and rap in Tunisia. I think that Ramallah, the city of the Palestinian upheaval, is the place of Ramallah rap, which is part of the daily life almost. So I think this has a reference to what has, been done in Tunisia with the younger generation of artists. And we shouldn't forget that there is also a important community of Palestinian origin living in Tunisia. Yeah. Number 3 is a little suggestion for Nadia regarding UNESCO, trying to cope with the issue of size. I mean, maybe she could think of adding a subsection on UNESCO regarding the IFCD, the International Fund on Cultural Diversity, which has directly in relation with the 2005 Convention on Cultural Diversity, and which is supposed to be open to developing the so-called Global South countries. And they are already doing a sort of a, to my understanding, superficial evaluation. So trying to cover this little section maybe would help to overcome the issue of size regarding UNESCO having several sections and as an international organization and so on. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Serhan. Well, the convener will no doubt close this session now, but I would like to close my discussion by thanking Jamila. Thank you for your work on social networks. That was fascinating to hear. And to Nuad on the art scene in Tunisia, really fascinating insight into that country. And to Nadia on the work of evaluation. And we're very sorry that Gulçin could not join us, but I hope we get to hear about your research soon sometime. Thank you. So thank you, everyone. And I'll pass this session over to our convener.
Well, thank you very much, Jonathan. This was a great pleasure for me to also listen to all these different stories, different narratives, different experiences from different countries and contexts. We have listened to Jamila, and she talked about the role of culture in Dutch-Turkish relations, which was a great project. And then we listened to Nuhat, and she talked about the role of arts and culture as a form of resistance in the democratization of Tunisia. And I think one of the things that we also need to underline is the role of diaspora in terms of the transmission of rap culture to Tunisia, most probably from the European context. This was something that I have studied myself in terms of the Turkish-German rap scene and hip-hop scene back in the late 1990s, way back actually. And then thirdly, we listened to Nadia, and she talked about different forms of evaluation of performances of cultural institutions through the theory of change. This was great, and I assume if this is all going to be turning into a publication, our contributors will take into consideration of all the points made by Jonathan, Serhan, and the other contributors who really asked a lot of very good questions. And I would like to end this session here and thank you again to Serhan, both Serhans and Sedef, and the others involved in the UNESCO chair, and Jonathan and the speakers, our speakers, and also all the audience who have been with us together. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contributions. All the presenters, our moderator, our discussants. Now we have a half an hour break for a quick lunch, and we will be back here at 1 o'clock in Istanbul time, and on my perspective, if someone is using that time zone, 12 o'clock in Central European time. The session will be open. We are not going to close it. So if you want to stay, you can, but if not, we can also accept you after the break. So see you all later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tekrar hoş geldiniz. İstanbul Bilgi Üniversitesi Kültür Politikası ve Kültürel Diplomasi UNESCO kürsüsü tarafından düzenlenen Genç Araştırmacılar Konferansı'nın ikinci oturumunda birlikteyiz. Ben Ayşe Devecioğlu, Bilgi Üniversitesi Kültür Yönetimi Yüksek Lisans Programı öğrencisiyim ve konferansın organizasyon komitesindeyim. Oturumumuza başlamadan önce birkaç hatırlatma yapmak istiyorum. Konferansımız kayıt altına alınmaktadır ve YouTube üzerinden canlı yayın yapılmaktadır. Test problemi yaşamamak için katılımcıların sadece konuştukları sırada mikrofonlarını açmalarını ve bildirim seslerini kapatmalarını rica ediyoruz. Zoom'da alt sırada yer alan Interpretation ikonundan İngilizce-Türkçe simultane çeviri seçeneğine ulaşabilirsiniz. Zoom katılımcılarımıza YouTube'dan takip eden izleyicilerimiz de tüm sorularını ve yorumlarını chatten paylaşabilir. Şimdi kültürel mirasın yönetimi ve paylaşımı başlıklı oturumumuz için moderatörümüz Dr. Ege Yıldırım'ı ve ardından oturum tartışmacımız Profesör Doktor Yonca Köstebay Arkan'ı davet ediyor. Kendilerini kısaca tanıtmalarını rica ediyoruz.
Çok teşekkür ederiz oturum katılımcıları adına Ayşe Hanım. Başlıyoruz o zaman oturumumuza. Şimdi İngilizceye geçiyorum. Welcome everybody once again. So this is the second session of the Young Researchers Conference on Cultural Policy and Cultural Diplomacy on Managing and Sharing Cultural Heritage. So this session will focus more on the heritage aspects of cultural policy. And here, before we start, just a reminder that heritage is really about transferring our cultural and body of knowledge and experience as human beings from the past to the future. So there's a time component very important here. Thus, we have one of our presenters talking about the memory aspect. We also have one of our presenters talking about site management and stakeholders and interpreting what loss and gain means in heritage. And we also look at the aspect of how museums in the European context provide such a platform for sharing heritage and memory and cultural resources. We will be happy, we'll be honored to have Professor Yonca Köstebay Arkan, as mentioned, as our discussant after our presenters. Speaking of our presenters, first we will have Ms. Doğuş Coşar, who is a PhD student in archaeology in Mimar Sinan Fine Arts University in Istanbul, followed by Barbara Lovrinic, research assistant at the Department for Culture and Communication, Institute for Development and International Relations in Zagreb, Croatia. And then we will have Ayça Bayrak Ulu, research assistant at the Art and Design Faculty at Yıldız Technical University, again in Istanbul. As mentioned, we have 20 minutes for presentations, followed by 10 minutes of Q&A. For each presenter, I will try to remind you 5 minutes before the end of your presentation to start considering wrapping up the time consideration. Now we can kick off, and I leave the floor for Doğuş, who will be speaking about loss or gain, harmony in reversion or modernization, case studies of cultural heritage management of Hasankeyf and Göbekli Tepe. Doğuş, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to share, yes, I think I'm next shared screen. For this useful presentation for all, I'm going to present my presentation in English. As it was mentioned earlier, it's about loss or gain, harmony in revitalization or modernization, Hasankeyf and Göbekli Tepe as case studies of cultural heritage management. I'm an archaeologist. I am doing my PhD at Mimar Sinan Faculty of Fine Arts and try to deal with the cultural heritage management. So what am I going to explain and tell? I divided them into three. The first part is about the approaches, what is cultural heritage in terms of UNESCO and other academicians that I picked. And then the second part is going to be the case study of Hasankeyf according to transferred cultural heritage. And the third one is going to be the comparison between Hasankeyf and Göbekli Tepe to see what is difference and different points and approaches regarding to the cultural heritage. So first of all, I would like to start with the thoughts, ideas, and approaches to the heritage. So in 1972, the heritage was adopted by UNESCO, but before that, it was said as property. I think this change enlarged the meaning of heritage, and then after that, the heritage started to be mentioned as the object of heritage. It can be artifacts, buildings, sites, and landscapes, so like tangible ones. And then there are the practices which are like intangible heritage ones, like music, community commemorations, conservation, preservation of objects or memories from the past. So where I underlined here is to shape our ideas about past, present, and future. I really care about these 3 time zones because you cannot shape the cultural heritage by ignoring your past, or not living or understanding your present, or not shaping your future. So these 3 time zones, in my opinion, and I'm going to explain the others' opinions, that 3 time zones are the crucial ones for us to shape a transferred cultural heritage. So I put here Peter Howard's description about the heritage, and it says, which people heritage is like, which people wish to save for future. And so he basically mentions about present and future. But I really like the Ashford one, and it was mentioned that he says, heritage is a process whereby objects, events, size, performance, and personalities derived from the past and transformed into experiences in and for the present. So again, past, present, and future time zones are mentioned at Gregory Ashford's book. And again, I didn't mention here, but I put Rodri Harrison's classification of heritage, and he also mentions about 3 time dimensions. And also, I would like to mention very quickly about the narrow document on authenticity by UNESCO. It was done in 1994. It has it tells about more intangible cultural aspects and tangible cultural aspects. As you can see from that chart, we have cultural heritage and natural heritage, and they are divided into, again, tangible and intangible ones. Why I'm mentioning them here is that I'm going to specify them in Hasankeyf and Göbektepe. We both have natural and cultural heritage values in these areas. But as you can see, I put 3 let's say descriptions here. Tangible and intangible instances must be universal, they have to be non-profit, and they have to be sustainable. So if we are talking about a very successful cultural heritage management, we have to provide a universal one, a non-profit, and sustainable policies for all. And let's skip to the Hasankeyf part. Is a loss or gain for us. As many of us may know, what is Hasankeyf? Where is it? It was located in southeastern part of Turkey, and it has almost 9 of 10 UNESCO criteria for the World Heritage Site under the World Heritage List. And it has rare examples of medieval Islamic city, broadly laid out into 3 sections, especially fortress, commercial center, and suburban gardens of spiritual piety. Especially fortresses are very important because we are, as an archaeologist, I can say, it's really hard to find medieval fortress in Turkey, and especially in this part in southeastern part of Turkey, it's almost harder to find them. And we have 3 principal motifs representing Turkish synthesis, Persian and Arab styles in Hasankeyf. And in addition to all of these, we have very microcosm of geological time and human history. We have mountains, we have rivers, hills, and plains in Hasankeyf. That's why Hasankeyf matters for us. But what about Hasankeyf's cultural policies? Unfortunately, well, let's say not unfortunately, the population was as crowded as I can say. I mean, it was very crowded and water management needed. So that's why the water management had been a long concern for Turkey and its neighbors. So that's why the Ulusudan project has started in 2006, aimed to be the fourth biggest dam in Turkey, where you can see these nice archaeological, historical, and environmentally precious areas. To find the fourth biggest dam can be weird, and the solution of that was to move architectural remains of Hasan Cave to another location. So it was the solution of, let's say, the solution for us to move all the remains just for the building of dam. So what happened? The main issue for us to, okay, better life standards, we expected. We had a water supply problem. And what was the solution? The solution was to make the Ulusudan project and the Tigris Valley plan to be the best practice. And what we expected to have a non-profit, sustainable living conditions for all, for animals, for people, for plants, for every living thing in Hasan Cave, let's say, and respecting the universal intangible heritage values. But what happened was not like that. For years, environmentalists, archaeologists, and NGOs and architects, historians demand to stop the project. The reason why is to prevent is to, let's say, to respect and to provide a universal criteria for everyone. Okay, we had a new Hasan Cave. We moved old Hasan Cave into just in front of old Hasan Cave. We have houses, we have constructed houses just in front of Hasan Cave, and we have skyscrapers. We have very nice, good standard places for all. But unfortunately, who is going to fight more? And let me just quickly mention about the Zeynep Bey Mausoleum. It is like the most important mausoleum in that area, not just for Turkey, for Mesopotamia, and it has moved to make way for hydraulic dam, which cannot be the best solution for a cultural heritage property. And let me examine the situation according to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights article by United Nations, especially Article 22 and 27. Let me read 27, says everyone has the right freely to participate in the cultural life of the community, to enjoy the arts, and to share in scientific advancement of its benefits. So, do we believe that people living in Hasan Cave enjoy, or like they share the scientific advancements in its benefits? I don't think so. But on the other hand, after the construction of Ulusudan project, the mayor of Hasan Cave announced that the tourists, a million of tourists were expected in the area. So let's skip to Göbektepe. Let's leave Hasan Cave for a while, and a place where they call it magic. As an archaeologist, I always wanted to show and like to tell the archaeology part of Göbektepe, and I would like to commemorate Peter Benedict and Klaus Schmidt, where they unearthed the T-shaped pillars, the sanctuary in Göbektepe, and because of their effort, they put a lot of effort there. Göbektepe started to be known, but unfortunately, Klaus Schmidt has passed away 4 years ago, and after that, Göbektepe became like prehistoric marvel, like world's first temple. But what about the excavations there? Unfortunately, we didn't have a proper publication from Göbektepe for 5 or 6 years. But on the other hand, we have a lot of tourists coming there and taking pictures and yes, taking pictures and like making advertisements. But what about the history and archaeology part? Who is excavating there? Who is sharing the scientific evidences or remains of Göbektepe? So again, let's turn back to diagrams. That the main issue was, according to the archaeology and Klaus Schmidt and Peter Benedict part, is to excavate, making archaeology, making new publications, and be useful for prehistory. And what happens is that for realities, after their research, there's a gap, there's a big gap happens between the main issue and the attempts. Well, what were the attempts? The attempts were after their death. In 2011, Göbektepe has been added to the World Heritage List, and after that, in 2019, declared as the Year of Göbektepe. And in the same year, we have the most famous Netflix TV series Atiye was made. But so what about that gap? I mean, the main issue again was archaeology, but the attempts were not answering the main issues. So there's a gap between happens. Plus, also in the first half of 2019, the number of visitors were almost like 2,200,000, and the tourism income together with advertisement has reached the top. So who is delighted more, we or tourism? So I put the diagram again here to show you Göbektepe and Hasan Cave. So they're like 4 hours by car, but their destiny is not that close. And again, I wanted to rethink the culture management policies in 2 archaeological sites in the same region. Is it a loss for Göbektepe or gain, or is it a loss or gain for Hasan Cave? And the last diagram, we have fame, we have reputation, we have expectation, and we have money. But do we have archaeology? Do we have a conservation, or do we have an adequate conscience for all? Or like do we have a cultural heritage plans for everyone? And for Hasan Cave, we have more conscious in contrast to Göbektepe. We have more archaeology, we have more reputation, we have more undone cultural plans, but we have less fame, we have less effort to make Hasan Cave better and the people who live there, and we have less care and conservation. And again, keeping all these in our mind, that to see for both tangible and intangible heritage instances, do we have a universal, do we have a sustainable, and do we have a non-profit cultural heritage plans for every archaeological site in Turkey, especially in southeastern part of Turkey, as the case of Göbektepe and Hasan Cave. I was thinking and trying to find the solutions for these cases, and that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Doğuş, also for a very concise and timely presentation, which actually ended earlier than your time allotted. So let's see if there are any questions from anybody regarding this subject. You can raise your hand or also use the raise hand button, just in case I miss you on the screen. Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's anybody who is interested in asking a question. Not immediately, I think. Oh, there, Jonathan, please go ahead. Unmute.
I couldn't find the raise hand button, so I'll just raise my hand. Okay, thank you. That was a really fascinating and detailed presentation.
Thank you very much.
It's great because it's not a case I would hear about in many other contexts. So that was very valuable to have that. Maybe start with a general question, and that's, you gave some historical background about the emergence of the World Heritage Convention and the very policy concept, the idea of having World Heritage is interesting because a lot of what you were talking about were really local and place-based issues with the land and the site and the physicality of the place. And all the people who have interests in that, which is a long way from the criteria of World Heritage.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering whether you feel that even though we can affirm the criteria of World Heritage and the convention, which is a very good thing, nonetheless, it's still the case that it can be experienced as a UNESCO imposition on a local place, which creates a kind of alienation or separates this place out from the local economy, from local culture, and kind of fossilizes it, creates a kind of museal encasement that lifts it out of local development.
I agree. I think what is lacking in UNESCO is to care and to create proper policies for locals in the places. As you can see, so my main question was, okay, we have Göbektepe and Hasankeyf. Göbektepe is included under the list of World Heritage, but why Hasankeyf is not included? If we talk about the local values or like local cultural policies, what's different in Hasankeyf? I mean, as you mentioned, and I agree, we are lacking of local cultural heritage policies in UNESCO.
It opens up a question about the dialogue or lack of dialogue and the possibility of negotiation between the local and between the World Heritage bureaucracy, which is quite large.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not. I mean, there are solutions to provide this dialogues and conversations. If UNESCO wants, or it's very easy. You can make a little office and you can put some local people who are like in charge of archaeology and history and these and cultural heritage stuff. Or I can even say there might be volunteers who can come and would like to make this conversation and dialogue between these two. I mean, this is not a very it has solutions if we would like to solve it, I can say.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other questions? In the meantime, Taiwo, please.
Yes. Thank you for that presentation. Just wanted to kind of follow up on Jonathan's question. And when you were presenting, I did lose some of the audio, so it's possible you've addressed this, but I'm just kind of, I get a sense that what you're presenting on is on, like Jonathan clearly articulated, it's on, very local, specific, people-centered example. And so I'm wondering, when you're talking about being universal, I wonder, could you please speak more to that? What do you mean in the context of universality, in the context of what you're talking about?
For the context being universal is like, not let's say not making classifications or some other classifications when you are making cultural heritage policies, not just like dividing people into their ethnicity or like their cultural commemorations, I can say. The reason why I gave this universal title is to in Turkey, there are majority of Kurdish people, Arabic people live in southeastern part of Turkey, and this may affect of cultural heritage plans. That's why I would like to emphasize that being universal, like being the same for every ethnicity in Turkey. If you are thinking the cultural heritage plans and managements, I can say, am I being clear now a little bit?
Yeah, if I may, again, if I may, I might just, if that's okay, I can just add on to that. So I kind of feel there's a lot of, using universality in the context of Turkey. Again, like I was saying, when you were presenting, I lost a lot of the audio, but I just felt like, the idea of universality, it's speaking on the global context rather than just being specific to Turkey. Yeah. Okay.
Being universal in Turkey, let's say.
Okay. Thank you.
So.
Maybe I can add some comments to help with that question there,
please.
if I may offer some ideas. Well, universality is especially important when you're a World Heritage candidate. So with Göbekli Tepe, which is already a World Heritage site, it's unquestioned that it has universal value. But so would Hasan Cave, because of all the cultural exchanges, between different civilizations and cultural groups. But something you said, Doğuş, that UNESCO should have local policies, and
yes.
You seem to be critical on how it doesn't have enough. Actually, the UNESCO World Heritage Convention and its recent years of debate on its implementation very much emphasize local communities. I mean, even if it's at a universally important level, a heritage site does need to be owned, has ownership by the local community to be embraced and celebrated by them. So it has to really go through the whole spectrum of levels from local to universal.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's the local implementation of the UNESCO principles that is where we have more problems.
Yes, maybe. Mm-hmm.
And from there, if I may also ask another question on the different stakeholders and different points of view that site management is supposed to coordinate and mediate. You gave some kind of presentations of issues that you defined, and actually it's important to question who defined those main issues. There might be different ways of defining the main issues. Coming back to the kind of convergence of stakeholders, the site management process is an important actor here. And what do you think their position is? Have you looked into both the cultural ministry, the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, their standpoint and declarations, and how the site management plan and the site management mechanism, which is by law compulsory to have there now. So we have a site management mechanism. How do you think they are positioning themselves?
Well, for Göbekli Tepe and Hasan Cave, for both you mean, or?
Well, for Göbekli Tepe, we have the site management mechanism, but for Hasan Cave, I don't believe we have one because it's not on the lists yet, or we don't know if it can ever be again, but not currently. But the cultural ministry does have jurisdiction over the cultural assets there, so they would have a position. So, how do you feel? How is it presented in literature?
For the diagrams I put and for the main issues that I mentioned were not based on their side. I prefer to mention them according to the to more archaeology sites, and to criticize them according to as an archaeologist side, let's say. I mean, because I try to criticize them according to their historic and archaeological value and combine them into their cultural heritage values.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Archaeologists are an important stakeholder for us, of course. not the only ones, but it's a good starting point, of course. Any other questions? Not for now. Maybe we can come back to it during the discussion in the last section. So thank you very much for tackling this very complicated, controversial issue.
You're very welcome.
Yes. So let's move on in that case to our next presenter. That would be Barbara from IRMO in Zagreb, speaking about heritage at the click of a mouse, networked memory and institutional convergence of libraries, archives, and museums, or LAM institutions. So Barbara, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Let me just share the screen. So my name is Barbara. I come from Zagreb, Croatia, and I work as a research assistant at the Institute for Development and International Relations. Let me just say something about the content and what can you expect about it from this presentation. So first, I'll say something about our daily digital life. As we all know that technology is cause and effect of our society today. Then I'll explain how media is basically a driver of social and cultural change. And then I'll return to some of the examples which will explain everything together. I'm trying to minimize this so I can see. So the goal of this presentation is to analyze the ways in which networked memory and digitized cultural heritage has influenced this traditional role of LAM institutions or memory institutions, as we call it, as mediators of recorded knowledge. This is a part of my research for the PhD thesis I'm doing. In my PhD thesis, I'm more focused on cultural policies for LAM institutions and from the EU perspective. And this presentation will be more about theory and about my approach to this problem. So as I said, first, something about the background. Of course, you all know we live in fast-growing, multi-layered, highly interactive environment. And I like this idea, this picture of Maslow pyramid with Wi-Fi at the bottom as basically part of our need. So we were talking about first digital turn, digital shifts. Now we are talking about second digital turn. Basically, it means that first turn was about changing the ways we make things, and now we are changing the ways we think. So it's about design of technologies. And as Gert Loving says, the mobile has come so close to our physic bone to the point where two cannot longer be separated. So this is the reality, and as you all know, because of social media, because of many other things, we experience digital overload. We are offered digital detox, and this will be, I think, more and more actual today. This is about privacy and security, but we all know that digital detox is also part of our reality. So where we can fit in this digital age, public institutions, museums, public libraries. I took this from interviews and articles from the newspapers. It seems that people or public perceive LAM institutions as something that is lagging behind in a digital sense. But then again, you have museums like Met who built a 70-person media team. So obviously, that's why I think media is important in this theoretical part. So media has always been a driver of the social and cultural change, and this didn't change. I perceive culture as a collective memory which is dependent on communication, because it can be, with communication we create, so we preserve our culture. And maybe you've heard of convergence culture as a concept, and a tendency for different communication-related industries to evolve towards performing similar tasks, simply to converge. I'm adding to this convergence culture the concept of mediatization, which means that media transform all the social processes, but also media is being transformed itself. So also what is important, multi-purpose cross-media networks are replacing single-purpose medium. Which also makes it difficult to regulate. This is important for policies, of course. In the concept of mediatization of memory, there's this idea of active, of connected memory versus passive one. So we require a new understanding of agency where basically our minds and techniques are interwoven. So we have this alternative cultural memory, which is visible, searchable, mineable. And due to this mediatization, suddenly what was scarce and inaccessible becomes accessible culture. So we have this softwareized, let's say, archives or digital depositories, so that make what was previously hidden archives simply visible archives. Of course, We also know that narrative is especially important for LAM institutions, and that's why we have now mediated narrative. So we create stories in another way. This is important for our knowledge. So I say that transformation occurs first at the conceptual level of our memory, cultural heritage, and then the cultural institutions are affected by this mediatization, need to be explored at the level of institutional change. I'm putting the focus of my research in the shift or in their institutional remembering and how they basically rework our collective memory and heritage. So the question is, how are cultural institutions dealing with this digital shift? So the institutions have this historic focus on convergence, and this is not something new. Why? Well, first of all, they share professional skills. They have this unified environment. They have shared standards. And lastly, we're always embracing new technologies. We have in Croatia from 90s, one conference that is dedicated to LAM institutions as being, they have this effect of being transformed by technology. So they were always interested in providing access to collections. So that's why since 90s, they have, the institutions are undergoing digital, but also institutional convergence. But what's new today? My idea is that this institutional convergence especially needs to be revised, because basically the focus is put nowadays on digital cultural heritage and digital collections in this network environment. And if you look at the interface of museums, archives and libraries, you cannot see the difference basically. If you are browsing on the website, the difference is not as much as when you're entering the physical space. So the essential activity today is to build, to manage, and to share digital collections. And that's why some researchers say digital has really changed the very idiom of museum or library and archive. So in theory, what we have is still discussions about the future of the profession, but in practice, whose task is this? Is digital transformation a leadership problem? Of course it is, because it's digital transformation radically changes how organization works. Whether it comes to business, the same thing is with LAM institutions. And I like this quote that just uploading your data to the internet in the digital is equivalent to dumping folders of paper and Polaroids into the street. So it needs to be managed in a way. Of course, fast reaction is needed because technology moves simply faster than the regulation. We have policies that are simply not on the same level as technology is. Latest example, of course, COVID-19. I like this explanation of, who is leading the digital transformation of your company? Is it your boss? No, it's COVID. Because as according to many surveys, NIMA surveys it's the latest survey, says that almost 70% of the museums increased their online presence. Of course, policies. This process of reworking the cultural memory and heritage is also highly political. It depends on policies for LAM institutions, but also digital culture at large. Why I mentioned this extremely complex environment at the beginning is because we are talking about convergence of policies. We have cultural, we have media, we have communication policies, which makes all digital cultural policies. But I also ask myself, are they really digital cultural policies or data policies? Because if you really look at what the European Union is provides in the official documents, it's all about data. So the question is about this converging regulation, about the rights, and about data policies as implicit cultural policies. So yes, digitalization of cultural heritage is considered to be the key of its transformation into new knowledge resources. but it also creates the potential for new services, new content, which is important, of course, for economy and business. So what happens in profession? This emergence of technologies is also it requires new skills. So you have many training courses for both libraries, museums, but also archives. We call them digital archives. Everything which is digital, it becomes digital archive or digital collection, as I said. So you have the terminology also which changed. And also, this is from last year, Europeana conference, Connect Communities, where all the professionals are trying to manage their digital collections. If you just look at some job listings, you have coordinator of collection IT. Again, you don't know which institution is it until you read the first sentence. You see it's Rijksmuseum, and it's the list is exhaustive of skills that are needed. I like this plan at the meta level about information infrastructure. You need to be fan of all things linked and open. So it's extremely complex environment. When it comes to practice, I put this European cultural heritage platforms because basically we are talking about the platform and not institution anymore. I'm not going into details about the projects. I simply wanted to highlight Time Machine as a large-scale project of the European Union that is basically trying to map 2,000 years of European history. And it is somehow created as a it counters Google, which Google is based on, of course, Google is taking our data to sell our data to advertisers, but this is created in a way that enables the citizens of European Union to find a new job based on what we call big data of the past. So it involves more than 14,000 institutions. They are working together so they can create a digital information system mapping the European political, social, geographical evolution over time. It's extremely ambitious, and I might even say not realistic, but we'll see how this unfolds. European, of course, is the biggest European digital library, archive, and museum. It was created in 2008. It has over 53 million items from over 3,700 libraries, archives, museums, and galleries. So it's basically a place where you can find everything. I also say this is a political idea because the EU is encouraging all the cultural institutions to make their digital material accessible through Europeana, but also to create other services. They say they're making the platform for enjoyment, education, and research, and this is also visible from new learning scenarios. So we have both, we have non-profit and possible profit models, business models, and it's interesting to see how this will also unfold. I wanted to include also UK example because they're trying to do something which is, of course, they're not part of EU anymore. They're trying to make their own national collection, and this is a project worth £19 million. 5 years they're trying, in 5 years they will try to simply collect everything. So it's not important if you're a museum, archive, or library, they just want heritage together. And as they say, it's for heritage economy and for wider social good. So you have, again, both things. When it comes to Croatia, the only example is this NGO, Icarus Croatia. And it's one of the rare examples of heritage network. We say network, again, to simply put focus that projects are what is important, programs, and activities. So as the founder said, we are trying to promote and implement hands-on activities where existing institutional frameworks are not in place yet. So she's not interested in a particular LAM institution, but she says real driving forces are behind innovative impacts are people. So again, we are creating like-minded communities, associations, and institutions together. Two examples also, just to save time, I won't go there, but I believe I can share my presentation. Thematic portal Znameniti, which brings it's basically a database of famous people in Croatia, and it's, I think, the only example of cooperation of land institutions in Croatia. And the last example is online archive, that's Topotek, and basically people, it's not important if your institution, all people who are in possession of some kind of cultural heritage can simply upload to this portal and create their own stories. So instead of conclusions, I just want to remind on 5 important things. So first, land institutions are really influenced by media. Second, digital transformation starts with infrastructure and organizational structure. Third, the role of a land institution is changing. We have emerging, as I said, platforms with cultural, but also political and economic rationale, because focuses on use of cultural heritage and focuses on creating something new. So we are trying to create new knowledge. We are trying to do something with cultural heritage in particular. That's why it's largely shaped by politics. All the concrete institutional transformations are shaped by politics. And lastly, digital transformation, of course, opens the way to innovation, which makes it so important in these times. These are the references, and thank you for attention.
Thank you so much, Barbara. Another very concise and well thought out presentation. Quite different from the first one. So just seeing the diversity of cultural heritage as a theme. But cultural heritage is also fast evolving with our digital times. And you really illustrated some great points about that. Any questions that are already forming in our participants' minds, burning questions? While they may form, let me make a couple of interjections for you. Do you think, Barbara, that, how is the digital data becoming heritage itself?
Digital data.
We're going through a historic moment, and how will this be reflected on in the future? What will we do with this convergence and this body of data in the future?
Well, yes, I think it will be very interesting to see what will happen next, because I think, honestly, museums are already closing because of COVID situation. And I think the public institutions will go more in public-private partnerships. I've already seen many, many examples where cultural tourism is actually based on virtual reality. So I think we'll have more of these things, like we cannot go, or for example, leave homes. We'll have 3D glasses, and we will pay for tourism. So I think the institutions will come up. They need to be creative. They'll try to see what are the other services that they can simply put forward. I think data is today a huge problem. Because of the rights and policies are simply important to push forward to this as we said, like, it's supposed to be non-profit, but I think it will go in some kind of a merge with profit sector, because it's simply impossible to stay in the situation where we are. It's impossible to have enough financial resources to have this public institutions working the same way. It has to change.
Yeah, I agree that non-profit may seem limiting in terms of especially how culture is supposed to be empowered and kept alive under the conditions the world is going through. Maybe financing or funding are different concepts from profit, and we shouldn't be afraid of the implications and engage with them in ways that profit communities at the end of the day, of course. Actually, if I may ask another question, since I don't see anyone, let me see. No, yeah, not yet. Oh, okay, well, I'll give the floor to Jonathan very quickly, just out of curiosity, actually, that I think the definition of museum might itself existentially change in this way, because you remember the museum comes from the word muse, you know, to be inspired, just like music. So museums are set up to provide inspiration to people. But in these days, the services that museums or lab institutions provide seem to have exploded beyond something like that. Definitions of museums are also quite debated and controversial, as I gather, don't you think?
They will change. I think they simply must change, considering everything. Today, we already have media museums. I've heard of this term, and I think it's brilliant because basically we have the same situation as before. As I said, LAM institutions were always interested in access to knowledge. But today, they're becoming more and more like computers. You have this extremely complex environment, and it's not the same how public also perceive museums. You have also people who believe that this is no longer needed. But they have to change the concept. I think they will. It just needs a lot of creativity, and I think policies are here to push what's really important in the society. So that we have a balance of what's private, what's public, and we have to preserve the institutions for public good. So,
Jonathan, please go ahead. You had a question?
Yes. Thank you for your paper. Really, that's some very important detail there. In fact, too many issues to discuss, really. One of your first major points about the relation between digital cultural policies and data policies and the convergence of the two within regulatory frameworks, I think is quite important, because you know, intellectual property law is involved in there somewhere, copyright and all kinds of things, which is still really working itself out. It's still not really clear. These past fields of policy and regulation still haven't properly converged. And so there's a lot of different tracks, historical tracks and discourses, which are moving at different paces. And it made me think of a time years ago, and I'm not working in heritage, but I used to be a reviewer for a big funder, and we used to get a lot of heritage applications. And about 15 years ago, a lot of people seem to be preoccupied with a very strong negative thought and a very strong positive thought. And I want to pass them by you to see if you think if they are still true. The first one is the digital will always dematerialize or devalue the historical aesthetics and the actual place-based phenomenology of heritage as object and space and place and history and so on. So there's this idea, you know, quite an old-fashioned idea. It goes back to the time when we used to use the word cyber for the internet. But I'm wondering if for you there is still a tension there between digital, the virtual, if you like, and the actual, or if we still have that dichotomy, And secondly, the positive thought is that the great hope for museums and heritage was that the digital would automatically enfranchise the younger generation. That is, they were all far more educated in the digital than anyone over 30. And that was exactly the kind of market segment that heritage was missing, like all museums, desperately trying to get teenagers and people in their 20s, because they were the kind of missing segment in that part of the cultural sector. So the negative and the positive, what do you think now from the standpoint of your research?
Thank you for the question. In fact, I'm a museologist. So what you said, it's basically true. And I think many professors and people who are really, well, you said old-fashioned, but let's say traditional, they have this traditional way of thinking as LAM institutions as basically what have all this recorded knowledge, which simply cannot be put into some kind of interface. As I said, you rarely know whether it's a library, archive, and museum when you're browsing the website, and you don't have the same, of course, it cannot be the same because you have digitalized material, which basically professionals can use, but not general public. For me, metadata, not for me, I'm a museologist, but for my friends, metadata means nothing. If they have description of an object, maybe they can, make it larger. They can, maybe there's a model so they can like look at it, but that's not why they will go to this website. Whereas they like to go to physical museums because of the experiences. If you ask me, I think it's the presentation is a problem. We have many professionals who think that simply by taking pictures of objects in museum and putting the pictures, as I said, putting pictures, and it's not the way you should present knowledge. It's not knowledge. You have to do something with it. You need to create the story. So you need to invite public. Why should I go to your website? If I'm at home, I cannot go out because of the lockdown. Why should I visit your website? So you need to be creative. You need to do something else with it. It's how you use it. So information is just simply not enough. So knowledge is not knowledge unless it's used. That's why I put this focus on using the cultural heritage. And that's what's important about digital cultural heritage. Of course, many people today will think, well, only born digital objects can be considered as something that should be put into a digital form. But I think everything can be important, especially in this mapping of history, because you can create new knowledge. Like it's simply something which cannot be thought of before. You have Time Machine has created whole Venice from the day one until, I don't know, today. Like you can just have layers of history. And because of the cooperation of artists, of historians, of art history teachers, they created this whole map of something like they connected the dots in a way that previously wasn't possible. So this is something positive, let's say, and negative is that I think, yes, we'll still have debates about whether we need LAM institutions because of the digital world. It's not enough if museums have social media. I think museums having a website, Facebook or Twitter can attract people, but it's not enough because, again, what can you write on Facebook that will provoke people to come to your site? And yes, I think also for younger generations, it can be a huge advantage. I saw Beyonce having video material about one of her songs, and she was in Louvre. So they created, Louvre was very intelligent in publishing guide, like where Beyonce was in Louvre while she was making the video. And this increased, like younger population just went to Louvre because of this video. So this is how you can learn without actual objects. They were simply, I mean, that's also probably diplomacy, celebrity diplomacy or whatever, but it helped. It helped a lot. And it was distributed through social media. And I think this is the way to think about this, not as a problem, but as a challenge, because it can be a huge space for simply new knowledge, new services, something which can be really cool, especially for young people. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. I think in slowly closing this presentation, I'd just like to echo what Barbara said about creativity. And as long as we are keeping ourselves creative, the solutions to turning problems into opportunities or using the new potentials, the tools we have at hand, we can do so much beneficial things with it. So with caution about management and regulation, of course, it's a whole new territory. But the human creative genius, I think it's an optimistic field. So we are more or less up with our 30 minutes for Barbara. So I will now turn to our last presenter, thanking Barbara and Jonathan and everybody else. So now we have Ayça Bayrak Ulu, who will be talking again about museums, but from the European Museum Awards perspective, I believe. The European Museum Forum, and Turkey is her title. So please go ahead Ayça'cığım. Sanırım Türkçe yapacaksınız değil mi? So it'll be in Turkish and everybody you can use interpretation for the English version. Evet, buyurun.
Herkese merhaba. Evet, Türkçe yapmayı tercih ettim sunumu. Takdim için teşekkür ederim. Bilgi Üniversitesi'ne ve emeği geçen herkese de teşekkür ediyorum. Ayça, ben Yıldız Teknik Üniversitesi'nde araştırma görevlisiyim. Asıl araştırma alanım müze sergileri ve dijital teknolojiler. Ancak sunum başlığından da anlaşılacağı üzere bugün müzecilik alanındaki yarışmalarla ilgili bir sunum yapacağım. Sunuma başlamadan önce bu konuya nasıl ilgi duymaya başladığıma da değinmek istiyorum. Müze sergileri hakkında araştırmalar yaparken sıklıkla başvurduğum kaynaklardan biri, özellikle güncel gelişmeleri takip etmek için başvurduğum kaynaklardan biri, uluslararası ya da ulusal olabilir müzecilik yarışmaları. Ama müzecilik yarışmalarıyla ilgili Türkiye'deki duruma baktığımızda müzelere özel yarışmaların yok denilecek kadar az olduğunu görüyoruz. Bu eksikliğin tespitiyle Türkiye'de meslek profesyonellerin bir araya gelip müzecilikle ilgili gelişmeleri tartıştığı bir müzecilik ödülünün nasıl olabileceğini heyecanıyla temel araştırma alanının dışına çıkmış oldum. Ama bir yandan da bu konunun hem araştırılmaya hem de üzerinde tartışılmaya değer bir konu olduğunu düşünüyorum. Bu yüzden müzecilik ödülleri konusunda henüz çok başında olduğum araştırmalarımı ve fikirlerimi elimden geldiğince sizlerle paylaşmak ve nitelikli müzecilik ödüllerinin işlevselliğine dikkat çekmek istiyorum. İlk olarak yarışmalar ve ödül vermenin oyunlarla kesişen tarihçesine çok kısa bahsetmek istiyorum. Homo Ludens isimli kitabında kültürel teorisyen Huizinga oyunun toplumsal işlevini ve oyuncu insan kavramını tartışırken bir yandan da sosyal hayatın bir parçası olarak yarışmalar ve oyunlar organize edilmesinin sıklıkla Yunan medeniyetiyle ilişkilendirildiğini belirtir. Antik Yunan kentlerinde her kentin oyunlara ayırdığı bir zaman dilimi olduğu bilinmektedir. Bunlara bir örnek vermek gerekirse Antik Yunan'dan günümüze olimpiyada gerçekleşen oyunlar iyi bir örnek. Çünkü günümüzdeki olimpiyat oyunları olarak bilinen spor müsabakalarının temelini olimpiyada gerçekleşen bu müsabakalar oluşturmaktadır. Ödüllerle devam edecek olursam yarışmaların sonucunda manevi ya da maddi kazançlar olması beklenir. İlk olarak zafere ulaşmak için rekabet edilse de kazanmak onur, prestij, itibarla ilişkilendirilir. Ayrıca kazanana maddi, sembolik ya da ideal değeri olan somut bir ödül de verilebilir. Bildiklerimiz işte Oscar ödülleri ya da kupa şeklinde verilen ödüller bunlara örnektir. Yine yarışmaları kazanan kişilere ödül verilmesi M.Ö. 6. yüzyıla Antik Yunan'da gerçekleşen spor, müzik, güzellik, şiir ve tiyatro yarışmalarına dayandırılır. Günümüze geldiğimizde ise çok sayıda ve çok çeşitli kategorilerde yarışmalar organize edildiğini görmemiz mümkündür. Hatta Amerika'da o kadar çok yarışma var ki nitelikli yarışmaları ayırt etmek için bir kuruluş bile kurulmuş durumdadır. Kültür sanat ödülleri bu yarışma kategorilerinin en eskilerinden biridir.
Cultural Art Awards are
Hemen
one of the oldest of those.
Ses karışıyor ara sıra. Kültür sanat ödülleri bu yarışma kategorilerinin en eskilerinden biridir. Hemen akla gelebilecek kültür ve sanat ödüllerinden birkaç örnek vermem gerekirse, edebiyat alanında Nobel, müzikte Eurovision, Grammy, sinemada Oscar, Cannes ve Altın Portakal gibi örnekleri sıralamak mümkün. Ancak çağdaş anlamda kültür sanat ödüllerinin yükselişi 1900'lü yıllara dayandırılmaktadır. The Economy of Prestige isimli kitabın yazarı James English, günümüzdeki modern kültür sanat ödülleri kavramını ilki 1901 yılında verilen sunumun sol alt köşesinde de gördüğünüz Nobel ödülü ile ilişkilendirmektedir. Ödüllerin tarihçesinden kısaca bahsettikten sonra ödüllerin bir araştırma konusu olarak ele alınmasının neden önemli olduğuna değinmek isterim. Ödüller, başarı, en iyi ve kazanan hakkında toplumsal bir algının oluşması konusunda etkilidirler. Ayrıca kültürel meşruiyet ve otorite açısından da temel bir öneme sahiptirler. İkinci olarak yarışmalarda yalnızca ödül için yarışılmaz, bir konuda ve birileriyle rekabet edilmesi, yarışılması yarışmaların önemli bir diğer özelliklerindendir. Son olarak takdim edilen değil de yarışılarak elde edilen ödüllerde yarışma başvuru dosyası hazırlamanın kendisi de öz değerlendirmeye imkan sağlayan öğretici bir süreçtir. Diğer bir yandan da bu dosyalar kurumların, kişilerin, kuruluşların kendilerini nasıl gördükleri veya nasıl göstermek istedikleri hakkında da önemli ipuçları sunar. Kısaca müzecilik ödüllerinden, yani müzecilik asıl konu müzecilik ödüllerine gelmemiz gerekirse, dünyada müzecilik, yani aslında burada tam müzeciliği biraz daha genişletip kültürel miras terimini tercih etmek istiyorum. Kültürel miras alanına özel ve gelenekselleşmiş birçok prestijli ödül organizasyonu vardır. Merak edenler için Best in Heritage isimli organizasyonun web sayfasında coğrafyaya göre ödüllerin sınıflandırılmış bir listesine ulaşabilirsiniz. Önde gelen uluslararası ödüllü yarışmaların misyonlarına baktığımızda rekabetten çok iyi uygulamaları yaygınlaştırmak, mesleki sinerji yaratmak gibi söylemlerin ön plana çıktığını görebiliriz. Türkiye'deki duruma baktığımızda ise temelleri 19. yüzyılda atılan müzecilik tarihimizde hem yurt dışında hem de yurt içinde ödül almış birçok müze var. Bunlardan birisi, en yakın zamanda ödül alan müzelerden birisi Troya Müzesi. Daha çok turizm altında ödüller veren Attraction Star'da en iyi müze ödülünü aldı. Bilerek buraya eğlencenin yıldızları başlığı altında diğer kategorileri de ekledim. Ve bir işte festival, su parkı ve konut projesiyle müzelerin birlikte değerlendirildiğini görebilmemiz için. Sağ tarafta da Troya Müzesi, son günlerde çok gündemde, Troya Müzesi'nin müdürü Rıdvan Bey'i bu ödülü alırken görüyoruz. Müzelerin birebir katılmadığı ancak müzelerin adının da geçtiği yarışmalar da var. 38. Grafik Tasarım Ödülleri bunun en güncel örneği. Odunpazarı Modern Müzesi'nin takvim tasarımını yapan grafik sanatçının ödül almasıyla ya da Troya Müzesi'nin sergi tasarımını yapan grafik tasarımcının ödül almasıyla bu müzelerin isimleri de ödül törenlerinde duymaya başladık. Bunun yanı sıra Cumhurbaşkanlığı Kültür ve Sanat Ödülleri'nde, Kültür ve Turizm Bakanlığı ödüllerinde, TBMM Onur Ödülü'nde de ödüllere layık görülmüş müzelerimiz vardır. Burada layık görülmek kelimesini bilerek tercih ettim. Çünkü bir yarışma sonucunda değil, bu ödüller daha çok takdim etmek üzerine ilerlemektedir. Ama bu kapsamda Tarihi Kentler Birliği tarafından verilen yerel yönetimlerin idaresinde olan müzelerin yarıştığı müzeciliği özendirme yarışması ön plana çıkmaktadır. 2020'de 4. defa düzenlendi. Online olarak yapıldı. Katalogları Tarihi Kentler Birliği'nin web sitesinden erişilebilir. Bu yarışma müzeleri dosya hazırlamaya teşvik etmesi, öz değerlendirme için, ödülün amaçlarını açık açık belirtmesi ve değerlendirme kriterleri bakımından incelenmeye değerdir. Ayrıca diğer ödül kategorilerinde olduğu gibi bir müzelere dair bir eleştiri kültürünün gelişmesi için de önemli katkı sağladığını düşünüyorum. Yani sinema ve sanat eleştirileri gibi aslında müzecilik eleştirisinin de yapılmasına ihtiyaç olduğunu düşünüyorum. Bu ödül de kısmen bu amaca hizmet ediyor diyebiliriz. Diğer ülkelerdeki örnekleriyle karşılaştırıldığında Türkiye'deki müzecilikle ilgili yarışmaların ve ödüllerin hem kapsamının hem işleyinin niceliksel ve niteliksel anlamda diğer ülkelerdeki örnekleriyle benzer seviyelere ulaşmadığı görülmektedir. Ama Türkiye'de müze çalışmalarının 200 yıla yaklaşan geçmişi, Kültür ve Turizm Bakanlığı'na bağlı yüzlerce özel ve devlet müzeleri, toplamda yüzlerce müze olduğu göz önünde bulundurulduğunda müzecilik alanında verilen kapsayıcı ve nitelikli demek istediğim değerlendirme kriterleri belirlenmiş, şeffaf ve sonuçları kamuoyuyla da paylaşılan bir yarışma organizasyonunun bulunmamasının ulusal müzecilik çalışmalarının belgelenmesi, arşivlenmesi, araştırılması ve gelişimi açısından önemli bir eksik olduğu görülmektedir. Ancak bu eksikliği işaret eden yeterli sayıda bilimsel çalışma bulunmamaktadır. Bu tespitten hareketle bu çalışmada ödüle yalnızca niceliksel bir yaklaşım değil, müzelere verilen ödülleri daha kapsamlı bir bakış açısıyla değerlendirerek müzecilik çalışmalarına ve müzecilik mesleğine katkısını tartışmaya açmayı planladım. Bu kapsamda gelecekte organize edilecek yarışmalara model geliştirirken faydalı olacağına inandığım, müzecilik dünyasının Oscar'ı olarak da adlandırılan, hem ulusal hem yerel basınımızda kendine sıklıkla yer bulan Emmy olarak bilinen European Museum of the Year Award isimli ödülü örnek olay olarak inceledim. Bu yüzden bu sunumun odağında yalnızca Emmy ödülü var. Birçok farklı müzecilik ödülü olduğunu, Best in Heritage web sitesinden bunlarla ilgili bilgi alabileceğine değindim. Ama bunların arasından Emmy'yi seçmemin iki ana nedeni var. İlki, bu ödülün uluslararası saygınlık ve prestiji 77'den beri Avrupa Konseyi himayesinde gerçekleşmesi ve gelenekselleşmiş olması. İkincisi, müzecilik alanındaki tartışmalara yön veren sivil toplum kuruluşlarından biri olan International Committee of Museums ya da kısacası İKOM'la işbirliği içerisinde gerçekleştirilmesi de bu ödülün müzecilik dünyasındaki önemini göstermektedir. Diğer bir yandan da Türkiye'de Emmy en bilinen uluslararası ödüllerden biridir. Bugüne kadar 10'dan fazla müze Emmy'ye başvurdu. Şimdiye kadar onlarca müze Emmy'ye başvurdu. Günümüze kadar 10 müze Emmy dahil olmak üzere çeşitli ödüller kazandı. Yani bu Emmy'nin başvuru sistemi Türkiye'deki müzeler için tanıdık bir süreç. 2016 Sayıştay raporunda Emmy'ye yönelik çalışmalar performans göstergesi olarak ele alınıyor. Ve Emmy'nin en önemli kriteri 3 yıl içerisinde açılmış müzelerin başvurması ve Kültür ve Turizm Bakanlığı'nın web sayfasına baktığımızda yenilenme projesi devam eden ya da yeni açılacak 20 devlet müzesi olduğunu görüyoruz ve bu müzeler Emmy başvurusu için gerekli 3 yıl içinde açılmış olma şartını yakın gelecekte sağlama imkanına sahipler. Bu yüzden bu çalışmanın bu müzelerde görev yapan profesyonellerin de Emmy hakkındaki bilgi birikimine katkı sağlamasını umut ediyorum. Emmy'den çok kısaca bahsetmek istiyorum. 71 yılında, yani bu yılın müzesi kavramı 71 yılında İngiltere'de müzelerin sayısı artarken ortaya çıkan bir yarışma sonucunda verilen ödül. 77 yılına geldiğimizde ulusal düzeydeki bu yarışma Avrupa Konseyi'nin himayesine girerek uluslararası bir format kazanıyor. Ödülün verilmesine başlandıktan 20 yıl sonra kadar da artık tek bir başlıkta belli bir ödüle odaklanmaktansa daha kapsayıcı olmak için, daha çok işbirliklerine imkan sağlamak için Emmy'nin ismi European Museum Forum olarak değişiyor, IMF olarak değişiyor. IMF bir çatı organizasyondur ve IMF bünyesinde Avrupa Konseyi üye ülkelerden ulusal temsilciler bulunmaktadır. Türkiye'nin de 2 temsilcisi vardır. Buradan da bu süreçte deneyimlerini ve bilgilerini benimle paylaşan Avrupa Müze Forumu Türkiye temsilcilerine Laura Sarıaslan'a teşekkürlerimi sunuyorum. Süreçte onunla telefonda görüşüp bilgi alma şansını yakaladım. 2 ana ödül vardır verilen MF tarafından. Birincisi EMYA, Avrupa Yılı Müzesi Ödülü. İkincisi Avrupa Konseyi Ödülü. Bu ödüller 77 yılından günümüze kesintisiz verilmeye devam edilmektedir. Bunun yanı sıra diğer organizasyonlar, farklı kurum ve kuruluşlarla, vakıflarla olabilir, işbirliği içerisinde verilen çok farklı ödül türleri de mevcuttur. Yine güncel ödül kategorilerine EMF'nin sayfasından ulaşılabilir. İşleyiş takvimine bakarak EMF'nin, EMYA'nın genel işleyişini anlamaya çalıştım. Ocak-Nisan aylarında müzelerin başvurularını kabul ediyor. Başvuru dosyaları genel değerlendiriliyor. Uzun liste belirleniyor. Uzun listede bulunan müzelerin hepsi değerlendirme kurulunun üyeleri tarafından ziyaret ediliyor. Bu ziyaretler sırasında bir rapor tutuluyor. Kasım sonunda kurul bir araya geliyor ve short liste, kısa liste ve ödül kazanan müzeye karar veriyorlar. Ama yalnızca short list duyuruluyor. EMF'nin yıllık konferansının son gününde de bir ödül töreniyle kazanan müzenin ismi açıklanıyor. Burada incelerken maddi kaynak yaratılması ve sponsorluk konusundan özellikle bahsetmek istedim. Organizasyonun bağımsız yapısının korunması ve devamlılığı için finansal kaynaklar önemli bir konu olarak karşımıza çıkıyor. Hatta bugün açılış konuşmasında Emre Gönen Hoca da kültürel faaliyetlerin politik nedenlerle nasıl aksayabileceğine dair kendi kişisel bir örneğini de bizle paylaştı. Benzer şekilde IMF'in kurucularından Kenneth Hudson da Museum International'daki bir yazısında bağımsız bir müzecilik yarışması organize etmek için politik, stratejik, felsefi ve pratik olarak özel şirketlerden ve bağımsız organizasyonlardan sponsorluk almanın daha uygun olduğunu karar verdiklerini belirtiyor. Ayrıca şey de ekliyor, Avrupa Konseyi'nin himayelerinde olması maddi bir destek sağlamıyor. Avrupa Konseyi sadece yarışmaya saygınlık kazandırdığını sıklıkla bütün yazılarında belirtiyor. Potansiyel adaylar ve başvuru koşulları, Avrupa Konseyi'ndeki 47 ülkede faaliyet gösteren irili ufaklı tüm müzeler, 3 yıl içinde açılmış olmak ya da geçtiğimiz 3 yıl içinde bir yenilenme projesini tamamlamış olmak. Farklı farklı ödüller olduğundan bahsetmiştim IMF çatısı altında. Ama bütün bu yarışmalara başvuru aynı şekilde online ve sembolik bir ücret karşılığında yapılmaktadır. Başvuru dosyalarına gelecek olursak, çevrim içi başvuru formunun doldurulması, projeye ait tanıtım yazısı hazırlanması, müzenin binasını, sergi salonlarını ve müzede gelişen etkinlikleri gösteren fotoğraflar eklenmesi istenmektedir.
Ayrıca 3 dakika kaldı. Pardon.
Pardon, tamam. O zaman
dikkatle gitmek lazım.
Tamam, çok pardon. Hızlıca o zaman şeye geliyorum. Başvuru dosyaları için önemliyken, değerlendirme sürecinde başvuru dosyaları ilk elemelerde önemliyken daha sonra saha ziyaretleri önem kazanmaktadır. Saha ziyaretlerinde bir çerçeve oluşturulması önemlidir ve bu çerçeve Avrupa Konseyi'ndeki bütün müzeleri hedef alıyorsak ve bu müzeler hepsi birbirinden farklıysa, birbirine bu müzelerin bağlı oldukları idari birimler, personel sayısı, organizasyon, uzmanlık alanı, koleksiyon büyüklüğü gibi özellikleriyle birbirinden ayrılırken müzelerin bütün bu özelliklerini hesaba katarak nasıl bir değerlendirme kriteri oluşulacağı sorusu ortaya çıkıyor. Aşiyan Müzesi ile Louvre Müzesi aynı yarışmada adil olarak nasıl değerlendirilebilir? Bu yüzden bu sorunun cevabını aradım bütün yaptığım okumalarda ve Kenneth Hudson müze paketi diye bir kavram, dinamik bir kavram öneriyor. 77 yılında verilmeye başlandığı düşünüldüğünde bu ödülün müzecilikte yaşanılan o odak kaymasıyla ya da paradigma değişimiyle eşleştiğini görüyoruz müze paketi kavramının. yeni müzecilik, modern müzecilik, çağdaş müzecilik gibi akımlardaki en ayırt edici özellik müzenin odağının koleksiyonundan ve nesneleri toplama, koruma ve belgeleme işlevlerinden müze ziyaretçilerine sergileme, eğitim ve kamusal programları kapsayan iletişim işlerine yönelmesidir diyebiliriz. Burada Hudson'ın kullandığı public virtue ve public quality kavramları da EMYA'nın 1977'de ziyaretçiye ve topluma yönelmesinin ön plana çıkmasının göstergeleridir. Kısaca Hudson müze paketini ziyaretçilerine müzenin neler sunduğunu gösteren bir paket olarak adlandırmaktadır. İçeriğinde koleksiyon da vardır, müze mağazasındaki ürünler, müze müdürünün vizyonerliği gibi 9 farklı özellikte değerlendirilmektedir müze paketi. Son olarak neden müze yarışmalarına ihtiyaç olduğundan bahsetmem gerekirse, ulusal müzecilik yarışmaları, müzecilikte yaşanan gelişmelerin sistematik olarak belgelenmesi, arşivlenmesi, iyi uygulamaların özendirilmesi, devlet ve özel müzeler arasında deneyim ve bilgi paylaşımı için bir platform oluşturulması, müzelerde öz değerlendirmeyi teşvik etmek, mesleğin gelişimine katkı bulmak ve müzecilik mirasına sahip çıkmak olarak sıralayabilirim. Elbette bunları arttırmak mümkün. Son olarak bütün bu araştırmalar bana, EMYA'yı araştırmam bana bir sonuca götürmedi. Ama bazı soruları sormanın zorunlu olduğu gerçeğiyle yüzleştirdi. Lokal olarak müzelerin idari bağlı olduğu birimler farklılaşabileceği için mutlaka sorulması gereken bazı sorularla bu sunumu bitirmek istiyorum. Türkiye'de gerçekleşecek müzecilik yarışmasının misyonu, vizyonu, amaçları ve hedefleri neler olmalıdır? Finansal kaynakları nasıl sağlanmalıdır? Kimin, hangi kurumun sponsorluğunda ve himayesinde gerçekleşmelidir? Jüri heyeti kimlerden oluşmalıdır? Özellikle müzeciliğin multidisipliner bir alan olduğunu düşündüğümüzde akademisyenler, tasarımcılar, mimarlar, eğitim bilimciler kimler olmalıdır bu jüride? Nasıl bir işleyişe ve işleyiş takvimine sahip olmalıdır? EMYA 3 yıl kuralı koymuştu. Türkiye için bu kural geçerli olur mu ya da nasıl bir kural, kendimize özgü nasıl bir kural ortaya koymalıyız? Başvuru koşulları ve başvuru dosyaları nasıl olmalıdır? Çünkü bunlar hem jüriyi hem hedeflenen aday müzeleri belirleyecek. Verilecek ödül ne olmalıdır? Ödül töreni kapsamında ne tür etkinlikler düzenlenmektedir? Hepinize dinlediğiniz için teşekkür ediyorum. Süremi aştığım için de lütfen kusura bakmayın. Çok teşekkürler.
Biz teşekkür ederiz Ayça. Çok da aşmadın, rahat olabilirsin. Kusura bakma, seni biraz acele ettirdik sonunda. Soru cevapta devam edebiliriz biraz. Evet, öncelikle tekrar çok teşekkürler. Çok zihin açıcı, güzel sorulara altyapı oluşturan bir sunumdu bence. Sorular var mı? Ona bir bakalım önce. Herhangi bir kişiden bir soru var mı? Şöyle şey yapıyorum. Anybody has questions? Was the
I could do a quick one.
Please go ahead. Yes. Yes, Jonathan, please.
Hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Good. Thank you. Everything went silent for just a moment. Thank you for that. That raises a lot of very, very important issues. So it's focused on something that seems quite minor within the pan-European or global cultural sector, that of, say, contests and competitions or awards, which seem minor, but they're interconnected with really huge discourses of competitiveness and kind of comparative evaluations, which everyone now uses, and they're quite important. And particularly as within the realm of international cultural relations and cultural diplomacy, sports and contests and competitions are becoming increasingly important in soft power and all kinds of other forms of competitive thinking. But I want to ask you a question about the research, your research, in whether you see the contest or the function of award to signify or provoke a change in value or values? And I ask that for a number of reasons. Whether actually, I mean, you have an institution that's driven competitively, you have a very different kind of institution than an institution that rather evolves by tradition or partnership or other kinds of means. So with the award mechanism, the competition mechanism, does it represent a particular system of values which could be pervasive throughout the management of a museum heritage sector?
Türkçe cevap verebiliyorum değil mi? Tercih ederim.
Verebilirsin sanırım çünkü interpretation görünüyor.
Tamam.
Aslında İngilizce denemek de iyi bir şey olur, challenge olur yani, sen bilirsin. Evet.
Ama çok uzun süreden sonra ilk kez bir sunum yapıyorum. Hazır hissetmiyorum. Yine affınıza sığınıyorum o yüzden.
Ama yavaş konuş.
Çok hızlı konuştum, tamamdır. Müzecilik ödülleri, yani ödül vermenin kendisinin Huizinga'dan örnek vermemin sebebi oydu aslında. Huizinga bu yarışmaları bir oyun olarak görüldüğünü antik dönemlerde, ama günümüze gelirken endüstriyelleşme, şehirleşme ve politik ve kültürel politikalarla birlikte oyundan çıkıp rekabete odaklandığından bahseder. Bunun bir oyun oynamak değil artık, böyle canhıraş bir rekabet olduğundan bahseder. Bu noktada benim yarışma kavramım, burada bahsettiğim, İngilizce'de zaten award ve prize diye ikiye ayırabiliriz. Sanki award takdim edilen, prize başvurularak yani contest'in sonunda alınan bir şey gibi ortaya çıkıyordu benim araştırmalarımda. Burada Nemo'nun bir şeyi var, 2018 yılında bir yayını var müze yarışmalarıyla ilgili. Orada da seçilmiş yarışmalara baktığımızda ya da Best in Heritage'daki yarışmalara baktığımızda müzecilik ya da yine genel anlamda kültürel miras alanındaki yarışmalarda ön plana çıkan kavram rekabet değil ve yarışmalar bunu özellikle altını çizerek belirtiyorlar. Mesleki bir sinerji oluşturmak, bilgi ve deneyim aktarımı için bir platform oluşturmak. Sunumun bir kısmını atlamak zorunda kaldım. Çok hızlı konuşmama rağmen yetiştiremedim ama belli bir konferans dahilinde bu ödül törenlerinin düzenlenmesi ve o konferanslarda müzecilikle ilgili güncel konuların tartışılmasının gerekliliğinden bahsediliyor. Bu noktada mesela EMYA'nın 2020 yılındaki konferansının konusu müzede inovasyon ve kültürel politikalardı diye hatırlıyorum. Hani bu konuyu tematik olarak her sene bir konu seçiliyor ve dünyanın çeşitli yerlerindeki müzelerden profesyoneller gelip bu konular hakkında sunum yapıyorlar. Ve yani ödül aslında bütün bu organizasyonun nasıl diyeyim, aracı, bir araç. Ama aslında ihtiyaç duyulan şey sadece işte bir AVM ile bir müzeyi değerlendirebileceğimiz ve jürisinde hiçbir müzecinin olmadığı bir yarışma değil. Müzelerin güncel tartışmalarla birlikte ele alınıp değerlendirilmesi. Buradan Barbara'nın sunumuyla ilgili de küçük bir örnek vereyim. Mesela EMYA'nın şeylerinden biri, önemsediği konulardan biri müzelerin sosyal medyadaki varlığı. Bununla ilgili bazı işte şeyler, açıklamalar istiyor sizden ya da var mı işte Instagram'ınız var mı, Facebook'unuz var mı gibi soru. Ama bugün geldiğimiz noktada biz müze ve dijitalleşme derken, Türkiye özelinden de bahsedebiliriz, dünyada da. Gerçekten müze ve dijitalleşmeden anladığımız bu mu? Yani belki müzenin dijital entegrasyonu, müzenin koleksiyonundaki eserlerinin yüzde kaçının dijital olarak erişilebilir olduğunu, bu da yetmez, yüzde kaçının dijital olarak erişilebilirliğinin yanı sıra işte hikayesini anlatan uygun formatta ya da uluslararası standartlara göre düzenlenmiş olduğu. Bunları tartışarak ya da müzeleri bu konuda eğer nasıl diyeyim hedefler koyarak ya da var olan tartışmaları bir ödül kategorisi olarak açtığımızda ben bunun bir mesleki gelişime katkı sağlayacağına inanıyorum. Ama tabii ki yine işte bunun şeffaflığı, adilliği her zaman tartışma konusu.
Teşekkürler. Serhan Ada hocamız da bir şey sormak istiyor sanırım. Buyurun. Hocam. Unmute.
A contribution in Turkish, if I may. Do you hear me?
Evet hocam.
Okay. Türkçe ifade etmeye çalışacağım. Katkı anlaşılır olması bakımından. Birincisi kültürde ödül ve unvan meselesi temelinin bir şekilde tartışmaya dahil edilmesi iyi olacaktır diye düşünüyorum açıkçası.
Yeniden söyleyebilir misiniz hocam? Ben
tekrar ediyorum. Kültürde ödül ve unvan, title and award kavramlarının temelinin bir miktar tartışmasının yararlı olacağını düşünüyorum. Özellikle bir sonraki aşamada bunun bir makaleye dönüşeceğini ve yayınlanacağını göz önünde bulundurarak. Çünkü belki o zaman araştırmadaki betimleyici tarafı son derece ayrıntılı, baştan itibaren başvuru süreci. Yani neredeyse müzeler bunu alıp süreçlerini de başlatabilirler gibi insana kolaylık sağlıyor. Ama acaba alanlarda ne değişti? Yani organizasyonları, işleyişleri ve en önemlisi ilişkilerinin dinamiği açısından ne değiştiğe bakmak yararlı olacaktır. Dönüp tekrar ödül kavramını tartışmak üzere. Çünkü o zaman araştırmanın gerçek sorusu ödülün işleyişi nedir üzerinden belki sonuçlarda yeni şeyler söylemek mümkün olabilecektir. Bir de bu kadar şey söyledikten sonra da aykırı bir şey söyleyeyim. Bu toplantıyı aslında orijinal olarak yapmayı umduğumuz Santral İstanbul'daki Enerji Müzesi de 2012 yılında Avrupa Müze Akademisi'nin endüstri mirası konusunda Micheletti ödülünü almıştı. Ama hayat başka şekilde devam ediyor. Teşekkür ederim.
Teşekkürler hocam katkılarınız için. Ege hocam mikrofonunuz kapalı
kalmış. Pardon. Zeynep Yavuz Cezzar'dan da bir sorumuz var. Onu da alalım. Buyurun Zeynep Hanım.
Türkçe devam ediyorum. Ayça, sorum sana olduğu için. Öncelikle ağzına sağlık. Çok güzel bir sunumdu. Türkiye ve müzecilik konusunda bir sorum var şu şekilde. Şimdi İKOM dedin. İKOM'un yeni müze tanımı tartışmalarını takip ediyorsundur mutlaka. Bu yeni müze tartışmaları epeydir olan bir konu ve hala netleşmemiş bir konu. Şimdi İKOM'un yeni bir müze tanımı gündemdeyken netleşmemiş bir tanımla nasıl, yani yarışmalara nasıl etkileyeceğini araştırıyor musun? Bunu düşünüyor musun? Bir. İkincisi, Türkiye'de müzecilikle ilgili bir yarışma olduğu zaman tabii çağdaş sanat müzelerini de işin içine katmak gerekiyor. Fakat Türkiye'de özellikle çağdaş sanat müzeciliğinin Kültür Bakanlığı'ndaki yeri ile ilgili de bazı sorunlar var. Tanımlar eksik, kanunda yerleri eksik. Şimdi bu hal böyleyken yarışmalar nasıl olacak? Çünkü yarışma dediğim mutlaka bakanlığa bağlı bir şey olmak zorunda. Ama tanımlar eksikken ve bir şeyler netleşmemişken hem uluslararası hem ulusal konuda öngördüğün bir şeyler var mı ya da bu konunun bu şekilde bir araştırması var mı diye soracağım. Teşekkür ederim.
Ben teşekkür ederim güzel soruların için. İlkinden başlamam gerekirse tabii İKOM'un tanımını yakından takip ediyorum. İşte Kyoto'dan sonra usulen yani işleyişiyle ilgili fikir birliğine varılamadığı için yani tanımın nasıl değiştirileceğine dair usuller izlenmediği için yeniden bu tanım tartışılıyor. Tanımla ilgili tartışmalar misyon cümlesi gibi bir tanım değil, definition daha işte belli bir çerçevede olur gibi bu eksen etrafında şekilleniyor. Orada müzelerle ilgili bence bu korona süreciyle ilgili de işte bir institution'dansa bir platform olduğunu vurgulaması, yani dijital olarak da müzelerin nasıl diyeyim bir varlığının tartışılabileceği ve ikisinin belki birbirinden ayrılmadan birbirini bütünleyen, birbirinin zıttı olmayacağının konuşulmasına bir imkan sağlaması açısından önemli olduğunu düşünüyorum. Ödüllerle ilgili hani bunu bağdaştıracak olursam örneğin halk için for public gibi işte İKOM'un ilk tanımlarında olmayan daha sonra şekillendikçe işte iletişim kavramının eklenmesiyle vurgulanan kamu için müzelerin var olduğu, sadece koleksiyonerler ya da uzmanlar için değil, kamu içinde var olduğunu ön plana çıkan bir tanım olduğunu düşünürsek ve bu EMF'nin ödüllerinden birinin de Most Welcoming Museum gibi. Biliyorum isimler nasıl diyeyim çok da shiny olabiliyor diyeyim. Böyle işte Most Welcoming falan. Ama bunun yani böyle bir nasıl diyeyim hedef koymanın müzecilikte bir ivme yaratabileceğine inanıyorum. Yani bu konunun tartışılır olmasına imkan sağladığına inanıyorum. Yani aslında bu kritik bir çerçeveden baktığımızda en kötüyü gösterip kötüye ikna etmek gibi olsun da istemiyorum. Yani bir AVM ile bir müzenin yarıştırıldığı bir yer daha bana distopik geliyor bir şekilde. Ama evet bütün bu şeyler, eleştiriler, sorular haklı. Ben de ilk, bu konu benim için yeni, en başta da belirttim, ilk araştırmaya başladığımda daha olumluydum konuyla ilgili ama işte bütün deneyimleri ya da deneyimleri okudukça, işte araştırmalar devam ettikçe bunun nasıl politik olmaktan kaçarken tam da çok politik bir şeye dönüşebileceğini de görmüş oldum. Umarım bu ilk soruna cevap olmuştur diye düşünüyorum. İkinci soru, kanunlardaki açıklıklar varken, evet yine yani bu konferansın, Ege Hocam sesiniz gelmiyor, bir şey söylüyorsunuz.
Zamanımız biraz daraldı da o yüzden toparlamamız lazım. Son bir cümle alayım, olur mu?
Hı hı. Yani tanımları tartışmak için bile ben verimli bir ortam sağlayacağını düşünüyorum. Bu konferans ortamının yalnızca salt bir ödül verilen bir Oscar gecesi gibi düşünmedim ya da öyle hayal etmemiştim bu müzecilik ödülünü deyip toparlıyorum. Çok teşekkürler.
Tamam. Ben de çok teşekkür ederim. Çok güzel tartışmalar oldu bile. Fakat şimdi bir de son tartışma bölümümüz var. Ona geçmemiz lazım hızla. Ben birkaç anahtar kelime, keyword aldığımı şahsen paylaşmak istemiştim ama onu da pek uzatmamalıyım. Belki sadece 2-3 kelime söyleyebilirim. O da bir transformation, bir dönüşüm içindeyiz ve community, toplumla iç içe olmak ve sustainability'yi de hatırlatayım. Sürdürülebilirlik, bu kavramları hep gördüğümü paylaşmak istedim tartışmalarda. Şimdi o zaman daha da güzel ve ayrıntılı bir tartışmalar için Yonca Hoca'yı davet edeyim. Burada kendisi. Evet, discussant'ımız olarak kendisine söz veriyorum. Konuyu ele almaya devam edelim öyle. Buyurun.
Sevgili Ege'ye teşekkürler. Öncelikle ben Bilgi Üniversitesi'ne böyle bir organizasyon içinde olduğu için teşekkür etmek isterim. Gençlere böyle bir fırsat verilmesi kanımca çok önemli. Ayrıca beni de davet ettikleri için teşekkür ediyorum. I greet all the participants and thank for the presenters. They were excellent presentations. And we have now half an hour to go deeper in our discussions. I hope that we will have a constructive discussion all together. And while I was listening to you and your presentations, I had a couple of notes. And I'd like to start by asking those questions and hope that it will open up further discussions. So I'd like to start with Ms. Joshar Doğuş. It was an interesting presentation to bring two different modes of applications from Turkey, one from Hasankeyf, one from Göbekli Tepe. And it was interesting to see the contrasts. And of course, when we are using titles, we try to popularize the matter and make it a binary issue, claiming that on one side there's a loss and on one side there's a gain. But of course, in real life, we have lots of grays in between. And in many of the projects, there are some gains. Simultaneously, there are some losses. But while I was listening to you, I thought of concentrating on the role of communities, on civil initiatives, because one of the biggest problems in Turkey we're facing is the engaging civil societies in cultural heritage management processes. So looking at your topic from the point of view of civil initiatives, how would you describe those two examples? Because in my view, we will come up to a different kind of solution than you just presented. So could you please evaluate the matter from the civil society initiatives?
Thank you. I think for both sides, for Göbekli Tepe and Hasankeyf, I don't believe that community or society has been engaged while they were while the cultural heritage managements were being dealing. I mean, they were kind of neglected, I can say. That was one of the problems that for both of them, for two sides. I haven't seen, or I haven't, maybe I should have read more, but as much as I read and as much as I researched, the role of community has not been good enough. It was mostly for economic and for kind of politics and kind of tourism profits have been let's say engaged. I haven't seen any key role for community or any society role for both sides.
To my knowledge, there are two different attitudes in those two examples. In Hasankeyf, there was an international and local communities who tried to save the site for a long time. And for Göbekli Tepe, on the other hand, like you just said, there was not much community participation. And although Göbekli Tepe seems to be a winning case or a successful application, there we are missing the local community's involvement. However, on the Hasankeyf side, there was the public's role. However, the result was not very successful. So depending on our perspective or our filters, the result may change what is a gain and what is a loss. And to my perspective, not having the civil society engaged fully is a loss for that matter. So if there are other comments on this issue from the audience, I'd like to hear other voices as well.
I might add something very small. So for Hasankeyf, according to my observations, I've been in Hasankeyf for twice. And before that, Elitudam, even the people who live in Hasankeyf had no idea about how historically rich their place were. So it made a public conscious for society. They realized that, oh, we live in a place where it's full of history, and they felt that. But on the other hand, if you look at some other perspective, which is the cultural heritage management perspective, for both sides, I was trying to say the civil society role has been neglected. But for, as you said, for Hasankeyf, of course, there was a civil society, let's say, protest that they were against for that dam, and for Göbekli Tepe, there was not at all, I mean, no society role. But for the other part, for the different point of view, people realized in Hasankeyf that they realized, they noticed that there was something going on in Hasankeyf in a historical way. That also made them conscious.
So are there any comments from the audience? Because if there are, okay, Ayça, are you asking something? No. Okay, Then maybe we can connect this topic with the following ones through the digital collections or open access material on these sites, because our physical ability to visit those sites are becoming limited. In the case of Hasan Cave, it is submerged now. In Göbekli Tepe, because of, let's say, COVID, traveling is not very easy in our days. So how do you see the possibilities for digital, virtual visits to these sites? And is there a better scenario when we think of the digital world? Doğuş, this is first to you, then I expect other commentators.
First for me. For virtual tool, I can give an example for Göbekli Tepe. They made an application for Göbekli Tepe. It didn't happen during the pandemic, but it was before pandemic. It was, I think, in the beginning of 2019, in September. They made a Göbekli Tepe virtual tool application. So, and you can download it and you can see virtually the area. But I don't know, after the pandemic, were there any virtual or application for the site? Maybe Barbara can, not for Göbekli Tepe, but for the other sites.
So this brings us the question, the relation between the physical object, the place itself, and its place in the digital world. Yes. Then I may move on to Barbara, because in her presentation there was a similar topic which I wanted to touch upon. With the technology, we are losing the in situ experience. So how do you envision the new role of museums in relation to in situ experience?
Well, as I said, I think the education should be the focus of the new role, because we can learn without objects. I mean, there are many surveys today, and that basically show that learning without objects is working. So when I say without objects, I don't mean without anything. I mean, when it's digital, you have certain type of knowledge. And if you create, as someone already said, you have applications, you have new environment. We have a lot of advantages from younger generations who are already adapt to new environments. So I see the role of museums in schools, in universities. The applications can be, I mean, there's a huge advantage of it. But as I said, I'm not sure how much of the things will be for profit. I also think that we'll have a lot of advertisement when it comes to, for example, when you land on a museum website, maybe you can browse something from, I don't know, Shakespeare, and then you'll be able to buy something from Amazon, which is related to Shakespeare. So I guess we'll go to both directions. We'll go to, as I said, public-private partnerships, but I also see this huge advantage in schools, education, in tourism. So I think this will be the way to go, because without actual environment, without the experience of going to an exhibition and to have this as a visitor, you have to have something new. The simple presentation of an object is not possible, because, as I said, if you're not studying something as a historian and you need to, I don't know, you need a help of a computer to simply decode a text in maybe some language you don't really know, then the actual website or thing you have as an actual presentation in a digital manner, it simply doesn't work for general public. but I think there's a huge advantage in education and research.
In my view, the digital connections are flattening the possibility of contextualizing the object. Because when you see the object itself in an archaeological site, let's say, then you understand the overall concept, where it stands, with which other elements they stay together. But when you carry it to the digital world, it becomes isolated and it loses its own context.
Well, not necessarily. You can connect it, as I said, in ways that you never thought of before, because you can have even broader image. For example, you have an archaeological site, you can have more data. And that's why I said data is important, because you are basically putting data and you have layers and you can filter differently. You can do things which basically, if you go to a library or archive, you have to spend hours and hours of searching, tons of papers, reading, and with the help of technology, it can be it can be connected. And that's what's the purpose of this. The cooperation between different sectors is important. That's why I say like institutional convergence, but it's actually larger than that. It's larger because you have IT industry, you have business. So it's a huge, huge complex environment that needs to be also regulated.
Sorry to interrupt. I guess the iPads in 2012 have created a totally different medium for this, because it enables multimedia presentation in one place. Since then, things have changed dramatically in the LAM world, in the libraries, museums, and would you agree with that?
Well, I'm not sure on what exactly you are referring to, but
iPad?
Yes, iPad, but I don't know what's the huge difference, because you have one multimedia in one place, or
in a computer it's a two-dimensional thing, but in an iPad you can have animated images, layered images, so this is a different kind of technological advancement in my view. And according to how I follow, things have changed after 2012 in digital presentation.
Well, they're changing every day. I mean, with artificial intelligence, that's also something which is, there is always there was always discussions about artificial intelligence, but now it's getting into sector of culture. So it will be interesting how this will also unfold. But I think for museums, it was always about story. When I was studying museology, we also said you have to have a narrative, and now the narrative is different. So I don't know. Also, I wanted to comment on the matter of awards and the very profession. I think we need to change our school system, and I cannot see museology the same way today as I was studying it, because I think I would be lost if I, as a professional, need to enter into this digital realm where I need to create a new narrative for people, for general public. I think you have to have a new concept of it. So I think that's why many professionals in Croatia, and I assume everywhere, have problems, because suddenly they need to digitalize something and they're not aware of what are they doing, and they are not paid to do that. They say like, it's not my job, but who will do this? I mean, somebody needs to take care of it, and you need to create a different story, because you don't have a space, you don't have what we have learned as a professionals, like this is important. You have to have a story, but you have a different environment. And I think this is also important for the profession and universities. Like, what kind of courses will we teach? I don't know how is it in Turkey, but in Croatia, we don't have any more archives as a study. I was studying museums, and it was possible to study libraries and archives. Today, we have only libraries and museums, and I don't know for how long, to be honest.
Since you mentioned the narrative, the importance of narrative. Listening to your presentation, I was thinking the role of museums and digital collections, how they play a role for the cultural collective memory, because this becomes an individual experience. You sit on a computer, you dive into the archive or a library, you search what you want, you experience an exhibition, but it's all on your own, and we lose the collectiveness that comes with this museum education and visits, etc. So how do you see the collectiveness?
Oh, I don't think that we lose it, not necessarily. I think we are already connected because we are, when you Google something, you're already you're emerging into collective memory, right? Because we filter data, but we put data into the system. So we have this collective, we're already connected by the fact that we are using mobile phones and computers. So the presentation is important. What is important is also what content gets to be digitalized, because this costs. So everything which we choose to digitalize, it can be biased, right? So why not African culture, or why European, or why certain museum has chosen something to be digitalized? It can create problems in the sense of learning or presentation, but I don't think that we are losing. I think we can gain, actually, because we can connect more than we could previously by just looking at certain objects in a one space, one dimension or two dimension spaces. So I think we are already very, very connected, and that's why I speak about active memory. I think it's very active, it's not passive, and it can be always reused and used. I'm using the certain memory from digitalized materials in the way that you will not use. Okay, so you will reuse in another way. So that's the possibility of recreating knowledge and knowledge and knowledge, and that's the huge advantage. But which content will be available, that's the question of policies, I think, also.
At this point, we can also turn to Google algorithms, because whatever we search is filtered, organized, or managed by Google. So would you like to comment on that, or any other observer may contribute to this item as well?
Oh yes, Google has its own cultural institute, and it's non-profitable, but the fact that we are already putting our data just to browse certain collections, it's used in another way. So you have always this background, which is not visible, where our data are sold. It's always, Google is a for-profit company. So it's always, there's always this financial logic. I see public institutions should be really like guardians of this nonprofit, or like they should really care about the public good. As I said, European Union has its own logic about how to counter Google's logic. Then this is this time machine project, which is extremely ambitious, because they say if we put everything like 2000 years of European heritage, that we can create jobs on the basis of this. So it would be like an information system for citizens, but not for advertisement, which is yeah. So I think there is a huge like many things are not, of course, clear, but the technology is advancing so fast that we don't have answers, and stuff are already happening. So we'll see.
I have to remind that we have 2 minutes left until 3 o'clock. So sorry, we have a little less time for discussion, but we should be mindful of that.
Okay, so I'll then turn to Ayça and ask her the question. Ayça, sunduğunuz örnekte Avrupa Müzecilik Ödülleri kriterlerinden bahsettiniz. Bir müzeyi başarılı kılmak için çeşitli kriterler var ortaya konmuş olan ama EMYA'nın kriterlerinden bir tanesi 3 yıl içinde yapılmış olma kriteri. Bu bana şu soruyu sorma ihtiyacı doğurdu. Müzelerde çok genç olmak bir avantaj mıdır? Aslında süreklilik önemli olan süreklilik değil midir? 3 yıl içinde bütün yatırımını yeni yapmış, çok taze, çok dinamik müzeler bu yarışta yer alıyor. Halbuki bizim zamana dayanan, direnen, orada başarılı kalmış örneklere ihtiyacımız var. Ne dersin?
Buna güzel bir örnek geçen sene Rijksmuseum kazandı. O olabilir belki. Hani müzelerin yani yüz yıllık geçmişi olan bir kurum. Ancak müzelerin bu dijitalleşme ya da müzecilikteki yeni tartışmalarla bu yorumlama, eğitimle ilgili tartışmalarla yeniden şekillenmesi, belki sergilerindeki metinlerin azalması ya da daha genel halka hitap edebilir şekle getirilmesi konusunda yeni çalışmalar yapıp büyük bir restorasyon çalışmasından geçtiğimiz yıl Rijksmuseum bu ödüle layık görüldü. Aslında dinamik bir şey önermeye çalışıyor EMYA. Yani tekrar başvurabiliyorsunuz. 3 yıl içinde yeni bir sergi açmış olsanız da başvurabiliyorsunuz EMYA'ya. Ama hani bu ben aslında çok betimleyici bir açıdan anlattım. EMYA'nın koşullarını saydım ama bu 3 yıl kuralı da tam olarak neye göre belirlendiği de aslında şeffaf bir şekilde ifade edilmiyor. Yıllık olarak düzenleniyor bu ödül ama her yıl işte başvuru sayısı bir önceki yılla karşılaştırıldığında nasıl yani bir yıl 10 müze başvururken diğer yıl 30 müze mi başvuruluyor? Bunu böyle daha derinlemesine anlayabilmek için aslında EMF ile bir irtibata geçmeye çalıştım mail yoluyla. Yani o EMF organizasyonuyla. Ancak bir dönüş alamadım maalesef. Hani şey gibi 3 yılın neye göre belirlendiği aslında burada haklısınız önemli bir kriter. En genç
içe takılmış değilim ama yani yeni fresh yeni kurulmuş bir müze ile uzun yıllar ayakta kalabilmiş bir müze arasında bir değerlendirme yararlı olur diye düşünmüştüm. Bu noktada let me turn from this concept, the role of digital collections, platforms, museums, as they were agents of nationalism, this open access material, do you think it will lead to global citizenship? Would that help to become an agent for global citizenship? And this question is for everyone.
In an ideal world, I think, but this is not going to happen because of intellectual property rights, and so that's a huge thing, I think.
Well, let's keep thinking on it, but we have to end this session. So maybe some of these themes come up again in later sessions of the conference. There's always so much to talk about. Sohbete doyum olmuyor. I have the terrible duty of saying cut, and we have to go now. But that was a very fruitful and thought-provoking discussion. Thank you to Yonca Hoca as well, and also to all our presenters. And I forgot to mention, thank you for inviting me as well as a moderator, to Sarhan Hoca and everyone on the team. So I think we have to go on our break now. So let's adjourn the meeting, correct? Yes. Okay, thank you very much. And Serhan Hoca, size mi şey yapayım, mikrofonu bırakayım, yoksa gidelim mi? Gidiyoruz. Teşekkürler.
Çok teşekkürler hocam. Ege Hoca, Yonca Hocam ve bütün katılımcılar için çok teşekkürler. Şimdi 15 dakikalık bir aramız var. Çeyrek geçe, 18 geçe gibi buradayız. Tam 15 dakikayı korumak için. Görüşmek üzere tekrardan.
Yeniden hoş geldiniz. Bugünün son oturumu olan 3. oturumumuz. Kültür politikasının yeni aktörleri kentler başlıklı 3. oturumumuzdayız. Oturum moderatörümüz Profesör Doktor Franco Bianchini ve oturum tartışmacımız Profesör Doktor Asu Aksoy'u davet ediyor. Kendilerini kısaca tanıtmalarını rica ediyorum.
Welcome to this session of the conference, which focuses on urban cultural policies. First of all, I'd just like to introduce myself. I'm Franco Bianchini, as you heard earlier. Very pleased to have a small part in this conference. I'm Italian, but I'm the former director of a research institute at the University of Hull in England, in Northern England, the Culture, Place and Policy Institute, that has done work including the establishment of a new Cities of Culture research network. And also we have been responsible for the evaluation of the UK City of Culture in 2017. That was Hull, a city in Yorkshire where the Research Institute is based. I left the university at the end of April and I'm now the Associate Director of a UK-wide research center called the Center for Cultural Value, which is based at the University of Leeds. And I also collaborate with the Sibelius Academy in Helsinki as a visiting professor, and with a foundation in Italy called Fitzcarraldo, which is based in Turin, is a cultural policy research and training foundation. And basically my work has been in this area of urban cultural policy for a long time, since the second half of the 1980s, including issues of culture-led urban regeneration, including integrated models of cultural planning, the debate on intercultural cities and on creative cities. I have contributed to these debates and also to the research and debates on European capitals of culture and on festivals, urban festivals. So I would like the three speakers to introduce themselves just before they present their papers. Starting with Ismail Tiryaki, who is going to present a paper on Istanbul, so a critical analysis of the impact of state-led and credit-driven urban transformation on socioeconomic and cultural life in Istanbul. So Ismail, I would be grateful if you could introduce yourself. Each speaker has 20 minutes, followed by a 10-minute discussion, which will be immediately after each paper. And then at the end, at about 16:45, we have a final collective discussion led by Asu Aksoy, my colleague from Bilgi University in Istanbul. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Ismail Tiryaki, and I've completed my undergraduate degree at the University of Exeter in philosophy, politics, and economics, after which I've completed my master's in international political economy. And today I'll be talking to you about the international political economy of cultural policy from a critical interdisciplinary perspective and the relationship between spatial restructuring, urban transformation, and socioeconomic and cultural life. So to conceptualize the relationship between power and culture under capitalism, we use Gramsci's concept of cultural hegemony, which is briefly defined as the consent given by the masses to the dominant fundamental group regarding the general direction imposed on social life. And this has a material dimension to it in the world of production. And we use Foucault's theory of morality to explain the relationship between the macro conditionalities that are, for example, imposed by the international systems of production at a national level and at the level of the cities, and the micro foundations, which are individuals, and how these dynamics and unequal power relations figure in subject formation and the morality of a social phenomenon, which according to Foucault was dependent upon firstly cause of behavior. So these are systems of rules and values that are operative in a given society or group, the agencies or mechanisms, and the forms they take in terms of multifariousness and divergences and contradictions, and so which lead to internalizations of behavior, for example. And forms of subjectivation can be understood as the way in which individuals are urged to constitute themselves as subjects of moral conduct. And the role of narrative and discourse, ideological hegemony, is important in the formation of these subjects. And Said is very articulate in talking about the relationship between culture and how it is associated with the nation and the state, with a degree of, which creates a dichotomy of us versus them. And in this sense, it becomes a source of identity. And here, I think it is important to note that in his famous analysis of Orientalism, he didn't talk about Turkey or the Ottoman Empire, only briefly mentioned them. But Turkey has a lot of potential in terms of post-colonial theory because of the Occidentalist tension, which is the desire of the nation elite to become both Western and anti-Western and Turkish. And so Westernization was attached to the policies of modernization pre-AKP, and after AKP, we see contemporary examples of this tension. So here, another thing to note is that this produces a resistance to Western power because of the history of imperialism, but also operates within its discursive terms. So in the reproduction of the polarity of East and West. And in that regard, it endorses the hegemony, but then we need to conceptualize how narratives and discourse figure in social life. And I use methodically Fairclough's critical discourse analysis for that. And according to him, this happens in 3 ways. So firstly, as a part of the social activity within practice that constitutes genre. So diverse ways of acting, of producing social life in the semiotic mode, for example, part of doing a job or politically governing a country involves the same linguistical aspect in representations. Social agents within any practice produce representations of themselves, of practices, of others. And then this, in the last one, figures in ways of being, which is the constitution of identities. And as an example, you can think about, for example, Erdogan as a political leader is a partly discursively constituted way of being. And this is important for the methodology of critical realism, because it takes that reasons can be causes. So that is why Foucault's theory of morality is again important, because it helps us explain the relationship between macro necessities, so material and extra material conditionalities, and micro foundations of the individuals. So for us to be able to explain a cultural or a social phenomenon, we must explain it both in terms of its social meaning for the relevant actors and the broader context in which this social meaning is produced. So the contingent interaction of causal processes in specific conditions. And that is the mutually reflexive structure agency analytical framework of Bob Jessop and the strategic relational approach. And that is a 3-dimensional approach. And it is important because we have to situate the particular social formation that we are talking about so that we can explain the specific causal mechanics and at 3 dimensions. So first, the macro dimension, which is simply the international dimension. And since the 80s, there has been a restructuring period based or under the hegemony of neoliberal policies, both in economic and cultural policies. In economics, that entailed a withdrawal of the state, the dominance of the free market theory, and in cultural policies, that was translated into a paradigmatic shift in instrumental cultural policies, which were increasingly used as instruments to attain goals in areas other than the cultural sector. And we need to then situate Turkey within this international system at the meso level, which is the institutional level where we can place the nation state. And I use Cemal Burak Tensel's authoritarian neoliberalism theoretical framework. And it has 2 central tenets. Firstly, to establish a disciplinary statecraft, which closes off key decision-making processes to popular pressures. So here it's also important to note that the neoliberal restructuring in Turkey was initiated with a military coup, which is a direct contradiction in itself with the free market theory, since that entails that the free market should be free from state intervention. And thus we have the oxymoronic name of authoritarian neoliberalism. So to establish a disciplinary statecraft and to close out key decision-making processes to popular pressures with a view of protecting the circus of capital accumulation. And I will use the case of special restructuring, kentsel dönüşüm in Istanbul, to talk more about that later on. And secondly, to deploy a coercive legal, administrative state apparatus to marginalize democratic opposition and dissident social groups. And thus we have the importance of discourse and narratives again. At the micro dimension, we have the impact of neoliberalism at the individual level. And that's where Foucault is useful again in terms of how the everyday life of the individual is affected through the impact of macro conditionalities on choices that the subject makes in every day. Firstly, the indebted, because neoliberal capitalism controls its subject through debt. Whether you're a farmer or a student who's expected to pay back loans, this impacts your life choices. And secondly, the mediatized subject is expected to communicate using extensive communication technologies like the social media instead of encountering in physical proximity. And thirdly, the securitized is the subject whose bodies, private lives are recorded, stored for security purposes, which can be related to the concept of the state of emergency. And lastly, the represented is the subject whose political power is reduced to the democratic golden goal of representative politics, which is a powerful mechanism that disciplines the other three subjectivities so that their mirage or illusion of participation in politics through voting, lobbying, or joining civil society can be reproduced. And according to the Neo-Gramscian framework, we can argue that these subjectivities are intensified as means of social control as authoritarian tendencies become more powerful amidst a growing neoliberal crisis, for example, under deteriorating macroeconomic conditions. And we also see in parallel an intensification of the marginalizing discourse. I want to talk about the manifestation of these hegemonic tendencies and their parallels in spatial restructuring, kentsel dönüşüm, and cultural policy, and then later talk about how that figures in socioeconomic and cultural life, because urban space is where hegemony touches the most important means of its power. So popular culture is going to cause it. And for Gramsci, hegemonies inevitably need to dominate. The concept of domination should be coupled with the concept of cultural hegemony, because in domination, consent and coercion coexist, and one predominates over the other dependent upon the stability of the authority of the hegemonic coalition. So it is in the production of urban space that capitalist hegemony becomes visible and tangible. So we see the rebranding of cultural centers, for example, according to a certain set of values, which are associated with certain identities in a dichotomy of us versus them. And then in both cases, we see a discursive justification attached to, firstly, a neoliberal vocabulary, and secondly, to a more conservative set of values, again, situated against the past state elitist tradition in the discourse of gatekeeping, which is usually generically framed. So this forceful spatial restructuring in Istanbul, for example, also had the aspects of a clampdown on cultural heritage and a certain way of life associated with the other as well. And we see a similar element of revanchism based on this dichotomy in cultural policy, which is discursively framed as democratic and indeed emancipatory from the past state traditions of interventionism. And so we can summarize kentsel dönüşüm in Istanbul under three subcategories: the domination of market forces, imbrication of market and market forces as well, the constitutional changes to limit democratic fixtures and coercive governance in forceful spatial restructuring, and centralized intervention into housing and public space, and which then brings into attention two problems: various interventions into physical space and sustainability, because these executive prioritizations of narrow economic interests, for example, for a small circle of construction companies, happen at the cost of broad societal interests. For example, the destruction of green spaces or commodification of public spaces. And then we see, again, frequent privatizations that we can't say are necessarily for the broad societal interests as well. And then I will show the reflections of this in cultural policy and how arguments of privatization were also used for decentralization of state theaters. So the major reasons, the central point to take here is that centralization of power has led to a limitation of democratic participation, which exacerbated socioeconomic costs of the particular mode of capital accumulation in urban transformation. So cultural policies are significant instruments for assessing class structure, and they demonstrate struggles and tendencies in the society in a broader sense. And here we see the utilization of the us versus them dichotomy in the framing of the privatization argument for state theaters by the president. And then, as in the case of special restructuring, which were accompanied by frequent legal and constitutive changes, we see in the initial terms of AKP legal changes made in accordance with the EU accession bid, which were actually positively received because, well, cultural policy needed and still needs serious reforms in Turkey. But then, so these were, by the way, framed by and according to the global trends of globalization, privatizations, and de-estatization, as it is stated in the justification section of the relevant laws. But rather than through decentralization, which was the argument for privatization of state theaters, the tendency has been the concentration where the state has kept an indirect control of the theaters through transferring of power to local representatives, for example. So again, discursive examples of how this privatization approach was framed, well, firstly, against the elitist tradition of the past governments. Secondly, as for addressing people's preferences, which have been allegedly neglected. And then the contradictory statements that both the state should not be in the position of producing culture, and also that the political sense of identity of a conservative democrat should also establish the norm for conservative aesthetics and conservative art. So we see a revanchist approach against the past governments, about the past tradition in cultural policy, in the sense that this us versus them dichotomy is historically framed, and some elements of this have been explicitly stated by, for example, Ertuğrul Günay, who said, I will try to construct a new Turk image, and that cultural policies should have an issue. So the problem with the populist attitude attached to this is that of decreasing the level of the theater to the level of the banal. So these are the summaries of interventions in theater. And we see not only interventions, not only in artistic management teams, for example, through arbitrary dismissals of theater directors, but also in the content being produced and shown in theaters as well. And arguably in some areas, we can talk about an expansion of an intolerance against dissident worldviews, evident in high volumes of censorship, for example. And secondly, interruptions of state support to the private theater companies, which is particularly important when we consider deteriorating macroeconomic conditions, because the state has withdrawn its support both financially and regulatorily from after state theaters were privatized. But then these theaters are left increasingly exposed to fluctuations in the private sphere, and so at the mercy of private capital, which is increasingly hard to find as macroeconomic deterioration goes on, and also leaves them exposed to personal tastes and preferences of local representatives of the ruling party, for example. And in the third one, the clearing of culture centers in city centers and moving them to peripheral areas, we see an intersection of forceful spatial restructuring and authoritarian cultural policy in the sense of a new image creation. And there we can place Atatürk Cultural Center, for example. And lastly, the attempt by the government to transfer or reduce its responsibilities and duties to theater. However, we have seen that the state kept an indirect control through executive appointments of the members of TÜSAK, which is the institution that replaced state theaters. So cultural and artistic investments as instruments for city branding and image creation. And I think Atatürk Cultural Center is particularly telling in this regard because of its complicated history. It's the cultural activities in it were somewhat arbitrarily stopped. I think after 2005, after Atilla Koç, the Minister of Culture at the time, said it has outlived its lifespan. So in the context of image creation, identity formation, and the branding of Istanbul, the case of AKM stands at this hegemonic intersection between forceful spatial restructuring and authoritarian cultural policy. And perhaps this image will help us conceptualize what I'm talking about a bit better, because after it became a symbol of resistance for and during Gezi protests, we have seen that those protests became quite quickly grew out of the concerns for one of the last few remaining green spaces and became about a protest against the way in which the country was being run. And then after that, it was the AKM as a building was used briefly as a police station, and later it was used as a billboard for advertisement. So going back, the recent rebranding of the restoration project as the new Oturumun Cultural Center, I don't think that it should be interpreted as a genuine attempt at reconciliation, but a superficial one at consent generation, again, in the neo-Gramscian framework amidst a deepening crisis of authority, again, given the deteriorating macroeconomic conditions. So the importance of this interdisciplinary approach is to talk about the parallels of hegemonic tendencies in seemingly detached spheres, which are actually dialectically connected, because the relationship between IP and cultural policy is existentially important because it structures the macro conditionalities, which then impact socio-cultural life at the individual level in everyday life as well. And SRA helps us interpret these strategic selectivities that bias certain identities or certain practices. And these irregularities that exist between different spheres, for example, in spatial restructuring and cultural policy, should be dissected if we need to understand what kind of starting point we have for the question of, for example, human emancipation. We need to understand what kind of oppressions does a particular social formation require and what kind of emancipations can it tolerate. So cultural hegemony as the constitutive relationship between culture and power under neoliberalism perpetuates a particular disciplinary integrative system, which have discursive and extra discursive dimensions intertwined in and throughout all three dimensions of the particular social formation. And in this regard, credit-driven urban transformation and coercive governance impacts socioeconomic and cultural life on all of these dimensions. So to answer the research question, the cultural policy of the AKP can be explained in relation with its political economic agenda through the concepts of cultural hegemony and authoritarian neoliberalism, as the centralized attempt at establishing a disciplinary and integrative system based on conservative religious values and the logic of unrestrained neoliberalism for three ends. Firstly, to protect the particular circuits of capital accumulation, so credit-driven high GDP growth using the construction sector as the primary capital switch to absorb surplus capital, which necessitates executively prioritizing narrow economic interests. And this increases inequality economically, and economic inequality exacerbates social costs. And this is represented in discourse as democratic, progressive, or as the manifestation of the national will. And secondly, to marginalize democratic opposition and dissident social groups, which reinforces the us versus them dichotomy in everyday life as well, with consequences of socio-political polarization. And lastly, to socio-culturally engineer the society according to a certain set of values under a new agent structure model. So consequently reducing cultural diversity and democracy with a view of creating a self-disciplining society in the image of New Turkey. So I think that's all the time I have. Thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ismail. I know the paper was very rich. I know you had to compress it in about 20 minutes, but clearly the theoretical framework of authoritarian neoliberalism is very useful to analyze what is happening in terms of the relationship between cultural policy and political ideologies of different governments, not only in the case of Turkey, but increasingly in many other cases, possibly ranging from the United States to the UK to Poland, Hungary, many other countries. So this should be should be a really good paper to have a discussion. So you can ask questions directly, intervening directly or otherwise in the chat. So we have about 10 minutes, and then we will pick up some of these themes in Azu's final discussion. As I said, we are about 5 minutes late. Probably it will be at 16:50 rather than 16:45. So, so the floor is open. Anyone who has any comments or questions? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes, there's a...
hello, hello, Professor Franco. Great to see you.
Hi, Jonathan.
Thank you for that. Very detailed, very excellent theoretical analysis. I'll save some of my comments for the discussion, but just a question. Your argument sort of revolves around the forceful spatial restructuring using authoritarian cultural policy, and I'm wondering whether the concept of culture is actually being changed into new forms of social being, such as citizenship, and rather the cultural that we are familiar with in terms of public democratic participatory culture, the kind of post-war vision of culture that we all cling on to. Rather, that's being displaced by a lot of older authoritarian concepts of culture, which from the Roman Empire to Stalin's Russia to the Nazis, you know, cultural policy was big within authoritarian political regimes and always was. And in some ways, we kind of deceive ourselves to think that really cultural policy is a product of democracy and of people, of shared life. There's a lot of romanticism kind of remaining within our understanding of culture and cultural policy. And I'm wondering whether you're better placed than me to see within Turkey today, cultural policy is simply be converted into another form of social policy, and that policy theory needs to somehow start doing more theoretical work on the concept of culture.
Right. Yeah, so if I interpret your question correctly, it is about whether cultural policy has indeed become another tool to increase social control, for example, under authoritarian formations. And I think in Turkey, there's somewhat of a chicken egg riddle in that, in the sense that, is it because that there has been this top to bottom attempts at creating this foundational support attached to a certain set of conservative religious values? Or is it more because of the popular demands that were allegedly, according to some literature, that had been in place but were oppressed by previous governments, that have found a way to manifest themselves in the current ruling party? And I don't think we should frame this as a dichotomy necessarily. I think it's a combination of both. But to answer your question, I think cultural policy is being increasingly used as a means to create consent amidst a growing crisis of authority. I think one of the most striking examples of that has recently been the reconversion of Hagia Sophia, for example, because while as long as we are talking about that, we have not been talking as much about the economic problems, for example, that have been, again, the gradual accumulation of the policies of authoritarian neoliberalism. And I think the case of COVID-19, the age of the lockdown, is a really striking example as well, because to truly understand the impact of the lockdown and COVID-19 in terms of biopolitics, for example, we have to look at what has this neoliberal restructuring done to urban space in cities, and which has led to a destruction of green spaces that has arguably weakened the human lung, for example, and in that regard indirectly increased the impact of this virus on the individual level as well. So I think definitely there should be more theoretical work done on this relationship between the ideological dimension of culture and cultural policy, and how historically formed cultural reference are being increasingly used politically to generate consent and also to distract from other social problems.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ismail. The question was from Jonathan Vickery from University of Warwick in the UK. And the answer very usefully started talking about the issue of popular support, mobilization of popular support, without which, of course, this populist regimes would not exist, probably would not have power. So interesting, good that we have touched on that as well. I don't know if Jonathan has rejoined that to the reply, or if somebody else wants to intervene. Yeah, sorry, there's a, yeah, please.
Hello, I'm Zainapur. Nice to meet you, and thank you for this really interesting presentation. Actually, it resonates a lot with my own PhD research because I'm working on how theater becomes the battleground of politics in Turkey after 2000s. It's not the topic that I will present in the conference, but that's my main research team, and there was a lot of common points. I would like to comment on your analysis on discourse analysis, actually, because I think, as you showed really precisely, when we analyze Erdogan's and AKP's political discourses about cultural policy, we always find this us and them, this anti-Occidentalist, anti-Western discourse. However, when we fix our regard to forms, architectural forms, aesthetic forms that emerge, and we all have this difficulty to define how to define the architectural form, architectural style of the new Turkey. I think we see that it's not a simple way of being anti-modern or anti-Western, but there's this ongoing debate on how to define public culture. There's this dichotomy between secular and conservative neo-Ottoman, call it as you wish, the clash between two conceptions of culture. But I think, for example, when you look at the AKM case, the building that is built, it's not a search for a traditional architecture, but what you see is hypermodernity. So to be brief, my question will be, how do you interpret AKP's politics as anti-modernist, or what are the nuances you think that exist in their politics?
Yes, thank you for the question. I would interpret them as first and foremostly pragmatic, because I think the most pressing concern for these ruling parties have been to stay in power. And secondly, I think I don't think, yes, as you're right, we can't call them anti-modernist. There has been a combination of neoliberal values, and there are important works actually on how neoliberalism and like Islamist ideologies have been merged in other countries as well, like in Egypt, how social organizations are incorporated into these alliances, and how then they figure in like this creation of particular forms of morality at the micro level. But I would interpret AKP's attempts firstly as pragmatic, and secondly, I think as the circle around Erdogan has grown smaller, we have been seeing an increased reflection of some personal tastes and preferences of a smaller circle, also related to the centralization of power and the limitations in the decision-making system and democratic participation. I think that's why I would say there has been an increasing reflection of these, whom some call anti-modernists, and also asymmetrically, on the other hand, as you said, some examples of hyper-modern architectures. So there, I think, is an asymmetrical relationship between the two. There are actual reflections of some personal tastes, and these are enabled by the centralization of power and the limitation in democratic participation. And on the other hand, we have been seeing the combination of hypermodern forms and conservative preferences as well, if that answers your question.
Okay, thank you, Ismail. Unfortunately for now, that's all we have time for. We will return to this in the final discussion session. So I would like to ask Can Bulubay to introduce themselves, and it's a paper on the investigation of negative effects of reconstruction piece on urban protection from the perspective of the historical peninsula of Istanbul. Thank you.
Merhabalar, sesim geliyordur diye düşünüyorum. Öncelikle internet bağlantı konusunda 2-3 gündür sorun yaşıyorum. Hatta geçen günkü deneme toplantısında da selam verdikten sonra ayrılmak zorunda kaldım. Umarım bir sıkıntı yaşanmaz. Organizasyonları düzenleyenlere ve çeviri konusunda da güzel bir şekilde bizlere yardımcı olan herkese çok teşekkür ediyorum. Türkçe olarak sunumumu gerçekleştireceğim. Öncelikle bunu belirteyim. Sunumun başlığı imar barışının kentsel korumaya yönelik olumsuz etkilerinin İstanbul tarihi yarımada perspektifinden incelenmesi. Konuya kentsel koruma perspektifinden yaklaşacak olsam da başlık aslında tam olarak odaklandığım her şeyi karşılamıyor. Elimden geldiğince kısaltmaya gayret gösterdim. Fatih ilçemiz özelinde tarihi yerleşimlerin depremden göreceği zararı da bir şekilde değinmeye çalışacağım. Böyle bir, daha doğrusu önce kendimi tanıtayım, onu unuttum. Marmara Üniversitesi'nde yerel yönetimler ve kentsel politikalar, kent politikaları bölümünde doktora eğitimimi sürdürmekteyim. Öncesinde gene aynı üniversitede küresel şehirler ve İstanbul araştırmaları bölümünden mezun oldum. Mekan dönüşümleri, neoliberal kent politikalarının mekan üzerindeki tezahürleri, kentsel dönüşüm, kent kültürü gibi konular, kent sosyolojisine sık sık değinmeye çalışıyorum. Ve bu gibi konular araştırmalarımın odak noktasını oluşturuyor diyebilirim. Tekrar sunumuma dönmem gerekirse, bu henüz sonlandırmadığım bir çalışma. Belli bir aşamaya getirdim fakat gerek tam bildiri metnini hazırlarken gerek de sonraki süreçte çeşitlendirmeye gayret göstereceğim. O yüzden her türlü öneriye açık. Bunu belirteyim. Bu araştırmayı beni yapmaya sevk eden şey, daha doğrusu dokunmak istediğim nokta, amaçladığım nokta, noktayı şöyle tanımlayabilirim. Merkezi idarenin hiçbir paydaşı sürece katmayarak aldığı tepeden inme kararların insanların sağlığına, kentlerin kimliğine, koruma politikalarına, uluslararası sözleşmelere, demokrasi ve katılımcılığa verdiği zarara bir şekilde kendimce küçük bir örnekle eleştiri getirmek. Amacımın bu olduğunu aklınızda bulundurursanız sunumumu daha iyi anlayacağınızı umut ediyorum. İmar affı dediğimiz şey Türkiye'nin herhalde bir son 70 yıldaki kentleşme tarihine ışık tutan bir olay, imar affları. Bunun da artık bir döngü şeklinde gerçekleştiğini söyleyebiliriz. Sebeplerin ve sonuçların birbirine karıştığı bir durum söz konusu. Türkiye ve benzeri gelişmekte olan ülkelerde bir sermaye kıtlığı sorunu var. Yani merkezi idare kentleşmenin hızına bir şekilde yetişemiyor, onu düzenleyemiyor. Bunun sonucunda ne oluyor? Enformel yapılar yoğunlaşıyor, çoğalıyor. Bunları sonra bir düzene sokma ihtiyacı hasıl oluyor. İmar yasaları yapılıyor, planlama, 5 yıllık planlar oluşturuluyor. Fakat gene o paralel hale gelme sağlanmadığı için, hızda kesişme yaşanmadığı için planlar kanun dışı uygulamalarla bozuluyor. Sonra bu uygulamaların affı yeniden söz konusu oluyor. Bunlar bir nevi meşrulaştırılıyor, resmi sürece dahil ediliyor ki bunlar genelde seçimlere denk geliyor, seçim öncelerine, eski tarihlerden beri. Sonra tekrar imar affları oluyor ve bu artık şekilde gördüğünüz üzere bir döngü haline alıyor. Yaklaşımını çok önemsediğim İlhan Tekeli'nin fikirlerine değinmek istedim burada. Tekeli'ye göre devresel planlama biçiminde imar operasyonlarının belli nedenleri var. Tekeli'nin görüşünü şu açıdan önemsiyorum. Kendisi bir şehir plancısı. Fakat korumaya dair, kentlerin birçok sorununa dair yaklaşımını da zaten sayısız kitabı da var. Çok net bir şekilde ortaya koyuyor. Birçok söz söylüyor. Bu imar operasyonlarının döngüsel şekilde ilerlemesinin en önemli sebepleri olarak da yönetimlerin hiçbir zaman düzenli ve yeterli bir mali akışa sahip olmamasını gösteriyor. Bir planlama örgütünün kurulup sürekliliğinin sağlanamamış olmasını gösteriyor. Ki bunu ülkemizde hani birçok örnekle de açıklayabiliriz. Bizim ülkemizde bakanlıkların isimleri, yetki alanları sık sık değişir. Yapılan tüm planlar, çalışmalar bir anda devre dışı bırakılır. Süreklilik genelde yoktur. Bir nevi bunu vurguluyor. Tekeli'nin yaklaşımında şu da çok önemli ki kendisinin fikirlerine esas ana metninde daha fazla değinmeye çalıştım. Kentsel rantın, ülkenin sermaye birikimi şeklinde kentsel rantın çok önemli payı olmasını devamlı vurguluyor ve bizim toplumumuzda şöyle bir şey vardır. Kentlerin tırnak içinde çarpıklaşmasında, kötü bir hale gelmesinde ana pay gecekonduculara atfedilir. Onların, şayet bu bir suçsa onların suçu olduğu söylenir. Kentleri onlar bozuyor denir. İlhan Tekeli gibi isimler, Ruşen Keleş gibi isimler bu konuda kentsel ranttan pay alma konusunda kentte tutunmaya çalışanlar kadar kentte bir şekilde söz hakları olmuş, yerleşmiş üst sınıftan kesimlerin de çok önemli payı olduğunu, onların da yeri geldiğinde bu ranttan pay alabilmek için önemli girişimleri olduğuna değiniyor. Bir sonraki seçenekte bununla bağlantılı. Toplumun gözünde bireylerin haklarına saygılı olmayan ve plansız uygulamaların yaşanan darboğazlar nedeniyle haklı görülmesi. Bunun sonucunda insanlar kanun dışı uygulamalara sıkça sapabiliyor. Gene imar affının genel sebeplerine değinecek olursak, Türkiye'de yürürlükteki imar kuralları ve planlama anlayışı toplumun düşük gelirli ve yeni kentleşen kesiminin gerçekleriyle genelde örtüşmemiştir. Teori ve pratikte daima farklılıklar vardır. Bu kanun dışı, yasa dışı yapılaşmalar bir noktadan sonra çok büyük bir seviyeye ulaştığında aynı zamanda büyük de bir yatırım miktarına tekabül ediyor. Bunun sonucunda bunların bir şekilde yok edilmesi ulusal servetin ziyan edilmesi olarak görülüyor. Bunlar da yapılan yeni düzenlemelerle sürece katılıyor, resmileştiriliyor bir anlamda. Son imar affı olarak niteleyebileceğimiz imar barışına geldik şimdi. Çevre ve Şehircilik Bakanlığı resmi imar barışı tanıtım broşüründe imar barışını şöyle tanımlıyor. İmar mevzuatına veya ruhsata aykırı yapılara verilecek yapı kayıt belgesiyle vatandaşlarımızın imar sorunlarının çözülmesi. Burada önemli olan şu, tapu verilmiyor, yapı kayıt belgesi veriliyor ama yine de bir şekilde resmiyete kavuşturulmuş oluyor. Hedef olarak da şunu belirliyorlar, vatandaşlarımızın devletle ihtilaflı durumunu ortadan kaldırmak, imara aykırı, ruhsat veya ruhsat eklerine aykırı olan yapıların kayıt altına alınması yoluyla bu yapılara yasallık kazandırmak. Broşürdeki en önemli nokta şu, ülkede 26 milyon civarı bir yapı sayısı olduğundan bahsediliyor ve bunların %50'sinin 13 milyon kadarının imara aykırı yapılar olduğu belirtiliyor. Bu çok ciddi ve aynı zamanda korkutucu bir oran benim açımdan en azından. Bu bilgiyi görmem de zaten yaptığım araştırmanın en başında devam etmem yönünde beni teşvik etti. Çünkü bütün Türkiye'nin bütün illerinde, bütün kasabalarına kadar yansıyan bir durum imar barışı. Bunu yaparken de devletin çeşitli motivasyonları vardır. Bunları da kısaca belirtiyorlar söz konusu broşürde. İmar kaynaklı sorunların yargıda büyük bir yoğunluk yaratması, belediyelerin imara aykırı yapıların yıkılması konusunda aksaklık yaşamaları ve vatandaşı en çok cezbeden nokta, vatandaşların elektrik, su, doğalgaz kullanımlarına ulaşması konusunda yaşanan sıkıntıların giderilmesi, onların bir nevi kaçak kullanıma yönelmek zorunda bırakılmamaları şeklinde bir motivasyon. Buraları hızlı geçmeye çalışacağım. Süreyi de iyi kullanmaya çalışacağım. 2018'de yürürlüğe giriyor bu yasa. 2017 ve önceki yıllardaki imar ve imara aykırı yapılar için devlete başvurulabiliyor ve belli bir miktar ödenerek, ki devlet büyük bir gelir elde etti bu işten, yapı kayıt belgesi alınıyor. Fakat bu başvurular ülkenin her yerinde yapılamıyor. Benim çalışmamı oluşturan istisnalara gelmiş bulunuyoruz. 5 tane istisna belirtildi resmi yasada. Bir tanesi ilki işte Boğaziçi Kanunu'nda tanımlanan Boğaziçi Sahil Şeridi ve ön görünüm bölgesi. İşte burada herhangi bir şekilde yasaya aykırı olarak inşa edilmiş ekler, yapılar bu başvuruda bulunamıyor ve yapılarını resmileştiremiyorlar. Ve benim odaklanacağım nokta İstanbul Tarihi Yarımada içinde Süleymaniye ve Sultanahmet'in merkezde olduğu bölge. Buradakiler de herhangi bir şekilde yapı kayıt belgesi başvurusunda bulunamıyor. devamında da çeşitli istisnalar var. Yani bu bize neyi gösteriyor aslında? Devlet belli noktaları, merkezi idare diyeyim daha doğrusu, belli noktaları koruma ihtiyacı duymuş. Zaten çelişki de aslında buradan doğuyor. Benim daha ziyade odaklanmak istediğim nokta kentsel koruma dediğimiz olay. UNESCO'nun bu konuya dair söylediği çok şey var. Ben şu şekilde bir özet geçmek isterim. UNESCO'nun yaklaşımına değinmek isterim. Tarihi kentsel peyzaja ilişkin tavsiye kararında kentsel korumayı tek tek binaların korunmasıyla sınırlı görmemekte, mimariyi bütün kentsel yerleşimin bir unsuru olarak kabul etmektedir. İmar barışında böyle bir şey kabul edilmiyor elbette. Var. Göz önünde de bulunduğunu. Ve bu şekilde kentsel koruma karmaşık ve çok yönlü bir disiplin olmaktadır. Böylelikle de tanımı itibariyle kentsel koruma, kentsel planlamanın merkezine yerleşen bir kavram olarak ortaya çıkmaktadır. Burada hep imar barışını bir şekilde arka planda düşünmemiz gerekiyor. Çünkü imar barışı düzenlemesinde bu yaklaşımların, bu hassasiyetlerin neredeyse hiçbiri göz önünde bulundurulmuyor. Buna hemen geleceğim. Bir de ülkemizdeki koruma konusunda bulunan karmaşaya değinmek istedim. Yasal düzenlemeler belli bir bütünlük ve sistematik içinde değil, dönemin gereksinimleri ve belli odakların çıkarları doğrultusunda yapılmış. Bunun sonucunda da kimi alanlarda yetki ve sorumluluklar iç içe geçmiş, kimi alanlarda boşluklar oluşmuştur. Bu çelişki nedeniyle de benim çalışmam oluştu, öyle diyeyim yani. Bu görsel artık tarihi yarımadaya, yani Fatih ilçesine, İstanbul'un merkezi olan noktaya gelmiş bulunuyoruz. Bu görsel bakanlığın paylaştığı görsel. Kırmızıyla belirtilen alandaki yapılar için imar barışı başvurusunda bulunulamıyor. Bu bize neyi anlatıyor? Merkezi idare bir şekilde bu bölgedeki kültür mirasını, kültür varlıklarını koruma ihtiyacı hissediyor. Peki, ancak bu sınırlar neye göre belirlenmiş? Buna dair yasada veya eklerinde veya çıkan haberlerde hiçbir bilgiye ulaşamıyoruz. Bundan sonra değineceğim birçok belgede de aslında tarihi yarımadaya bir bütün olarak yaklaşmamız gerektiğini ben size göstermeye çalışacağım. Ortada bir çelişki var yani. Çevre ve Şehircilik Bakanlığı'nın sunduğu haritayı ben kendim daha görünür hale getirmeye çalıştım. O sınırların dahilinde neler var, bunları daha açık bir şekilde göstermeye çalıştım. Fatih ilçesindeki 57 mahallenin 36'sının, yani çok büyük bir kısmının yasadan faydalanabildiğini belirtmek isterim öncelikle. Bu yeşil çizgilerle belirttiğim alanda da odaklanılan yerler, yapılar ya da çevreler, özetle Sultanahmet Camii ve çevresi, Topkapı Sarayı ve çevresi, Eminönü Sirkeci veya yukarıda Kapalı Çarşı Hanlar bölgesi, İstanbul Üniversitesi çevresi ve Süleymaniye Külliyesi ile etrafındaki çok nitelikli sivil mimari örneklerinden oluşan bölge. Bu alan dışındaki her yapı için imar barışı başvurusunda bulunulabildi. İlerliyorum. Bundan sonraki görsellerde İstanbul Tarihi Alanları Alan Başkanlığı'nın birçok görselini kullanacağım. Hayli açıklayıcı ve nitelikli görseller olduğu için. Burada gösterilen 4 tane alan var. Sağdaki gri bölge, ortadaki sarı bölge, kırmızı bölge, mavi bölge. Bunlar UNESCO'nun uzun yıllar önce Dünya Miras Alanları listesine dahil ettiği alanlar ki Türkiye'de birçok kez bu bir nevi takdiri diyebileceğimiz karara dair memnuniyetini birçok yerde dile getiriyor. İstanbul'un değerinden bahsederken bilhassa. Gri bölge Sultanahmet Kentsel Arkeolojik Koruma Alanı, sağdaki bölge. Süleymaniye Camii ve çevresi koruma alanı, sarı bölge. Ki burada da 5366 sayılı yasanın açtığı yol nedeniyle son 15 yılda gerçekleşen çok nahoş hadiselere de değinmekte, en azından kısacık da olsa bir vurgu yapmakta fayda var. Burası 15 yıldır çok büyük zararlar gördü. Hiçbir şekilde korunmadı yani. Karşısındaki Zeyrek Camii ve çevresi koruma alanı ve mavi olan alan Karasurları koruma alanından oluşan bölge. Yani UNESCO'nun ön planda tuttuğu yerler. Bir takdir olduğundan bahsetmiştik. UNESCO'nun bahsettiğim kararı ülkemizdeki koruma konusunda sağlanan gelişmede de önemli bir kilometre taşı olarak nitelenebilir. Çünkü çok sık vurgu yapılır koruma ile ilgili metinlerde. Fakat bu listeden bahsettiğimizde de ortaya çok ciddi bir çelişki çıkıyor. Bir tanesinden burada bahsettim kısaca. Örneğin UNESCO Süleymaniye ve çevresini miras olarak nitelerken yalnızca külliye yapılarını baz almamış, o bölgedeki sivil mimari örneklerini, anıtsal yapıları, kentsel dokuyu oluşturan tüm unsurları kapsamına almıştır. Fakat hemen karşısında yer alan Zeyrek'te, Süleymaniye ile çok benzer olan bir bölgedir. Ortada anıtsal bir yapı vardır ve çevresinde çok sayıda sivil mimari örneği vardır. Fakat Zeyrek ve çevresi imar barışı istisnasının dışında tutuluyor. Bu kararlar nasıl verildi, hangi katılımcı yöntemlerle, hangi katılımcı pratiklerle verildi, hiçbirini biz bunların bilmiyoruz. Bu benim en çok rahatsız olduğum konulardan biri, imar barışı düzenlemesi adına. Başka bir haritada tarihi yarımadadaki, yani Fatih ilçesindeki kültür varlıklarını görüyoruz. Bu haritada aslında birçok renk var, fakat çok da büyüterek bakamadığımızdan ötürü en çok odaklanacağımız renkler olan yeşil ve bordo renkleri görüyoruz. Gene alan başkanlığının bir haritası. Yeşil renkli kısımlar anıt eserleri, işte camiler, çeşmeler, kütüphaneler, medreseler gibi yapıları oluşturuyor. Yarımadanın çoğuna yayıldığını görüyoruz. Bordo renkli kısımlar ise sivil mimari örnekleri, bunların çoğu 100 yaşında, çok önemli yapılar ve Yarımada'nın birçok yerine dağıldığını görüyoruz. Elbette istisnanın içinde tutulan alanda daha büyük bir yoğunlaşma var, fakat Yarımada'nın da bütününe yayılan bir durum söz konusu olduğunu görüyoruz. Örnek istisnanın dışındaki Zeyrek, Cibali Küçük Mustafa Paşa hattı veya Fener Balat Ayvansaray hattı veya Yedikule Samatya hattı veya Yenikapı Langa ile başlayan Kumkapı'dan geçip Kadırga'ya, Küçük Ayasofya'ya uzanan hatta büyük bir azınlık mirası da var. Orada hala kurtarılması, özen gösterilmesi gereken birçok sivil mimari örneğin yapı var. Bunlar da istisnanın dışında bırakılıyor çelişki. Bir başka haritada aslında tarihi yarımadanın bütününün bir sit alanı olduğu durum söz konusu. Birinci derecede kırmızı bölge birinci derece arkeolojik sit alanı. Topkapı Sarayı'nın bulunduğu çevre. İstanbul'daki ilk yerleşimi de barındırır. Sarı alan Sultanahmet Camii'nin merkezinde yer aldığı sarı bölge. Kentsel arkeolojik sit alanı. Gri bölge ise kentsel tarihi sit alanı oluyor. Yani bütün aslında tarihi yarımadaya bu gerçeklik ışığında çok daha büyük bir özenle yaklaşılması gerektiğini ortaya koyuyor aslında bu durum. Fakat imar barışı düzenlemesinde örneğin bu sarı renkli gözüken alan ki eski Büyük Bizans Sarayı'nın, saraylar kompleksinin hala kalıntılarını barındıran, herhangi bir kazı yapıldığında o karşınıza birçok tarihi kalıntı eser çıkan bir bölgedir. Çok değerli bir yerdir. Fakat buradaki birçok yapı içinde imar barışı başvurusunda, yapı kayıt belgesi başvurusunda bulunulduğunu biliyorum. Birçok saray kalıntısının üstüne çok yakın tarihlerde birçok ek yapıldı. Devam ediyorum. Deprem çok önemli bir konu başlığı. Aslında başta bu konulara girmek istemiyordum ama ülkemizde de yakın tarihinde birçok facia niteliğinde olay oldu. Bir tanesi çok kritik bence. 6 Şubat 2009'da İstanbul'un Kartal ilçesinde bir bina çöktü. Kendiliğinden çöktü. Sonrasında Silivri'de yaşanan depremde tüm bu deprem tartışmalarını tetikledi. Kartal'daki bina 92 yılında yapılmış ve zemin artı 5 kat iznine rağmen 98 yılında 3 kaçak kat ile yükseltilen bir bina ve çökmeden hemen önce imar barışı kapsamında yapı kayıt belgesi başvurusu yapılan bir bina. Bu örneği neden verdim? İstanbul'daki yapı stoku zaten hali hazırda çok büyük bir sıkıntı arz ediyor. İmar barışı ile birlikte bunların hepsinin üstüne binen, gerçek anlamda binen yük bir nevi durumun kritikliğini ortaya koymuş oluyor diyerek bu örneği açıklamak istedim. İmar barışı konusunda çok spesifik şeylere odaklanıldı. Çok simge binalar üzerinden konu bir nevi tartışılıp geçildi. İşte solda gördüğünüz bina Rize'deki bir bina. Dere yatağına yapılmış 7-8 katlı. Bu yıkıldı çünkü toplumda ses yükseldi. Zaten toplumda ses yükselince bizde bir şeyler düzgün işlemeye başlıyor genel olarak. Veya sağda gördüğünüz bina Can Kurtaran semtinde yer alan bir binadır. Tarihi bir çeşmenin ve duvarın üstünde. 1960'lardan beri duran bir yapıdır. Bunu ben gündeme getirmiştim. Sonrasında ulusal medyada yer aldı ve yıkıldı. Fakat sorunlar bu şekilde çözülmüyor. Bu önemli bir harita. İstisnanın içerisinde bırakılan bölge nüfus yoğunluğu açısından çok...
we are already over time, so it is important to come to your conclusions, so to the most important part of the paper. Otherwise, we are going to miss that. Yeah, we have run out of the 20 minutes.
2 dakikaya toparlamaya çalışayım o zaman. İmar barışına ilçenin birçok yerinde başvurulduğuna dair bir kayıt bu. Bir emlakçının paylaştığı bir görsel. Çeşitli örnekler var. Yapıların ne durumda olduğuna dair, kaçak eklere dair çok belli örnekler. Bunların da imar barışı başvurusu var ve şu an bunlar resmileştirilmiş durumda. Önceden şu halde olup kaçak yapılar, katlar barındırıp şu an güzel bir makyajla otel yapılmış ve insanların kaldığı binalar söz konusu. Burada çok önemli bir konu var. En çok atıf yapılan makalelerden biri. Burada imar kanununda yapının depreme dayanıklılığı hususu vatandaşın sorumluluğuna bırakılıyor. Bu çok önemli bu konuyla alakalı. Tescilli yapıların üstünde hala birçok ek kat var ve bunların içinde imar barışı başvurularının olduğunu biliyorum. Gedikpaşa bölgesi çok önemli bir bölgedir. Bunların hepsi tescilli yapılar. Hızlıca geçmeye çalışıyorum. Kültür varlıklarının büyük çoğunluğu risk altında. Külliyelerle artık bitişik durumda olan çok sayıda yapı var. Hem can güvenliği açısından hem o kültür varlıklarının kaderi açısından çok sıkıntılı durumlar söz konusu oldu. Resmi birçok belgeyle çelişki yaratan bir düzenleme bu. İKOMOS'un Amsterdam bildirgesiyle, Washington tüzüğüyle, geleneksel mimari miras tüzüğüyle bunlar çoğaltılabilir. TMOB'un meslek odalarının görüşleriyle çok aykırılık teşkil eden durumlar söz konusu. Kentlerin kimliği bu gibi uygulamalar sonucunda büyük zararlar görüyor. Son olarak değindiğim nokta merkezi idarenin otoriter ve tepeden inme kararlarının kentlerin birçok yönünde zararlara sebep olabildiğini biliyoruz. Ben de kısaca bu çalışmayla böyle bir duruma odaklanmaya çalıştım. Dinlediğiniz için çok teşekkür ederim. Bu dediğim gibi devam eden bir çalışma. Önerilerinize açığım. Geçmemeye fazlasıyla çalıştım. Bu kadar.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks very much. We have about 6-7 minutes for the discussion. So it was difficult for me to understand the paper. So I will invite particularly Turkish speakers to contribute to the discussion, to comments or questions. Also in the chat, if you prefer. Yeah.
Can I just ask one clarification?
Yeah.
The heritage protection regime as it is, in Istanbul or Turkey, is municipal governance strong enough to enforce that, or is this a national governance problem?
Bunu şöyle cevaplandırabilirim ki günümüzde de çok sık bir şekilde tartışılan bir konu. Çok büyük bir yetki karmaşası var. Kimi yerler İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi'nin sorumluluğunda. Kimi yerler Vakıflar Genel Müdürlüğü'nün sorumluluğunda, yani merkezi idarenin sorumluluğunda. Bilhassa 2019 seçimlerinden sonra bu konudaki çatışma demek uygun aslında. Çatışma ayyuka çıkmış durumda. Çok belirginleşmiş durumda. Geçen günlerde önümüze düşen Galata Kulesi örneği bunun en büyük yansımalarından birisi. Galata Kulesi İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi'nden alındı. Merkezi idarenin inisiyatifine devredildi ve koruma politikalarına çok büyük aykırılık arz eden uygulamalar söz konusu oldu. Veya Haydarpaşa Garı çok önemli bir binadır. Buranın restorasyonu ve tekrar işlevsel bir şekilde kent hayatına katılabilmesi noktasında İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi merkezi idareye aykırılık teşkil etmesi nedeniyle siyasi bakımdan konuşuyorum. İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi süreçten dışlandı. Bu gibi konular çok güncel konular ve eskiden beri yaşanmakta olan sorunlar artık çok daha fazla derinleşmiş durumda. Yani şu an çıkar yol ne olur bilmiyorum. Belediyeler kendi yaptığı uygulamaları doğal olarak bir nevi duyuruyor insanlara, reklamını yapıyor. Merkezi idare benzer şeyler yaptığında o da çeşitli uygulamalarla bunları duyuruyor. Fakat Bir çatışmalar söz konusu, paylaşılamama durumu söz konusu, bir kaos söz konusu yani. Ve nereye gidecek? Biz de merakla izliyoruz. Ya, siyaset önemli bir belirleyici. Onu demiş olayım sonradan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if there are other questions or comments.
Maybe, Franco, maybe I can ask a question here. Can I?
Yeah, sure. Of course.
Yes, I'm Asu Aksoy. I'm keeping my questions to the discussion session, but just as a clarification, I just want John to comment on perhaps in terms of heritage policies, cultural heritage policy of the present government. You know, how does he interpret, how do you interpret İmar Barışı, which is this new regulation regarding amnesty of illegal operations on heritage properties, okay? So how do you interpret this? Maybe this would be your conclusion of your paper. What does this say to you in terms of the cultural heritage policy today?
Türkiye'nin güncel miras politikasında şöyle bir durum söz konusu. Bir defa kelimeler, kavramlar çok önemli. Miras dendiği vakit mesela mirası böyle paraya çevrilebilecek bir şey. Bize kalmış yaşatmak yerine bu bir miras paraya çevrilebilme şeklinde anlayışlar söz konusu olabiliyor. Geçmişte kötü uygulamalar yapıldı diyemeyeceğim. 2010 Avrupa Kültür Başkenti döneminde mesela birçok iyi uygulamaya tanık olduk. Hala evet bu güzel olmuş dediğim şeyler oluyor. Gerek yerel tarafta gerek merkezi idare tarafında. Fakat ortada şöyle bir durum var. Merkezi idarenin belirlediği kendilerine göre çok daha ulvi bir amaç varsa ki imar barışını bu şekilde değerlendirebiliriz. Seçim öncesinde de söz konusu olduğu böyle bir affın geleceği, bunun bir oy potansiyeli yaratacağı konusunda bir amaçları olduğu söylendi. Çok büyük bir gelir elde edileceği söylendi. Bu devlet perspektifinden bakarsak çok daha önemli bir olaydı. 13 milyon yapıyı ilgilendiren bir durum. Bunun hayata geçirilebilmesi, yani daha kendilerince daha ulvi bir amacın gerçekleştirilebilmesi, bütün o kültür politikalarını bir anda değersizleştirebiliyor. Burada sorun bu bence. Herhangi bir şekilde o hamle, imar barışı gibi hamleler istendiyse yapılıyor ve bu yapılırken taraf olunan sözleşmeler, belediyelerin stratejik planlarındaki cümleler gibi birçok resmi ilke, hedef, amaç göz önünde bulundurulmuyor. Hani bir kalemde silinebilen bir durum söz konusu. Benim de makalede de hani bu durumlara değindim. Odaklanmaya çalıştığım durum bu yani. Özetleyebildim. 6-7 dakikayı daha geçmemeye çalışarak.
Okay. Yeah, Asu, you want to get back to develop your question, or otherwise any other? We have time for one final comment or question before we move to the next paper. Okay. So that's fine. If there are no additional questions, thank you, Can. We move on to Özlem Örsen for the final paper of this session, which is a Turkish case study related to the UNESCO Creative Cities Network, in particular to one particular type of creative city, which has to do with gastronomy. And so I would like Özlem to introduce herself, please. Thank you.
Merhaba herkese. Özlem adım, Özlem Örsen. Hacettepe Üniversitesi İletişim Bilimleri Doktora Programı öğrencisiyim. Yüksek lisansımı Bilgi Üniversitesi Kültür Yönetim Programı'nda UNESCO Yaratıcı Kentler Ağı ve Türkiye'deki uygulamaları başlıklı tezimle tamamladım. Tezim ağın amaç ve hedeflerinden hareketle o dönem Türkiye'den ağa dahil olan 4 kentin uygulamalarını kültür yönetimi bakış açısıyla incelemekti. Bu çalışmada da aslında Türkiye'nin ağa dahil olan ilk kenti olma özelliği gösteren Gaziantep Odağı'nda Türkiye'den ağa dahil olan gastronomi kentlerinin uygulamalarını yine aynı bakış açısıyla incelemek. Yüksek lisans tezimi tamamladığım zamanlarda A4 kent dahil olmuştu. İstanbul tasarım alanında, Kütahya zanaat ve el sanatları alanında, Gaziantep ve Hatay'da gastronomi alanında dahil olmuştu. 2019 yılında bu kentlere Kırşehir ve Afyonkarahisar dahil oldu. Kırşehir müzik alanında, Afyonkarahisar'da gastronomi alanında dahil oldu. Bunlara yeri geldikçe yeniden değiniyor olacağım. Çok kısaca çalışmanın amacından ve hedeflerinden bahsediyor olayım. Ardından da UNESCO Yaratıcı Kentleri Ağı'nın amaç ve hedeflerine detaylı olarak giriyor olacağım. Aslında sabahki oturum benim bağlantım çok sağlıklı olmasa da takip edebildiğim kadarıyla ve aslında bu oturumda da UNESCO'dan çok fazla bahsediliyor oldu haliyle. Ben de UNESCO'nun bir alt programı olarak da belki nitelendirebileceğimiz UNESCO Yaratıcı Kentleri Ağı'nın amaç ve hedeflerinden bahsediyor olacağım. Bu an çok temel olarak çıkış noktası aslında 21. yüzyılda yaşanan sosyal, siyasal, ekonomik alandaki hızlı değişimler ve bu hızlı değişimlerin kentlerin nüfus sayısına ve dolayısıyla kentlerin yapılarına olan etkileri. UNTAD'ın 2050 yılına gelindiğinde dünya nüfusunun 2/3'ünün kentlerde yaşayacağını dair bir saptaması var. Bu durum aslında günümüzde kentlerin yaşadığı sosyal, siyasal, ekonomik ve kültürel sorunların çözümüne yönelik aslında etkili stratejiler geliştirmesini gerekli kılmakta. UNESCO da aslında kültür ve yaratıcılık odaklı politikaların söz konusu sorunların çözümü konusunda etkili olabileceğine dikkat çekiyor ve bu görüşten hareketle de 2004 yılında UNESCO Yaratıcı Kentleri Ağı kuruluyor. Bu an temel aldığı yaratıcı kent yaklaşımı yaratıcı ekonomilerin gelişiminin yaratıcı kentlerle mümkün olabileceğini ileri sürüyor. Yaratıcı kent derken çok temel olarak ele almamız gereken bu yaratıcı kent kavramının neleri içerdiğini belki anlamak açısından temel birkaç kavrama yakından bakmak faydalı olacaktır diye düşünüyorum. Zamandan tasarruf edebilmek adına çok fazla detaylarına girmiyor olacağım fakat biraz yaratıcılık, yaratıcı kent ve bu kavramlar etrafında doğuşan, bu kavramlar etrafında yapılan tartışmalara özetle bakmak sonraki çalışmaları ya da amaç ve hedefleri anlamak açısından faydalı olacaktır diye düşünüyorum. Şöyle yaratıcılıkla ilgili yapılan tartışmaların temel çerçevesine bakacak olursak eğer yaratıcılığın çok genel anlamıyla ortam ve şartlara göre daha az ya da daha fazla ifade edilen bütün insanların sahip olduğu düşünme ve düşünme aşamasında kullanılan duyumlar, duygular, farkındalıklar, düşünsel ve insel yetilerin ilişkisel bütünüyle ortaya çıkan doğal bir yeti olduğu temel belirlemesinden hareketle yaratıcılıkla ilgili yürütülen tartışmaların yaratıcı kişi, yaratıcı süreç, yaratıcı ürün, ortam gibi temel kavramlar etrafında tartışmaların yürütüldüğünü görüyor oluyoruz. Aslında çok özetle yaratıcılığın bu süreçlerin birbiriyle etkili ilişimi sonucunda ortaya çıktığını görüyor oluyoruz. Yaratıcı kent yaklaşımında çeşitli araştırmacıların ya da düşünürlerin bu kavramlar etrafında geliştirdikleri çeşitli yaklaşımların yaratıcı kent kavramını, yaratıcı kent kavramsallaştırmasını oluşturduğunu görüyoruz. Bu kişilerden yaratıcı kent tartışmalarına Charles Landy ile beraber aslında önemli katkılar sunduğunu söyleyebileceğimiz Richard Floride'ye göre yeni fikirler, yeni teknolojiler, yeni işletme modelleri, yeni kültürel biçimler ve yeni endüstriler yaratmak için aslında önemli olan bütün bunlardan önce insan yeteneği. Bunu daha sonra yaratıcı sınıf olarak kavramsallaştırıyor Richard Florida. Buna geliyor olacağız. Charles Landry'e göre ise yaratıcılık varılacak bir hedef değil, bir yolculuk ve süreçtir. Yeniliğin öncülüdür. Yenilik ise bir fikrin yaratıcı düşünme sürecinden geçerek pratikte gerçekleştirmesidir. Yaratıcı kentle ilgili yapılan tartışmalarda sürdürülebilir ekonominin kaynağını yaratıcı olarak gören yaklaşımları savunan Landry ile beraber diğer ne diyelim bu düşüncenin savunucuları yaratıcılığı aslında ekonomik kaynaklı bir kavram olarak ele alıyorlar. Bu durumda kentlerin yaratıcılığı nasıl geliştirilebilir? Çok temel bir soru ortaya çıkıyor. Landry'e göre farklı grupların ortak paydada bir araya getirebilmesi, özel sektörün toplumsal fayda gözetecek çalışmalara yönelmesi, farklı sektörler arasında işbirliklerinin geliştirilmesi, kamu sektörünün daha girişimci olmasıyla kentlerin yaratıcılıkları artırılabilir. Bunun için de bir toolbox öneriyor Landry. Hard, soft ve mental altyapıdan oluştuğunu söylediği bir araç aslında öneriyor ve kentlerin aslında yerel kültür politikaları uygulayıcılarının bu toolbox'ı kullanarak kentlerin yaratıcılığını artırabileceğini söylüyor. Buralara hani çok detaylı girip hani vakitten çok yemek istemiyorum aslında. Çok temel olarak aslında Sayın Bianchi de hazır buradayken yaratıcılığın tarihsel olarak bir kentin can damarı olduğuna dair yaptıkları saptama Landry ile birlikte aslında yaratıcılığın kentlerin kendi birikimleri sonucu yani bütün bu birikimleri bütün hard soft ve mental altyapı üzerinden şekillenen bir miras olarak da ele alabiliriz. Bu birikimlerin sonucu ortaya çıktığını söyleyebilmek mümkün. Bunun dışında yaratıcılığı ekonomik bağlamda ve kültür bağlamında ele alan çeşitli yaklaşımlar olduğunu söylemek mümkün. Enlil ve Evren bu iki yaklaşımı ele alarak ekonomik merkezli yaklaşımların kentleri ekonomik gelişmenin ekonomik aracı olarak gördüklerine dair yaptıkları saptama çalışma içinde önemli olmakta. Elbette yaratıcılık, kent ve kültür ilişkisi yaratıcı kent tartışmaları üzerine yapılan ne diyelim yaklaşımların biraz odağını oluşturuyor ve yaratıcı kentlerin oluşmasının çeşitli faktörlere bağlayan araştırmacılar arasında Hospers'in yaptığı bir tanımlamada bu çalışma için kullanılan ve önemli görülen bir çalışma. Hospers'e göre yaratıcı kentlerin oluşması 3 faktörün varlığıyla mümkün. Bu da konsantrasyon, çeşitlilik ve istikrarsızlık. Konsantrasyon olarak nitelendirildiği aslında kentlerde zıtlıkların var olması, çeşitlilik olarak nitelendirdiği, çeşitlilik olarak kavramsallaştırdığı mevzu, kentteki farklı kültürel ve kimlik yapılarına ait grupların varlığı, istikrarsızlık olarak nitelendirdiği ise kentlerin durağan sabit bir yapıya sahip olmaması, hatta butterfly efekt olarak nitelendirdiği, yani bir anda ufacık bir hareketliliğin bütün kentin ya da bütün dinamiklerin yapısını değiştirdiğine dair yaptığı saptama yaratıcı kent tartışmalarına dair önemli bir katkı niteliği taşıyor. Ve Hospers bu tanımlamalara göre, bu faktörlerin varlığına dayandırdığı tanımlamalara göre kentleri teknolojik yenilikçi kentler, kültürel entelektüel kentler, kültürel teknolojik kentler ve teknolojik organizasyonel kentler olarak tanımlıyor. Bu tanımlamanın çok temelinde aslında kentlerin bir önceki slaytta yer verdiğimiz üzere kentlerin aslında tarihsel süreç boyunca edindikleri birikimin kendi doğalı elbette tırnak içerisinde belirtiyorum. Süreç içerisinde getirdikleri hem kültürel hem ekonomik anlamdaki birikime dair olarak bu nitelendirmeyi yaptığını söyleyebilmek mümkün. Bunun dışında bir diğer değerlendirme kültür araştırmacısı Peter Hall'un yaptığı bir değerlendirme. Onun tespitine burada yer vermenin şöyle bir önemi olduğunu düşünüyorum. İnsanların bir araya gelebileceği ve belki de bunu sosyalleşme olarak da nitelendirebiliriz. Yani kendi değerlerini ve kendi düşüncelerini, sosyal ilişkilenmenin niteliğini artırabileceği, yaratıcı mekanların inşasının, yaratıcı kentlerin oluşabilmesinin koşul olarak öne sürdüğü araştırmasını da bu yaratıcı kent tartışmaları kapsamında önemli olarak düşünüyorum ve o yüzden yer verdim burada. Bütün bunların dışında aslında Landry'nin Civic olarak nitelendirdiği aslında biraz günümüzdeki kentlerin yaşadığı bütün bu göç, eşitsizlik, dijitalizasyon, değişen sosyal ve siyasal sistemler, çevre sorunlarıyla birlikte kentlerin şu anda mücadele ettiği sorunların çözümüne yönelik öne sürdüğü, yurttaşların sorumluluk aldığı ve karar alma süreçlerine etkin bir şekilde dahil olduğu yapıların hakim olduğu kentleri nitelendirdiği Civic City yaklaşımı yaratıcı kent tanımlamaları içerisinde etkili olabilecek önemli olarak daha doğrusu gördüğümüz noktalardan, yaklaşımlardan biri. Bunun dışında yine yaratıcı kentin sahip olması gereken 3 sektörden, 3 alandan bahseden Florida'nın çeşitli tespitleri ve aslında bu tespitlere dayanarak çeşitli kentlerde uygulanan yerel politikalar sonucunda diyelim yaklaşımları önemli. Florida'ya göre teknoloji, tolerans ve yeteneğin yani bir kentin sahip olması gereken 3 unsurun kentin gelişmesinde yaratıcı kent olarak gelişmesinde önemli bir etkisi olduğunu söylüyor ve aslında yaratıcı sınıf olarak tanımlıyor ve yaratıcı sınıf olarak tanımladığı bu kesimi süper yaratıcı çekirdek ve yaratıcı profesyonel olarak adlandırdığı kesimlerden oluştuğunu söylüyor. Aslında yaratıcı sınıf dediği işte bunları çok geniş bir kapsamda ele alabiliriz. Yani işte beyaz yakalılardan tutun sanat ve kültür alanında faaliyet gösteren kişilere kadar geniş bir yelpazede ele alabiliriz. Florida'nın bu görüşlerinden hareketle özellikle yaratıcı sınıfın geliştirilmesine yönelik yerel kültür politikalarına dair önerdiği çeşitli stratejiler örneğin Toronto gibi kentlerde uygulanmış ve bunun çeşitli sorunlara, kent içerisinde çeşitli sorunlara yol açtığı görülünce buna yönelik de aslında çeşitli eleştiriler geliştiriliyormuş zaman içerisinde. Bunları çok özetlemek gerekirse yerel ekonomik gelişmeyi tek bir değişkene özellikle yaratıcı sınıfa indirgemenin üretim süreçlerini ve bunu işler kılan işçi sınıfını görmezden gelmekte doğurduğunu söylemiştir Scott. Yine kentin belirli bölgesinde yoğunlaşılan stratejilerin yaratıcılık olmadığına dair yöneltilen çeşitli eleştiriler var. Bunun yanısına El Nil ve Evren'in kentlerin programlarını yaratıcı sınıfa çekmek üzere şekillendirmesini elitist ve popülist bir bakış açısı olarak değerlendirmekteler. Bunun dışında Florida'nın düşüncelerinden hareketle yapılan uygulamaların kentler için yeniden olma, işsizlik, yeni altyapı sorunları, belirli bir grubun çıkarına yönelik yapılması gibi eleştiriler de yapılmıştır. Şimdi yaratıcı kentler ağının temel argümanın oluşturulan yaratıcı kentlerin bir diğer unsurunu aslında yaratıcı kentler ağının dayandığı bir diğer nokta yaratıcı ekonomi. Bundan da kısaca bahsetmek amaç ve hedeflerini ve sonrasında yapılması.
Make sure you have enough time for your case study because we only have 5 minutes left. And, so make sure that because we are still talking about the general theory here. So
O zaman hızlıca geçeyim. Evet, farkında olmadan zaman akıp geçmiş. Peki yaratıcı endüstriler ve yaratıcı ekonomiye dair çok kısaca o halde yani bir iki şey söyleyip A ve sonrasında Türkiye'den A dahil olan Gaziantep'in uygulamalarına geçiyor olayım. Yaratıcı endüstriler aslında Castle'ın de değindiği üzere 20. yüzyılın son çeyreğinde ortaya çıkan bilgi teknolojisi devrimi ile ortaya ilişkilendirilen yeni ekonomi ve bunun da dayandığı aslında bilgi toplumu ile ilişkilendirilmekte. Yaratıcı endüstriler de aslında çok temel olarak bireysel yaratıcılık, beceri ve yeteneğe dayalı faaliyetleri içermekte. Geleneksel üretim süreçlerinde ekonomik ve sosyal değer katan yaratıcı madde olmayan girdileri kullanmak önemli burada ve geleneksel kültür endüstrileri ve kültürel endüstrileri yeni ekonominin bilgi yoğun iletişimini bir araya getirmek önemli olmakta. Yeni bir aslında hem ekonomik hem de niteliksel anlamda yeni bir alan. Çeşitli kategorizasyonlar var. Fakat sürenin azalması nedeniyle bunlara çok detaylı girmeyeceğim. Fakat biraz kültür endüstrileri ve yaratıcı endüstrilerle arasındaki farklar ve benzerlikler üzerinden yürütülen tartışmalara dair çok özetle bu ikisi arasındaki ayrımın çok net olmadığı ve çok geniş bir perspektifte ele alındığını söylemek yaratıcı endüstrinin şu an için yeterli olacak. Ve bunun elbette ekonomik anlamda kentlere olan katkıları aslında biraz da o yüzden yaratıcı endüstrilere olan ilgi giderek daha fazla artmakta. Fakat burayı da hızlıca geçiyorum. Ve evet, UNESCO Yaratıcı Kentler Ağı'na böyle birazcık hızlı bir geçiş yapmak durumundayım. Çok başta da söylediğim gibi aslında kuruluş gerekçesini kent kültür ve yaratıcılık ilişkisi içerisinde ele almakta. UNESCO'nun bir programı olduğu için UNESCO'nun genel anlamıyla şu ana kadar hem belge anlamında hem politika anlamında ürettiği diğer tüm programlar ve aslında temel değerleriyle çok yakından ilişkili. Fakat 3 temel yaklaşımını esas aldığını söylemek mümkün. UNESCO Yaratıcı Kentler Ağı'nın kültürün önemi ve kalkınmadaki rolü için farkındalık yaratmak, mirasla ilgili ki oturumlarda bunu çokça konuşuyor olduk. Merkezi ve yerel yönetimlerle birlikte çalışarak kamu politikaları ve yasal araçlar oluşturulmasına destek olmak, yaratıcı endüstrileri güçlendirerek katılımcı toplumların gelişimi teşvik etmek. Demin bahsettiğim gibi UNESCO elbette ki uzun yıllardır varlığı devam eden ve çok da kurumsal bir yapı ve şu ana kadar özellikle kültürle ilgili çok çeşitli sözleşmeler ve uygulamalar üretmiş durumda. Ama yaratıcı kentler ağıyla ilişkilendirilebilecek iki temel belgeden ve iki temel yaklaşımdan belki söz etmek kısaca mümkün. Kültürel ifadenin çeşitliliğinin korunması ve geliştirilmesi sözleşmeleriyle 2030 sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedefleri ki yaratıcı kentler ağı özellikle kentlerin uygulamalarında sürdürülebilir 2030 hedefleriyle çok fazla ilişkilendiriliyor olmakta. Şimdi amaç ve faaliyetleri bir baktığımızda UNESCO Yaratıcı Kentler Ağı'nın yaratıcılık, sürdürülebilir kapsayıcılık ve katılımcılıkla ilişkilendirilebilecek çok önemli maddeleri olduğunu görüyor oluyoruz. Yani çok hızlıca geçmeye çalışacağım. Vakitten de çok yediğimi biliyorum fakat özellikle yerel kalkınmanın, yaratıcılığın ve yaratıcı endüstrinin geliştirilmesiyle mümkün olduğunu savunmanın yanı sıra farklı kültürel ve tarihsel geçmişe sahip kentler arasında hem işbirliği hem yerel ve ulusal düzeyde kültür politikalarını geliştirmeye yönelik hem de kamu özel sektör ve sivil toplum arasında işbirliği geliştirmeye yönelik çeşitli projeler geliştirmeye olanak sunmakta aslında. Bu anlamda bilgi ve deneyim paylaşımı yoluyla aslında iletişim ve işbirliği geliştirmeye yönelik bir platform işlevi gördüğünü söylemek mümkün. Kentlerin yeni tema ekseninde ele alıp değerlendiriyor. Bunlar edebiyat, müzik, sinema, gastronomi, unuttum, birazdan gelince tekrar bir hatırlıyor olacağım. 7 tema ekseninde kentleri ele alıp ve üyelikleri de buna göre değerlendiriyor. Genel kriterlerin dışında her tema için ayrıca daha spesifik kriterler belirlemiş ve kentlerin başvurularını bu kriterler ekseninde incelemekte. Gastronomi kenti kriterleri içerisinde de buradan çok belli başlı 2-3 kriteri söylemek sanırım yeterli olacak. İyi gelişmiş bir gastronomi birikimine sahip olmak, endüstriyel ve teknolojik ilerlemeler karşısında yerel bilgi, geleneksel mutfak uygulamaları ve pişirme yöntemleri gibi gastronomiye ilişkin temel donanımlara sahip olmak. Ve bu alanda eğitim kuruluşlarında gastronominin gelişmesine yönelik eğitim programlarının geliştirmesine öncülük etmek. Bu kriterleri belirlerken elbette sadece gastronomi alanına değil, kentin eğitim, sağlık, çevre, endüstri gibi diğer tüm alanlarla ilişkisinin niteliğine de dikkat çekmekte. Şimdi bu ağa dahil olan ilk kentlerin uygulamalarına dair birkaç şey söylemek aslında Türkiye'deki uygulamalarla kıyaslamak anlamında iyi olacak. Fakat burayı geçip Türkiye'deki uygulamalarına ve özellikle Gaziantep'e gelmek istiyorum. Bahsettiğim üzere Gaziantep Türkiye'nin ağa dahil olan ilk kenti ve gastronomi alanında ağa dahil olan ilk kenti. Gastronomi alanında değil aslında, özellikle zanaat ve el sanatları alanında ya da mevcut coğrafi konumu ve tarihsel geçmişi sebebiyle de farklı medeniyetlere ve işte farklı kültürlere ev sahipliği yapan, halihazırda da kültürel çeşitlilik açısından da zengin bir çerçeve sunan bir kent konumunda Gaziantep. 2015 ile 2018 arasında gerçekleştirilen çalışmaları kültür yönetimi kapsamına, yaklaşımına giren kapsayıcılık, sürdürülebilirlik, katılımcılık açısından o dönem yaptığımız görüşmelerde yaratıcı kentler çalışmalarını yürüten sorumlu kişilerle ve yapılan çalışmaları 2015-2018 arasındaki çalışmaları incelediğimde ortaya çıkan tabloyu şu şekilde aslında özetlemek mümkün, fakat bunu çok özetle şöyle aktarıyor olacağım ben. 2015-2018 arasında, yani kentler bu Gaziantep özelinde böyle, fakat daha sonra diğer kentlerin uygulamalarına baktığımızda da aynı sürecin etkili olduğunu görüyoruz. İlk ağa dahil olma sürecine ilişkin çalışmalar başladığında kentin kamu, özel ve sivil sektör bileşenleri hem hevesle hem de biraz da hani aslında kriterler içerisinde bu yer aldığı için biraz da bazen de zorunlu olarak bir araya gelip çeşitli stratejiler belirliyorlar. Başvuru formunu da birazdan doldurmak ve aslında yaratıcı kent olarak ağa dahil olabilmek için. Bu Gaziantep için de böyle olmuş. 2015-2018 arasında yapılan çalışmaların özellikle kadınları, başta kadınlar olmak üzere dezavantajlı grupların yapılan çalışmalar, projeler ekseninde yapılan çalışmalara dahil olması anlamında çeşitli çalışmalar gerçekleştirilmiş. Fakat bunu belki sonuç kısmında söylemek daha iyi olacak. Fakat hani burada hızlıca iletebilmek adına Gaziantep bir sınır kenti ve 2015 hem öncesi hem de sonrasında yoğun göç alan, işte Suriye'den, Irak'tan yoğun göç alan bir kent olmasına rağmen özellikle mültecilerin ve bu gruplarla ilişkilendirebilecek çeşitli kesimlerin yapılan çalışmalara katılımı konusunda, dahil edilmesi konusunda çok spesifik ya da çok özel çalışmalar yürütülmediğini görüyoruz. Yani hem 2015-2018 çalışmalar arasında hem de 2018-2020 uygulamalar arasında. Bu aslında Gaziantep Büyükşehir Belediyesi'nin buna yönelik ayrı çalışmalar yapması ve yaratıcı kentler ağı çalışmasını bunun aracı olarak ya da bunu kapsam içerisine almamasıyla alakalı yaptığım görüşmelerde yetkililerin verdiği bilgiler bu doğrultudaydı en azından. Fakat bunun dışında örneğin Down sendromlu grupların işlettiği glutenfili kafeler gibi ya da kadınların özellikle dahil edildiği projeler ve kadınlara istihdam alanı yaratılmasına yönelik uygulamalar olan Kitchen Synergistic Projects gibi uygulamalarda bu tür dezavantajlı olarak tırnak içerisinde nitelendirilen gruplara yer verildiğini görüyoruz. En azından kapsayıcılığı birazcık bu anlamda ele alınan bir yaklaşım söz konusu. Fakat bunun dışında katılımla ilgili 2015-2018 arasındaki çalışmalar daha spesifik ve daha odaklı bir şekilde ilerlerken kentteki sivil toplum örgütlerinin gastronomiyle alakalı sivil toplum örgütlerinden bahsediyorum bu arada. Sivil toplum örgütlerinin katılımını da yine gastronomiyle sınırlı tutan bir yaklaşım ve yerel politika yaklaşımı aslında burada geçerli. Buradaki kapsayıcılığı, katılımcılığı bu anlamıyla çok geniş bir perspektifte ele alınan bir yaklaşım söz konusu değil. Yani bu hem Gaziantep özelinde hem de ağa dahil olan ve halihazırda başvurmayı planlayan diğer kentler için de biraz böyle daha sınırlı bir yaklaşım. Yani bu yaratıcı kent kriterleri ya da UNESCO yaratıcı kentleri ağının yaklaşımına sahip olduğu bir bakış açısıyla olmadığını söylemek mümkün. Tek tek faaliyetlere girmeyeceğim fakat uluslararası alanda, yerel alanda ve geleceğe yönelik çeşitli projeler halihazırda planlandığını söyleyebilirim. İlk dahil olan kent olması itibariyle Gaziantep'in 4 yıllık süreci tamamlanmış oldu ve öz değerlendirme raporunu da iletmiş oldu. Bu rapor dahilinde kendi öz değerlendirmesini yapan bir kent olarak geleceğe yönelik de işbirliğini artırmaya yönelik çeşitli çalışmalar öngörüyor. Bunu da aşağıda maddelediğim projeler olarak iletebilmem mümkün. Hatay ve Afyonkarahisar'dan çok bahsetmeyeyim. Şu anda Gaziantep öncelikli ve süreyi de çok aştığımın farkındayım. Ama hani Hatay'da 2017 yılında dahil olan bir kent olarak başta planlanan ve başta uygulanan katılımcılığı ve kapsayıcılığı önemseyen işte konseylerden oluşan bir yerel işleyiş politikasını şu anda uygulayamayan bir pozisyonda güncel durum itibariyle de sadece uzmanlardan oluşan bir grubun işleyişi ve çalışmaları koordine eden bir yerel politika çalışması yürütmekte. Afyonkarahisar ise henüz çok başında zaten genel olarak pandemi tüm bu süreci etkilediği için çalışmalarını şu anda planlama aşamasıyla sınırlandırmış durumda. Yani sonuç olarak çok özetle şunları söylemek istiyorum. Hem ağın genel olarak nasıl bir alan sunduğu hem kentlere hem bu kentler içerisinde çalışma yapan kesimlere yönelik.
Sorry, Özlem. Perhaps select the most important conclusion because we have run out of time completely. Okay. We can't even have a discussion, I think. So,
evet, farkındayım çok.
Yeah. Just the key point from the conclusions and then we have to finish.
Tamam. Özür diliyorum bunun için. Çok özetle yani aslında savunulan yaratıcı kent yaklaşımı daha çok gelişmiş kentler için biraz daha avantajlar sağlıyor. Fakat gelişmekte olan en azından bu şekilde kategorilendirilen kentler için de yeni işbirlikleri ve yeni iletişim alanları sağlayabilecek bir platform işlevi görüyor. turizm bakış açısı çok hakim. Yani Türkiye'nin de aslında kültüre ve kentlerin kültür içerisindeki konumuna yaklaşımını düşündüğümüzde Türkiye'nin de ağa dahil olan kentlerin yaklaşımı biraz bu şekilde oluyor. Gaziantep'e ilişkin şu ana kadar yürüttüğü çalışmalar üzerinden söyleyebileceğimiz ve aslında çok temel olarak eksik olarak da belki hani görülebilecek çeşitli işbirlikleri geliştirmeye yönelik ilişkilenmeler yaratılmasına rağmen özellikle yaratıcı endüstriler alanında fark edilebilir ya da kayda değer bir çalışma olmadığını söylemek mümkün. Yine özellikle katılımcılık ve kapsayıcılık açısından da çok gelişmeye açık çalışmaların yapılmadığını söylemek mümkün diye özetlemiş olayım. Evet, bu kadar. Özür diliyorum. Evet, fazla vaktimi aştığımı biliyorum.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. So that perhaps it's time only for one comment or question. Yes, if anyone wants to make a comment or question on the paper, which, as I said, was a general introduction on creative cities and then focusing on a particular case study on the UNESCO Creative Cities Network. Otherwise,
sorry, I have a question.
Yeah, just one. Yeah, we can afford just one. Okay, thank you.
Hello, I am also Özlem from Hildesheim University, Germany, doctoral candidate as well. My question to Özlem is, as far as I understood, this creative city concept functions as a mode of branding tool for internal and external tourism. But what does it bring to the people who live in the city? What kind of advantages? What kind of benefits the citizen of the city can get from this creative city concept? And on a related level, maybe it should be noted that the mayor of Gaziantep is an AKP politician. And this neoliberal and also conservative perspective of AKP, what kind of effect on this access of the citizens of Gaziantep to this creative city concept? How can they be part of it? How?
Merhaba Özlem. Öncelikle evet şunu söylemek mümkün. Aslında bir markalama sistemi yani ve kentleri biraz da prestij ve bilinebilirlik anlamında belirli tanınabilirlik olanakları sunan bir markalama sistemi. Buna sunumda çok fazla yer vermedim. Haliyle çok detaylı olacağı için fakat sonrasında özellikle yazılı kısmında buna ayrıca detaylı girmeyi düşünüyorum. Kent yaşayanların yani kent sakinlerinin bütün bu çalışmalardan ne gibi faydalar sağladığı kısmına gelince, daha doğrusu bu çalışmalardan nasıl etkilendiklerine gelince aslında bu genel olarak Türkiye'nin kültüre yaklaşımıyla da çok yakından ilişkili. Bütün kültür politikası metinlerine de baktığımızda biraz bu, yani bunu kimlikle ilişkilendirilen ideoloji kısmından ayırıp kentlerin kültürel alanlarını geliştirmeye yönelik politikalar ekseninde düşündüğümüzde çok turizm odaklı bir yaklaşım olduğunu söyleyebilmek mümkün. Ve UNESCO Yaratıcı Kentler Ağı'na da tam da bu böyle bir bakış açısıyla yaklaşıldığını söylemek mümkün. Aslında ağın bir işbirliği ve deneyim paylaşımını geliştirmeye yönelik bir ortam sunmasının da bunda elbette ki etkisi var. Yani kentler birbirlerinin uygulamalarını görerek, birbirlerinin uygulamalarına bazen aracılık ederek, bazen birbirlerinin kaynaklarını birbirlerine aktararak aslında bunu geliştirmeyi zaten amaçlıyorlar. Fakat daha çok turizm odaklı bir yaklaşımın var oluyor olması kentlerde de bu alanlara yönelik ne diyelim araçların geliştirilmesi ve hani yurttaşların da buna yönelik bir çaba içerisine girmesini doğuruyor. Yani Gaziantep'te işte gastronomi alanında coğrafi işaretler alınmasına yönelik çeşitli mesela uygulamalar var. Bu daha çok turizme yönelik aslında, yani işte fıstık ya da işte baklava, bunlar şu anda aklıma gelen çok hızlıca söyleyebileceğim uygulamalar. Dediğim gibi daha çok turizm ve buradan elde edilebilecek gelire odaklanan bir bakış açısı hakim. Bir ikinci soru sanırım AKP'li belediyenin ve kültüre nasıl yaklaştığını.
Their ideological perspective, what kind of effect?
Sorry, I don't think we have time. I didn't hear the answer because there was no interpretation. So, but I think we have to move on to the final concluding session. So perhaps we can pick up this issue of the ideological characteristic of the cultural policy in Gaziantep in the discussion, the final discussion. So I would now invite Asu to introduce the final discussion session in which we can pick up again some of the themes, including political ideology. Thanks.
Okay. I think that, thank you very much, Franco. I understand that there's very little time left for discussion. Actually, I think there's something going on after this session. I teach at Istanbul Bilgi University Art and Culture Management program department for many years now. And yes, I mean, probably we've been thinking about, you know, the AKP cultural policy ever since we started teaching. Goes back to 2005. Before then, we were doing more cultural work. And during this process, since 2005, all kind of AKP government, both central and municipal Istanbul governments, we've gone through some kind of shifts, if you like, some periods of certain, let's say, outlook, politics, cultural policies. Then things changed. If you think about 2010, Istanbul becoming European capital of culture, and how the whole civil society embraced this concept, worked with local municipality and then with the central government. So this period, in fact, this periodization of AKP's policies, politics, have been carried out within the kind of political studies literature. So there is this periodization from 2004 to, let's say, 2010, 11, and then from 2011 to I don't know, 2015, and then 15 to now. So therefore, it is when I listen to your presentations to present the AKP government as a kind of a homogeneous, one block, predefined ideology, from the start had a certain outlook on these issues, which then were revealed in time. I think this is, we need to put a question mark over this, that what we see is a politics which has changed over time. Why this has happened, I mean, we need to listen to, perhaps read more political analysis about why AKP's politics regarding cultural pluralism, let's say democracy, global openness, what kind of citizenship, what kind of culture, tolerance, and so forth, why these have changed. We need to factor in this notion of change and why this change happened. But perhaps one interesting element which is common to this changing politics is AKP's attempt from the very start to appeal to a broad, to make its rather Islamist politics, to appeal to a broader public than what it used to be in the previous Islamist parties. So this kind of inclusivity, which then was named as populism. This kind of populist, if you like, drive to be more inclusive, to appeal to different sections of the society, perhaps has been a kind of a thread that we need to follow through, and how this populism itself then had to incorporate new cultural, political elements into it as more and more, or as the center constantly shifted. The center is very, it seems that the center of politics needs to be defined. What is it in Turkish politics? What is the center? From your presentations, I mean, I'm doing a kind of a general overview, that there are very interesting questions which emerge that we ask ourselves. The concept of culture, we talked about this with respect to Ismail Tiryaki's paper, and there's a very interesting notion here about how in the Western countries, we see cultural policy as a kind of rebuilding consent. So maybe this is part of, again, a kind of inclusive politics. Whereas here in Turkey, maybe in the beginning, this creating consent till 2011, let's say, was a kind of an overriding issue. But then there was always also an element of consent, but what is the center? You know, consent around what? It seems that in the kind of, this is an overgeneralization, but if you look at England, Germany, it seems that there is no discussion about the center which holds and which informs what we are giving consent to. Whereas here in Turkey, in AKP's politics, perhaps the center was empty. And it was about inclusivity, about pulling differences into this realm, public culture. But then emerged over time an attempt to define the center around notions of Islamicist conservatism. These are more questions, actually. You know, we need to think about these. I don't think that we have been able to stand back a bit and analyze cultural politics of this regime in its kind of changing fashion, linking it, as I said, to politics, economy, and so forth. But you touched, both Ismail and Can touched on important issues about pragmatism, about revanchism. So these have always been perhaps present, but then they played different intensities. You know, they intensified and de-intensified according to the overall politics of the AKP party in building a kind of a more inclusive, in the 2004 period, inclusive public culture, but then perhaps with Gezi, or what led up to Gezi protests, that this whole project collapsed, perhaps. So and then what is conservatism? So there has always, maybe from the start, this question, you know, what is Islamist cultural policy, Islamic conservatism? What is it? How do we define it? So we see elements of this discussion in this theater's debate. But then, as Zeynep Uğur pointed out, which was a very good point, you know, that we don't find a consistent monoblock kind of ideology. So Ismail, your attempt to use Gramsci doesn't quite work, because what we are finding is constantly different dynamics being pulled to be used for purposes to capture a kind of political core and then build popular support around it. So yes, there is this element of pragmatism constantly, which makes things very inconsistent. There are constantly inconsistencies in the system. Things don't match one another. So Zeynep talked about, for instance, the architectural form, the architectural aesthetics. How do we match this with this Islamist conservatism, right? So because this conservatism, we now understand, again, is empty. Or, let's not call it empty, it consists of Ertuğrul TV series. It consists of tourism. It consists of global branding using UNESCO mechanisms. So this is very interesting. So this AKP case is very interesting from this point of view in terms of understanding a populist conservatism, which as an added layer, which has also a revanchist East-West problematic that we don't see in perhaps other examples like Hungary. I don't know. We need to think about this. Do we see it there? Maybe there are other layers there that we don't have here, but certainly in this Turkish context, we have this layer of East versus West, us and them, translates into East versus West, which is still going on. It's incredible. Yes, and coming to, again, this populism, concept of populist conservatism, which I think, Ismail, you made this good point about authoritarianism in the sense of the dominance of personal taste, you know, like when the center is empty, then you have the personal taste which try to sort of enforce themselves. This is also to do with centralization of power and how, again, going back to Zeynep's point about hypermodernism, that how all these kind of modernistic, global, neoliberal kind of aims ally with hypermodern kind of tools. What I would like to have heard from John is that that this issue of you know, this taking this urban rent and populism is also based on this economic politics of distribution, redistribution of urban rent. So what happens with this new amnesty approach is as a new attempt to broaden this kind of redistribution policy, economic policy, which then the question is, well, how does this then work with cultural heritage, Ottoman heritage? All these areas that he was pointing out in the historic peninsula, they are Ottoman neighborhoods. So how does it sit together, right? These are really what is it? We need to think about, how come one of you actually asked this question. They seem contradictory. So is there something at the heart of all this AKP politics? Is there really the issue, is it to do with kind of trying to find an economic basis to this populist politics, then with kind of attempts to find cultural, symbols that ally itself with these economic policies, right? Maybe it's too complicated. Maybe I didn't express myself well, but I mean, one of the questions or one of the points that I think, Ismail, you can look at, or Can also, is that if we look at how is the public culture in Turkey been shaped since 2004? What are the elements of this public culture? One of the key developments, I think, is how our cities have been fragmented with the development of new forms of urban, I don't want to call it urban, Toki developments, Toki gated communities. Okay, so this city culture and public culture, these are concepts which point us towards a more kind of democratic, open future, if you like. When we are talking about a new form of life, which is Toki life, this is nothing to do with urban citizenship, nothing to do with sharing a public culture, encounters, multiculturalism, right? So I think that this Toki Toki urbanization is a very important factor, which tells us something about cultural heritage as well, how we are invited to look at cultural heritage from a very, again, museumified or commodified, cultural heritage becomes a tourism tool only, nothing to do, it seems, with our identity. So where does all this take us to? Well, Ertuğrul, the TV soap. I think that this whole cultural politics is happening in the kind of a virtual realm, totally invented kind of characters, invented Ottoman, idealized an Ottoman past. That is what Turkish public is invited to spend its time in front of. And in real life, let's say, it's all kind of fragmentation, mechanization, commercialization, pragmatism. Yes, you called it neoliberalism. What it means is market forces, but not market forces which are disconnected from state power, but on the contrary, the state is actually pushing this kind of this neoliberal agenda for this economy is at the center of this project. But we keep thinking about, or being invited to keep thinking about, that it's culture what matters. But then what is this culture that matters is actually, again, I don't want to repeat myself, but is a very big package that we need to unravel more carefully rather than going for this kind of rather kind of hegemony concepts, and they don't help us, I think. Anyway, so this is this a discussion, Franco, or is it a comment? I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe things can be picked up from what I've said, and maybe...
Yes, well, we have a problem of time, only about 5 minutes left. We started the session at, yes, about 3:20. So we have probably around 5 minutes. I think it's a very useful response, I think, to all three papers, making perhaps the framework, the political framework, a little bit more nuanced, So I think it's really useful for all three papers. I think again maybe we can have time. We have time for a final response by the three presenters responding to your comments in a way. So perhaps we can start with Ismail. Yeah, just perhaps a way of clarifying some of his thinking in response to your comments.
Right, thank you. Very good points. I agree with almost all of them. And I think you were right in saying that the authoritarian tendencies were, albeit present since the very beginning, then there was an intensification, and the intensification of them depended on the nature of the hegemonic stability, so to speak. Yes, but I think two concepts are really important. That firstly, the EU accession bid, I think, was a political motivation incentive for the AKP to implement a lot of the reforms that they've tried to do and then which contradicted in practice. And secondly, the IMF restructuring package, which was implemented by Kemal Dervish. And I think that was the main reason for the high numbers of GDP growth that then enabled a broad consensus, which probably made that initially broader coalition possible. And then absolutely after 2007, 2008, and later with Gezi as the breaking point, we have seen gradual tightening, compression of that broad coalition, which I think also accounts for some of the inconsistencies that we talked about. And I agree with the case of Turkey, the importance of the case of Turkey as well. I've actually taken out the case of Turkey from my presentation to meet the time frame, but that speaks a lot about the domination of credit-driven finance and the superficial models of growth and its relation to discursive justification using cultural reference, specifically neo-Ottomanism. So yeah, you're absolutely right. To account for the inconsistencies, some of the Gramscian concepts perhaps they should be more nuanced in terms of the political and economic framework. And I think that's why we need further interdisciplinary research and work.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. For example, the use of people like theorists like Mark Fisher, the idea
yes,
of
capitalist realism, absolutely.
Capitalist realism might be useful as well. The next, Chan, if you're still there, just responding to Asu's comments. I don't know if Chan is still here.
Professor Bianchini, John had to leave and he's sending apologies.
Okay, sorry, yes. Then we move on to Özlem. Yes, some response from Özlem to Asu's summary.
Ben şunu söylemek istiyorum. Yani özellikle İsmail'in de yaptığı sunum üzerinden Asu Hoca'nın da aktardıklarını düşününce ideoloji, daha doğrusu hegemonya meselesine ve Gramsci'nin belki hani baktığı yerden değil de belki biraz daha acaba Hol'ün baktığı yerden mi ele alıp değerlendirmek gerekir. Yani hani böyle keskin, dönüşmez, sabit değil de değişebilir, dönüşebilir ve yani daha büyük ölçekte değil de yani daha küçük ölçekte belki almak. Yani bütün bu kültür politikalarındaki eksen değişikliğinde belki bu ölçüde el alıp düşünmek. Biraz bana sanki böyle bakmak, yani Asu Hoca'nın da yaptığı katkılar üzerinden düşününce sanki biraz böyle bakmak iyi olur gibi geliyor diye hani söylemek istediğim bu sadece.
Right, thanks. It is possible also for other people, other participants to add a final comment. I think one of the conclusions that we have reached undoubtedly is that we need to do a little bit more work on we need to do a bit more work on the political theory, the political philosophy, which is behind the interpretation of how urban cultural policies are changing, and interpretations also of new forms of authoritarianism, the crisis of democracy, And we shouldn't forget that one of the themes that is behind of the discussion today is the very difficult relationship between the central government and the local level, the city level. And we have some signs that we have a process of centralization happening in many different countries, a process which is actually being exacerbated by the pandemic that is creating more tension between the central government level and the city government level. So one of the topics we have not discussed perhaps enough is the actual very substantial political differences between city politics and politics at national level in many different countries. And usually the conservative religious values that have been mentioned in even today prevail more at the national government level, and therefore there is tension often with cities. And there are some interesting signs that the fact that the pandemic itself is more prevalent in cities is being used as part of a discourse to characterize cities as potentially dangerous, chaotic, unhealthy, so unwholesome. So that is feeding into this tension. So but basically, what this session is revealing for me is that there is a need for much more work on this political theory, political philosophy aspects. And one aspect which has not been mentioned perhaps enough is the whole influence of green ideologies and more perhaps radical left ideologies, and what role they could have in the development of a new model of development for cities, particularly during and after the pandemic. So basically, we've learned a lot, but my conclusion is that there's still a lot of work to do to understand the political framework behind some of the changes that we are seeing today. But I would like to thank Asu and the three presenters of today, Can, Ismail, and Oslem, for their presentations. And so well done, and it was very enjoyable and productive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before the organizers will close the sessions of today, first of all, thank you all for being with us, because it was not guaranteed since the beginning that we could have all these people gathered in front of a little or big screen and to touch upon these issues. But I would strongly recommend the presenters to benefit from the discussions and the notes and the Q&A sessions in finalizing their papers for the future book, because I think it would be of benefit, definitely, what have been said. And I don't mean only the latest session, but also the all three of today. For Ismail's presentation, I would like to add another concept used by Antonio Gramsci, which is coercion. Because he mentioned about consent, and those words or concepts like coercion, content, and consent are, I think, important. And it's really important to look at from that perspective of coercion, I think, to what's going on. And then, as we have talked of cities in Turkey only, exclusively, I feel it as a failure from our part as the UNESCO chair, that we couldn't hear other practices and other phenomena going on in other cities around the world, because the world is not only Europe or Turkey. The world is also, we have a guest right now from Argentina with us in this session. And there is Canada, there is Australia, there is Southeast Asia, and so on. So, and within this focus, I feel that sometimes living in the hot events of daily life, including politics as we intend, we don't have enough research distance of what's going on, because we take things as granted as we hear them from the media or discussions among ourselves, rather than going deep into the events and looking more deeply, trying to take another type of analysis. And this was also my concern. And again, thank you all on behalf of the UNESCO Chair.
Herkese tekrardan merhaba. Böylelikle bugünkü oturum yarın Türkiye saati çeyrekte başlayıp kalan 2 oturumumuzu tamam yaparak konferansımızı tamamlayacağız. Bu vesileyle ben de bugün aramızda olan bütün hocalarımıza, moderatörlere, tartışmacılara, tüm katılımcılara, aynı zamanda ekip arkadaşlarıma Sedef, Meltem, Ayşe, Tüten, Alara, Zeynep, mutfakta hepsi bir aradaydık hepimiz bugün. Serhan Hoca'ya ve bütün bu yorucu maratonda bizimle beraber olan çevirmenlere de bu yükü sırtladıkları için çok teşekkür ediyorum. Yarın görüşmek üzere. Çok sağ olun.